Chapter 851 First Commander. Ridra marched on, with his elite legion, and met up with the other commanders at the plain fields outside the city of Savanthe. The army was spread widely, and the entire area that the forces covered was over 60 kilometers from end to end. As one major city, 2 small villages and 1 fort were all covered by the army of death. Yet the center focal point of the attack was the northeastern front from where Ridra and the elites were marching. From the center of the forces, Ridra could see Lord Hades riding a 3-faced dog, the divine beast Cerberus, who was shockingly at the peak of tier 5 himself. Interesting pet, Ridra thought as he looked at the ferocious beast and the terrifying lord sitting on it. As Omar in his enormous phoenix form flew above the army lines, finally Hades raised his arm towards the sky and dark clouds started to cover the entire region, with a mana whirlpool seemingly collecting all the mana from the surroundings and funneling into Hades' body. As his power started to surge remarkably, Ridra felt his skin tingle as the holy mana within his body began to resonate with the dark mana that Hades was wielding, and it felt hypercharged. An ancient and primordial voice then covered the battlefield as Hades spoke, "Onward march." The winds themselves seemed to have heeded Hades' commands, as they started to blow towards the capital as 1 foot at a time all the legions in the army of death started to march towards the capital city. The average distance was about 20 kilometers for each legion to cover, with Ridra's march being the shortest of only 12 kilometers. The orders were to stop 1 kilometer before the city walls and wait for all forces to assemble. And while the elites reached the magnificent city of death first in just 2 hours of marching, the others took an hour and a half more to assemble. In front of the army of death were the ginormous walls of the city of death, the capital of hell, and all sorts of dark and insidious creatures seemed to be guarding the walls of the city with ferocity. The city wall ran across a lengthy 40 kilometers, and was 4 kilometers tall at its tallest point, and about 2 kilometers tall at its shortest. Even still, it was a mammoth of a structure, which was impregnable by normal army standards. Ridra whistled as he saw the wall. He had to admit that it was extremely well built, and had many strategic archer towers, mage towers as well as cannon, and weapon mounts built inside to absolutely obliterate any approaching or sieging army. In the skies of the capital city, Ridra could clearly see close to 200 tier 4 winged demons, the same ones who invaded Purple Haze City a few months ago. And alongside them were about 3,000–4,000 lava hounds, and 3 dragons patrolling the skies. One of the 3 dragons looked exactly like the one Lucifer rode to battle when he charged at Ridra, and even from afar that beast seemed to stare straight at Ridra, as if saying that their fight was far from over. There was an eerie silence in the air, and it felt as if the capital had been evacuated of everyone but essential military personnel, as even the weakest presence that Ridra could feel within the city was tier 2. Most common citizens had been evacuated, it seemed, so that they could not be held hostage by invading forces. Ridra truly felt like a villain whose entry terrorized innocent citizens. But he figured that he was doing them a favor by killing the devil, and that there would be plenty of time to relocate after he was done. Ridra was truly glad that he did not need to deal with the wall, as the wall of the capital city was the single most formidable structure he had ever seen in his life. If it was not for Lord Hades taking the responsibility of bringing the wall down, Ridra would have had a real headache and punching holes through this one without suffering serious casualties. King Hades began preparing his tier 6 spell, as his power once again began to skyrocket. Black fumes began to raise around his body, and made him look like an ultimate dark mage-like character. As if waiting for this exact moment, 5,000 massive tier 5 centipedes broke through from below ground, as their beast tamers controlling them from within the walls of the capital guided them to attack Hades. "OSH ***!" Karna shouted as he drew out his great sword and ran towards one of the nearest centipede. However, to his surprise, by the time he had drawn his sword, Ridra had somehow killed 3. What speed! Karna was absolutely astonished by Ridra's speed, which appeared like a blur to him. However, the star of the show was not Ridra. In fact, he was not even close. The star of the show was Beast King Omar, who screeched once loudly, and the entire battlefield in front of the army of death became a blazing ground of fire, as thousands of centipedes burnt to ashes within the flames. Tier 6 attack. Field of Fire. It was an attack Ridra had read about in the library that the Beast King Omar owned. However, it was his first time seeing it in action. Omar had casually created a field of fire spanning 1 kilometer by 30 kilometers, and strong enough to even kill tier 5 beasts. Ridra felt a shiver run down his spine as he witnessed this power. The gods were truly something else. However, if Beast King Omar could dish out such a move casually, just what would be the power of the move that King Hades was preparing for? Ridra absolutely could not wait to witness that attack. // bonus chapter for ending the week in top 15 for GT rankings. Good job everyone, let's keep this pace up. We are close to hitting the next GT target. Let's do it as soon as possible. // Chapter 852 Hades' Might. Many eons ago. Hell. Many eons ago. The Dark Emperor tried to challenge for Hades' throne of Hell, as his giant race tried to overrun Hell and slay the demons. The Dark Emperor was a giant amongst giants. An abomination so tall that his body was 5 kilometers tall and 3 kilometers wide. He could roll over a city and destroy its cityscape completely, and was an unstoppable force of nature. Even within Hell, he conquered all of Hades' lands from the east of River Thames all the way to the capital city. However, when he marched at the capital, he was met with the god of death himself. The giant was strong and the duel between the two was said to be legendary. However, in the end Hades was stronger than the Dark Emperor and buried him at the gates of his capital. Present day, Hades was accumulating energy at a crazy pace. It was completely unbelievable to someone like Rebirth as to how a god could keep accumulating such massive amounts of energy for full 6 minutes without being saturated. Omar had already converted the battlefield into a field of flames as he burnt hundreds of centipedes to ash. However, Hades was planning to unleash a move even grander. Rebirth noticed how all Tier 5 commanders of the enemy camp started to one after another take defensive positions on the wall, seemingly preparing their own best moves to counter whatever Hades was going to throw towards them. After what seemed like an eternity of waiting, Hades finally unleashed his attack as his voice boomed throughout Hell as it said, "Lost Arts, Resurrection Magic, Rise of the Dark Emperor." As Hades announced his attack, a 5 kilometers tall and 3 kilometers wide behemoth of a giant broke through the blazing soil of the battlefield and let out a primordial roar that caused the earth to tremble violently with its voice alone. Roar, roar! The giant screamed as mud and debris fell all over his body as he flailed his arms and freed himself from the constraints of the grave he was buried in. The Tier 5 generals had grossly miscalculated the power of the god of death as when he finally unleashed his move. The sheer size and power of the thing was so ridiculous not a single commander even had a trace of courage left in their body, and their only reaction was to run. The giant was only a pile of dirt and bones being held together by Hades' dark fumes. However, even without its flesh and bones it had the terrifying power to punch a hole through the massive wall of the capital city with a single fist. Arfher. The giant started to thrash and destroy the wall with his punched and pulls, as hundreds of thousands of arrows and spells blasted his body every passing second. Loud explosions could be heard as the Tier 4 and 3 troops tried their best to kill the behemoth, but it was to no avail. Hades' black fumes were too powerful, and the giant did not seem to be taking any damage at all, as he kept destroying more and more of the capital city's wall. Rebirth looked at the scene with his mouth hanging wide open, as he saw a monstrous creature tear apart a city's defenses, while taking everything from their cannon shots to their Tier 4 attack spells, as if it was nothing but a scratch on the skin. The troops beside him started to madly cheer the large giant, as every time he destroyed a chunk of the enemy wall, and alongside it killed a few enemy reinforcements. The soldiers felt their morale soar, and felt their chances at victory improve. Rebirth noticed a wide enough entry point created by the giant that could easily allow 50 men to pass at once. And although it was not big enough for the entire army to rush through, it was a good enough start as with the wall breached even if the giant died now, Rebirth would find a way to continue the fight himself. The alarms in the capital started to blare as it was a signal that the wall had been breached, and the demon soldiers started to feel depressed because of that very reason. Their wall was the strongest in the entire realm, yet it was being manhandled and breached by a brute the likes of which Noon had ever seen. What the others did not know, however, is that Hades was supplying insane amounts of MP per second to sustain and giant, and was slowly approaching his limit. However, with 6 holes punched into the wall all ranging from 5,500 meters wide, the defense of the demons was utterly in shambles. Rebirth just hoped that the giant could last a little bit longer and start trampling the initial barricades set up just across the wall as well, so that when the attacking army invades, they could do so with some gusto and force. However, it was at this moment that the fallen angel with his pitch-black wings and red mercurial eyes took to the skies and sized the giant down. "Kneel!" Lucifer commanded, and suddenly hundreds of thousands of demons, and subsequently equal number of humans dropped to their knees as they subconsciously heeded the devil's order. Even Rebirth momentarily felt the urge to kneel, however he could shake it off pretty easily. But what shocked him was that everyone, including Sir Johnny, had bent the knee, while so did the giant fighting at the wall. "What sockery is this?" Rebirth mumbled as he saw Lucifer unleash a literal behemoth of a lightning bolt that absolutely eviscerated the giant's body and reduced him to ashes within seconds, before colliding with the ground and creating a massive earthquake and a subsequent shockwave. A gust of wind and rubble moved at the sound barrier towards Rebirth and his legion as Rebirth braced for impact. // Special shout out to Cervantes 91 for the 10,000 coin spacecraft. I cannot thank you enough for the support you show my work. Bonus soon. // Chapter 853 The Realm of the Gods. Ridra had to make a bold choice. The shockwave heading towards his way was having tier 4 strength. Usually he could trust his elders to handle this kind of power, however, with them kneeling on the floor when the violent earthquake started. Many were not yet in position to counter the shockwave, which is why Ridra needed to go out of his way to block it. Ridra condensed gravity so much that the air particles in front of him became an invisible solid as he created a massive barrier in front of the elite legion and braced for impact. For a few short breaths, there was a constant anticipation as to when the barrier would be pushed back. And soon the shockwave hit Ridra with all its force. Fa! Ridra felt his shoulders pushed back to the edge of his sockets as the wind was knocked out of his chest in his attempt to stop such a large incoming force. In and of itself, resisting winds of 35-40 miles per hour was possible. However, while holding a parachute, the same task was much more difficult due to air drag, which was the same issue Ridra was facing, as while the shockwave itself only had tier 4 strength, the pushback from covering such a large area was enormous for Ridra, and hence strained his body to the extreme. Ridra grit his teeth and exhaled while shouting with all his might as he used both his legs and his wings to provide him with the required strength to block the shockwave completely. Ridra was pushed back a full 25 meters, with his feet firmly buried into the ground below up to his knees. However, after being pushed back so far, he found Karna and Johnny both supporting him in blocking the attack, as soon the others joined in too, and the elite legion managed to block the attack unscathed. Good one, boss, Karna said, panting, as he looked at Lucifer's visage in the air with reverence and fear. It had not even been the first hour into the war, and already the fight was completely dominated by the gods, and at a scale where weaklings like them just being on the battlefield turned out to be a massive liability. Ridra popped one of his dislocated shoulders back into the socket as he muffled a scream. Drinking a HP potion, he started to rotate his arms to heal from all the damage, and was quickly back to his top form. Scanning the battlefield, he saw that Hades had blocked the shockwave for the 2nd Legion, while Omar had done the same for the 3rd Legion. However, the 4th and 5th Legion were in complete disarray, with at least 1 million casualties within their ranks. Damn it, Ridra cursed, as he impatiently waited for Hades to give the orders to charge. However, the god of death was a veteran, and someone who liked to approach war with a clear head. Marching the army at this moment was akin to sending a legion to their deaths, as with Lucifer manning the fallen wall himself. It was impossible for the army to advance without facing his wrath. Hades needed to find a way to bind Lucifer first, and distract him from active battle before he could send the rest of the army up. To do so, either he or Omar needed to advance. However, with so many tier 4 and 5 commanders backing Lucifer, getting his attention would not be easy. This was an unnecessary stalemate created due to the fact that the gods had not engaged with each other in battle, meaning both sides were still free to deal astronomical damage to the small fry forces of either side. However, if there was one man who understood war and strategies even better than Lord Hades, it was the first commander of his army, the guild master of the true elites, Shakuni. One night, brash, undeterred and unrestricted, Shakuni flew at a speed 4 times the speed of sound towards Lucifer as he charged on the devil alone. His gray wings extended, his black aura erupting, and the grim reaper in his right hand, and the divine blade Excalibur in his left. He looked like a black comet with wings as he approached Lucifer with a hypersonic sound around him. Idiot, Lucifer said with a devilish smile, as he prepared to kill Ridra for once and for all with his next attack. However, naturally, the leader of the elites was not foolish enough to charge at the devil without a plan. Meanwhile, on the forums, the war so far has completely blown the minds of all individuals around the world, and the viewership numbers had already broken through an unbelievable 2.7 billion and was still climbing fast. Apparently everyone, irrespective of their faction or interest in Omega, had taken a day off to witness this historic event, as many humans within the army of death live-streamed the fight after partnering up with media channels. The power of the gods had left everyone speechless. Most felt like frogs living at the bottom of a well, as they had no idea of the destructive potential a Tier 6 being could unleash on the world. Many were convinced that if Hades ever tried to become the overlord of Middle-earth, it would take him 6 months to conquer the entire world, and nobody could stop him. However, when Ridra finally shot out towards Lucifer, it was at this moment that everyone forget to collectively breathe for a second as they saw the devil prepare his spell for the end of the leader of the elites. Would he survive? / bonus chapter for the super gift by Cervantes91. Please thank him in the comments for this one. We also have a bonus for hitting the GT target due, which will be given by today or tomorrow latest. Let's keep this pace up and hit, as mentioned, our spot at top 15 in GT rankings this week as well. / Chapter 854, Max the Manalus. For the first 3 failures, he believed that the technique suggested by the influencers in the forums was wrong, and maybe he needed to experience it some way else. However, after his 17th failed attempt, he finally realized that it was simply him who could not pass this test. This is when Max heard of a device called the Mana Flow Index Meter, which was available to use at a specific church in Vanaheim, the Kingdom of the Elves. Max wondered if he could get the help of his other sister-in-law Ruby to somehow access it. However, soon rejected the idea considering the fact that he did not know her personally. Max had heard a lot of stories about Ruby from both Naomi and Rebirth himself, and had a general understanding of her nature and her bearing. To be honest, Max found Ruby to be incredibly beautiful, and exactly his type of beauty, as well. However, he did not let any wrong ideas seep into his brain, since Ruby was already his brother's wife. The problem with going to Vanaheim without Ruby's recommendation was that he would need to build merit with the Church of Light. As only merit with the church could be exchanged for a chance to use that device, and Max was not a follower of the light, but instead a member of the church or death. This meant that he needed to somehow get the help of Ruby even if it was a bit embarrassing, and to do so he needed to actually ask help from the Elites Guild. Max opened his inbox and scrolled all the way to the top, where Sir Johnny had sent his in-game ID an invite to join the True Elites Guild a long time ago. Initially, Max did not plan to join his brother's guild. However, after finding no alternatives, Max decided to go for it, as he accepted the invite, and became a member of the #1 guild in all of Omega. Instantly, he received a system notification saying he had become a part of a guild, and he received the guild's signature clothes and sigil to be worn over those robes. Max swapped his clothes for the guild robes, and to be honest, he was extremely proud as he did it. He had seen Rebirth countless times in these robes, and dreamt about wearing it himself one of these days. Hence, when he got the chance to do so, he was incredibly happy. Walking straight into the inner city, and towards the True Elite's headquarters, Max could not help but feel butterflies rising in his stomach, as this was one of the moments he had dreamed over and over again as a kid. The guard standing in front of the guild headquarters saw his robes and sigil, and allowed him entry into the vast platinum-grade estate of the Elites, as Max strolled straight in and towards Amelia's reception. Currently 99% of the guild was empty, and hardly a few people could be seen in the guild grounds. This was because most were present in the war in Hell, while those who were here were either killed in action and returned out just like he did, or essential personnel that were needed to run the city. When he finally walked into the guild's reception area and saw Amelia diligently working there, he felt like he had jumped straight into a day in the life of his brother, as he had seen this same clip countless times as his brother would pass through the guild hall and nod at Amelia before entering his office. Every sighting of Rebirth was forum-worthy material, and many guild members hence sneakily took videos of him to be posted on the forums. Approaching Amelia nervously, Max said, "Hello. I need some help, Aunt Amelia." Amelia looked irked as she lifted her head from the book she was reading and said, "Brat, cut the crap. Tell me what you need, and then go spy on some other innocent women. That was an accident." Max blushed as he shouted in his defense. It was something that had happened long ago, when Max was only 7 or 8 years of age. He was chasing after a bug and had accidentally entered the women's hot springs area in the upside. Glancing at Naked, giggling and laughing to herself for no reason as she murmured the name of his brother, as in complete accident. What followed was 2 hours of merciless scolding by Amelia, who stressed how he was the first boy to ever see her naked, and how he could never speak about this day to anyone. Recalling that incident, Max suddenly found Amelia muttering the name of his brother to be sus AF. Raising an eyebrow, Max was about to say wait a damn minute, when he looked into the ice-cold eyes of Amelia, and swallowed his words back down. After a while, Amelia sighed and said, "What do you want?" Max replied, "I want to go to the palace and meet the queen." "Why?" Amelia asked as she began reading the book once more, much less on guard against the boy now since she knew what he wanted. "Personal reasons," Max replied, and Amelia did not pry further. Amelia had been initially worried that Max was going to leverage his position as Rebirth's brother and ask for something truly precious from the guild's warehouse. However, it turned out to be a pretty reasonable request in the end. Writing him a letter of recommendation, Amelia said, "Show it to the guard outside." With that, she waved him off and went back to reading her book. Max politely thanked her and took the letter and ran towards the palace, which was actually not that far away. Meanwhile, Rebirth was a bit bold, sprinting towards Lucifer as he did. However, it was for a good reason. Seeing how he was moving rapidly towards the devil, Hades instantly advanced the 2nd and 3rd Legion into a charge, not wanting to waste any opportunity that Rebirth was planning to create, while also personally moving towards the capital to eventually engage in combat with the devil. Lucifer, who was completely focused on killing this human he hated so much, prepared one of his most sinister attacks for Rebirth to face, which was called the Rib Crusher. It was essentially an ironclad grip made out of darkness mana, which would constrict around an opponent like a vice and crack his bones till he died. It was an extremely cruel and devilish move, and Lucifer found it fit for someone like Shikumi. Rudra waited till he was 20 meters in front of the devil, and just as he watched the devil twitch his eye muscle very slight, he immediately used Blink to marginally escape the attack unleashed by Lucifer. It was one of the qualities he had understood about reading enemy movements fighting Sariel and Michael, which was that the archangels constricted their eyes before launching any attacks. When Rudra saw Lucifer do the same, he instantly used Blink, which was the only reason why he barely got away from the fast attack that Lucifer launched at a mere 20-meter range. Appearing behind him at a distance of 200 meters, Rudra continued to fly opposite to the devil, as the enraged fallen angel followed him like a hawk. When Hades saw Lucifer pull away from the wall, his lips curled into an upward smile, as he commended the bravery of his first commander. Even Omar, who hardly let his face show his emotions, broke out into a wide grin as he mouthed the words, "What a guy!" Even the Beast King was in awe of the contributions the mortal made to the war effort, as the situations he created with his calm and calculated planning were often nothing short of miracles. Able to exploit the opening, the gods started to push back the tier 4 and 5 demon troops, defending the city back with powerful spells, as the other troops managed to break through and enter the city through the gaps in the walls, without facing elimination from widespread AoE spells. Naturally, there were still a lot of casualties, as running through open plains towards a defended area was never easy, and not to mention the ground being scorching hot due to there being flames burning over it not long ago. But the casualties were much less than the demons would have wanted, and soon 2 legions managed to swarm the city gates and create an opening for the army of death in this fight, as the other legion soon followed suit. The elite legion coming in the hottest, as the supercharged elite members fought like madmen straight from the get-go to prove their loyalty to their guild master. // bonus chapter for hitting the GT target. A longer one than usual at that, with over 600 words extra. Hope you guys enjoy. // Chapter 855, Gauging Enemy Strength. Rudra kept a close eye on Lucifer with his god's eyes, as he realized that even with his exaggerated speed of flight due to his wings and his gravity manipulation, the devil was still faster and closing in the distance between himself and Rudra extremely fast. Just when Lucifer was about to catch up to Rudra and stab him in the back, Rudra quickly flipped mid-air and started flying backwards, while facing Lucifer, as he had been taught by Sariel. Lucifer unleashed a strong attack towards Rudra with his sword. However, Rudra blocked it with a technique that Sariel had taught, making a near 25 degrees angle between his blade and Lucifer's, giving the devil no chance to pressure Rudra backwards, using his exaggerated power. Shing! Grim Reaper collided with Lucifer's blade and started to vibrate violently. Even though Rudra had tried to minimize the attack's power, the devil was so powerful in his strike that Rudra's arm still felt the sting even though he blocked it perfectly, while Grim Reaper violently trembled from the impact. "I see Sariel had educated you," Lucifer said, with a distasteful expression on his face. Rudra gave the devil the most bashful smile his face could produce as he said, "Yes, I had to learn from a true archangel to defeat some scum like you." Lucifer was not at all amused by this joke of Rudra's, as he unleashed a terrifying fury of attacks. Shing! Shing! Shung! Shong! All sorts of musical melodies played out as the two battled it out while flying at high speeds in the air. But after about 70-80 a time of trading blows, Rudra felt his arm grow heavy to the point his responsive ability was slowing down, putting him at the risk of failing to counter an attack in time. "You are doomed, boy. Your protectors won't reach you in time to save you," Lucifer said as he increased the tempo of his attacks. However, Lucifer did not understand something fundamental about Rudra. If the leader of the elites was not confident enough in getting away from this fight alive and unscratched, he would not have taken it up in the first place. Rudra monitored Lucifer's eyes closely as he tried to block him strike for strike. However, just when he saw that Lucifer's eyes were focused on his right arm position, Rudra activated the Sun God's bracelet and used the move Solar Flare. A blinding white light erupted from his bracelet, causing Lucifer to momentarily take his eyes away from Rudra as he blinked to save himself from the high luminosity. This was all the opening that Rudra needed, as in about 0.5 seconds Lucifer was back and fully aware of his surroundings, but in that split second Rudra had already summoned Furball and asked his pet to use mass teleport as he escaped the battlefield from in front of Lucifer and reached back to the true elite legion in the capital city. When Lucifer realized that Rudra had gotten away, he let out a howl of rage and despair, but as he turned to chase the rat into the city, he saw that the two gods had already taken to the skies and were waiting for him in between the city and himself. It was frustrating. However, Lucifer had to let Rudra off for now, as he had much bigger problems currently on his plate. The war had just started a few hours ago, and on the very first day itself it seemed as if the gods would start engaging in their terrifying battle. As Hades and Omar prepared their spells, Lucifer prepared his. The inevitable clash was finally about to begin. Meanwhile, Rudra panted as he sat on a rooftop in the capital city overseeing the battle of his legion from a vantage point. Rudra was massaging his right hand with his left one as currently it felt as hard as a rock with every single muscle in his arm contracting to their maximum. With this small exchange against Lucifer, Rudra realized the gap between the two even after his training. Although trading so many blows and managing to hold one's own against a god-tier opponent as a lower-tiered individual was a monstrous feat in and of itself. Rudra knew in his heart he was not even close to inflicting and proper damage, which was not a positive sign considering his ambition to slay the devil. For now his only role was to oversee his legion and make sure that the city forces were wiped out as soon as possible. However, until Lucifer was slain, he also needed to be ready to engage in combat with Lucifer at any given moment should the gods be defeated. After recovering a bit, Rudra jumped down from the roof and landed his blade on the necks of two Tier 4 demon generals, killing them both with one sword slice each. With the fight of the gods still in its infancy, Rudra still had a chance to fight and slay the Tier 4 and 5 generals of his enemy forces and improve the odds for his side, and that was the exact thing that Rudra planned to do. By the time Rudra went to help the gods as a reinforcement, he wanted to completely rout the Tier 5 forces of the enemy and shrink the Tier 4 advantage in numbers to at least 1-to-1 ratio with his own army. Kissing his Grim Reaper who remained untainted from the demon blood it had just slain, Rudra whispered to the blade and said, "It's time to slay some souls." Bursting into action exactly how only the war god Rudra could, Rudra began his menacing tear through the battlefield as he decimated enemy forces. / Character art for Johnny English and Rudra has been uploaded on Patreon. Join the Patreon if you want to check them out for more such book-related art and polls on what character should be illustrated next. Link https://www.patreon.com/rodshaw7152 Chapter 856 Max's Meeting. Max nervously showed the guard at the palace the letter or recommendation by Amelia, as the guard skeptically looked at him again and again before letting him pass inside. The guards that his brother had left at the palace were all at the very peak of Tier 3, with a Tier 4 palace master. So the pressure they gave off was too strong for a weakling like Max. Max was a bit intimidated as the bulky men lead him through the corridors of the palace. However, his discomfort lessened when he stopped focusing on the men and started to focus on the beauty of the palace. Each pillar was intricately carved with designs of elephants, monsters, and humans carved into the white stone. Some were painted with beautiful golden paint and silver linings, while the other were painted in full color. The garden was well trimmed, and not even a single blade of grass appeared slightly bigger than the other, as 15 to 17 gardeners could be seen dedicatedly maintaining the estate. Max was thoroughly impressed by the luxury his brother lived in, and wondered if someday he could become king through his own merit like his brother did. Max wondered how many players in the world wanted to experience a life like this in Omega. Yet his brother was one of the only players who could enjoy it, and yet did not. Either always at war, or always working. He was hardly at the palace to enjoy its grandeur, and sometimes Max wondered if there was something wrong with his brother's head. Max was a little naive. He did not understand the sacrifices his brother had to make to earn this place as his home, and the amount of risks and hard-fought battles he had soldiered through to make this possible. It was only those men who did not earn the luxuries they experienced that succumbed to the luxury. Strong men who paved their own way in life looked at luxury as a perk of their success, however they did not see it as their final destination. For Max, who had been brought up in a plentiful environment thanks to Rudra busting his rear in Omega, although he appreciated his brother's achievements and tenacity, he did not truly understand the sacrifices he had to put to get there. He respected Rudra from his success, and wanted to be successful like his brother, where he should try and be diligent, hard-working, and humble like him. After walking about 5 minutes, Max was led into the court chamber, where the queen sat on the throne addressing a citizen regarding some issue, as she glanced at the new guest entering and motioned towards the guards to wait 5 minutes. Max waited for a while, and only when the citizen left was he allowed to approach near the queen, who walked down from her throne to closely inspect Max's face. Max's first thought seeing Ruby was that she looked incredibly pretty in her regal blue dress and her smooth white skin. However, Ruby's vision of Max was completely different. Ruby instantly saw the similarities in Max's face and Rudra's as she gently touched his chin and asked, "Are you a relative of my husband?" Max was shocked. This was the first time someone had recognized him to be Rudra's brother in-game. Both him and Rudra did not alter their appearance while making their characters in Omega to keep the sync rate maximum. However, nobody has been able to spot the similarities until now. Blushing, Max said. Yes. His little brother. Dot. Ruby covered her mouth as she hid her shocked expression, but soon gave Max a bright smile and said, Come, brother-in-law. Let me host you to the royal palace. Dot. Ruby excitedly led Max onto a tour of the palace as she charted endlessly about all the things Rudra had changed for him in the place to make it as per her liking, and how she tried to stop him from making false expenses, but he insisted to doing it anyways. Although she was complaining, Max could make out that she was very happy with Rudra's decisions, as whenever she said his name her cheeks blushed a little more red than usual. In the end, Ruby said, So how is my husband? Any news? And Max replied equally brightly, as he patiently told her everything about Rudra in hell over the past few months. Ruby listened intently, seemingly getting scared when Max narrated the dangers of the war. However, she seemed to be not involved in the story of Rudra's heroics or his strength in the war at all, as the only thing she cared was his well-being, and would only smile when Max ended the story of a raid with, So that's how Rudra conquered this village, without taking a single point in damage. Dot. For 4 hours the duo talked and talked as Max gave her a full accounting of the war in hell, and how it was at its climax now. And Ruby quickly started to pray to Bindiger following that, as she wished for the safety and health of her husband. Only then did she ask Max his purpose of visit, as Max shyly revealed his reason. Actually, I need help feeling mana in my body, and the elves seem to have the mana flow device in Vanaheim. If the queen can help me get the church to borrow it, then it would be a great help. Dot. Ruby nodded as she clapped her hands and summoned her servant. Whispering something in her ear, she wrote a letter and sent her away with it. Smiling towards Max, she said, The device will be here in 2 hours. Let's have dinner till then. Dot. Max was shocked as to how much power the queen seemingly wielded, and happily agreed to the dinner, as he praised his brother's old stories to the high god once again at the dinner table. Surprisingly, Max did not feel awkward with Ruby at all, and by the time dinner ended, he felt completely at home, as if he just ended a dinner session with Naomi. Smiling, Max was content that his brother had found 2 good women to marry, which is why his heart started to sting even more at the comments he had made previously. Swearing to apologize to his brother when they met next, Max seemed to go back to his innocent ways again. Little did he know, however, his world was soon to be turned upside down when it would be revealed that he could not wield mana. Chapter 857, The Horror. When the mana testing machine was finally imported to the castle, Max was shocked to see 2 church cardinals carrying it as they politely greeted the queen. Although they stole a few glances at Max, they were clearly not focused on his identity at all, as all they wanted to do was to establish better relations with the queen of the true elite's kingdom, and hence they did not miss a single opportunity to praise and flatter her. After 5 minutes of pleasantries, Ruby redirected their attention to testing Max, and they instantly obeyed. The church cardinal said, All right, I will explain this to you once. First, you place your hands in the machine and steady your breathing. When you are ready to circulate mana, give us the signal, and we will begin with the mana flow. Try and just not resist the mana, because it may affect the reading by 25% if you do. It's best if you think about letting it flow freely. You will feel a hot liquid move through unknown parts of your body, but it will just make you aware of your mana pathway, so don't worry about the strange sensation. And don't pull your hand out of the machine. Got it? Dot. Max nodded, and the cardinal pointed to his friend and said, Cardinal Ferdinand will demonstrate for you first. Dot. Max watched carefully as Cardinal Ferdinand took a seat and calmly placed his hands in the opening of the machine. He took about 5 seconds to steady his mana flow and then nodded to his partner to begin the process. A strange bluish glow started to be emitted from the machine where the hand opening was, and after a while the glow stopped and a distinct reading could be seen on the top of the machine. The reading said, Mana capacity 12. 300/12. 300. Maximum flow rate 130 units/second. Flow obstruction 2%. Max saw the whole process, and the cardinals looked at him to ask if he was ready to be tested the same way, to which Max nodded affirmatively. This was the surest way to learn about mana, and nobody had ever failed this test before. It was the one process to which Max had attached all his hopes to, and he was confident of walking out with a success. Max placed his hands into the machine and took a deep breath to steady his breathing. Although he was a little nervous, he got into his prime concentration zone and nodded towards the cardinal to begin the process. The blue glow started to be emitted in the machine, and Max felt as if his body was being injected by a syringe full of water boiling at a 100 degrees Celsius. But no matter how much water seemed to be injected into his body, and how much heat he felt, it was almost like the flow of water met an immovable dam, and the mana would simply not move freely throughout his body. After about 10 seconds, the intensity of the blue light from the machine increased significantly, and Max started to feel unbearable burning pain. He suppressed a scream to not embarrass himself, however the pain made him bite his own lips hard. So much so that a trickle of blood ran down his lips. The intensity of the machine kept increasing, and after a while even the Cardinals were shocked to see what was happening, as nobody had ever undertaken the test for this long in the history of the machine. In the end, the glow slowly subsided, and the test results were displayed on the surface. Mana capacity 0. Mana flow 0. Obstruction 100%. The Cardinals were dumbfounded to see the results, and so was Max. For a moment nobody spoke a word, but a while later Max broke the silence as he said, "You've got to be kidding me, right? This is not possible, right? Nobody has 0 mana, everyone at least has 10 mana points, right?" Queen Ruby seemed to be extremely worried, as a deep frown appeared on her face. Seeing which the Cardinals scrambled for answers, however, after discussing amongst themselves for a long time, they replied to Max in a somber tone. "Usually that is the case. We have never seen anyone with a 0 mana capacity and a 100% obstruction. It's almost like you have no mana circuit at all, or your mana circuit is completely destroyed. We will talk to the Archdukes about this, but for now, the only thing I can conclude is that you are manaless, and won't be able to wield mana anytime soon unless you get your hands on some unbelievably precious treasure." It was like someone had passed the death verdict for Max, as the Cardinal's words sapped the last bit of strength out of his body. Sitting down on the floor, as he thought about all the media attention, all the aspirations he had, and the words of his girlfriend about how he was going to surpass his brother in the future, Max felt them all break down in an instant, as he realized that without mana, he would not even reach Tier 3 in Omega. It was a heavy blow to the prideful psyche of Max, and although he was a pretty mature kid with a good head on his shoulders, he was not used to dealing with setbacks in life, like Ridra was, which his wife faced with such a harsh reality he silently shed a tear or two. There was a fire inside him that said, "You all are wrong. I'm not manaless. Your machine's broken." And another one that said, "Even if I am manaless, I will find a way to cure myself no matter the cost." However, both those voices were overshadowed in general by the overwhelming disappointment that he felt, as for now, the only thing he wanted to do was to log out of Omega and run back home to his girlfriend to cry in her comfort. Avoiding the worrying glance of Ruby, who wanted to offer him some words of comfort, Max ran out of the palace, like a coward, and logged out of Omega soon after. Max wept a lot when he logged out of Omega and trashed a few objects around the house, before washing his face and going downstairs to leave the house. When he went down, however, he heard the crashing sounds of the battle, as he glanced at the TV to realize that the climax of the war against Lucifer had started. He saw a brief glance of his brother with his gray wings, as he was being chased by Lucifer, and the complicated feeling inside his heart increased tenfold. Naomi, who was watching the TV, looked at Max and brightly smiled, and welcomed the kid to sit beside him and watch the war. However, Max did not want to be near family at the moment. Politely declining, Max made sure Naomi had everything she needed around her before he left the house, and started jogging to her girlfriend's. The only question in his mind being, will I ever be able to fly and fight like Big Brother? Meanwhile in hell, Hades looked Lucifer grimly in the eyes, for the first time in over 2 millennium, as he said, "You have ruled over my lands for long enough. Time for you to leave my lands alone." Lucifer looked back at Hades with equal hate and said, "I was living my best life until you woke back up from your slumber. Why can't you just die, you pathetic bit asterisk asterisk? Why do you rise back up like the cockroach you are just for me to stomp you down once more?" "Enough," Hades said in an angry roar, as he stomped his foot to break a huge chunk of land from under his feet, and then kicked that chunk of land towards Lucifer. Lucifer slashed that incoming mass of land clean into 2 halves with his sword. However, through that opening in the center, both Hades and Omar charged towards Lucifer, as he immediately had to start flying backwards, as he prepared to engage in combat. Hades swung down his scythe, and Omar his great sword, only to be blocked both at once by Lucifer's 2 swords, as the collision created shockwaves so powerful that they destroyed the landscape underneath, and pushed all dirt and debris in the air around them to create a clear mass of circular air. What followed after the first collision was an insanely fast sequence of attacks, and the devil was surely pushed onto the back foot. Although Lucifer was individually faster than both Omar and Hades, when facing 2 Tier 6 opponents at once, he did not find any openings to exploit his greater speed advantage, as he was progressively being pushed back. Every attack, every strike carried the power to destroy mountains. Yet none of the 3 were deterred and none injured. It took 6 minutes for the duo of Hades and Omar to just land the first scratch onto Lucifer's body, when the devil made a slip up and overextended his swing of the left arm by a hair's width, which was met with a cut from Hades' side, drawing the first drop of the devil's blood. // We are only 80 tickets short of hitting the next GT target. Let's get it soon for getting non-stop war action. // Chapter 858 The Last War 1. Rudra calmly observed the battlefield and noticed that the area where the First Legion was getting most heat was at the battlefront, where 2 Tier 5 commanders were battling 10 of the elite Tier 4 generals. Although the generals were fighting with grit and perseverance, it was a difficult fight for them, and they were being pushed back with AoE spells falling on their regiment, continuously causing large-scale deaths. The enemy Tier 5 commanders had purposefully chosen a weak spot that was furthest from top elite warriors, like Rudra and Karna, to fight against the First Legion. However, unfortunately for them, Rudra did not focus all his time and energy on going on the offensive against the enemy forces, as he redirected his war efforts towards the 2 Tier 5 commanders. One of the Tier 5 commander had pinned 4 elite generals under his long javelin, and they were resisting his power with their combined might, when suddenly a kick sent the commander flying. "I'll take it from here," Rudra commanded, as the generals became shocked to see the speed with which their guildmaster arrived. Nonetheless, it hyped them up a lot. Today, no elite soldier on the battlefield could be seen cutting any corners, at least in the effort department, lest they bring shame to the guildmaster. Everyone fought with everything they had, and wherever Rudra graced them with a personal presence, the troops were pumped to the extreme, as they tried their hardest to impress him. The 2 Tier 5 commanders had visible fear in their eyes when they saw Rudra, as their overbearing aggression just a few moments ago got toned down to a passive defensive stance within moments. Although there were 2 of them, and only one of Rudra, they did not have the confidence to take him head-on. Unbeknownst to Rudra, Lucifer had predicted such a situation going into the war, and the orders for the Tier 5 commanders were clear. Wherever Rudra engaged first would be the Tier 5 commander tasked with stalling him for the time, as all the other Tier 5 commanders were supposed to band together during this time period and start picking off the army of death commanders one at a time. Understanding their role, the 2 men facing Rudra instantly sent a flare into the air, signaling that they had been approached by the half-angel, and for the others to band together and start picking off the heads of the army of death. Rudra did not know the hidden meaning behind the flare, but he did not care about it too much. If the 2 men were calling for reinforcements, it was fine by him, and if they were trying for something else, it was still fine by him, as whatever it was he would finish them off, and find out soon enough. One of his opponents, the taller demon who carried a javelin, equipped a shield in his other arm, while the shorter one with the dual swords dropped the sword in his right hand and picked a shield as well. "Come," the short one said, taunting Rudra to engage, and Rudra obliged, as he rushed to fight against the duo. The 2 were absolutely stunned by Rudra's speed, as within a split second he was upon them, his sword swing threatening to chop their heads off clean, as they could barely put their shields up in time to defend against Rudra's attack at once. The impact caused sparks to flow out of the shield, and sent the duo reeling back for 5 steps before they having to quickly block another sword gash that sent them staggering back 5 more. The 2 of them had known this would be a hard fight. However, they did not expect to be so thoroughly overpowered. Gritting their teeth, they swore to hang on for as long as they could and just hoped that the others could finish the other commanders off as fast as possible and arrive as reinforcements before Rudra could kill them off. Meanwhile, Asmodeus was having a relatively smooth time leading the 2nd Division, storming through the capital city, as he showed a splendid show of power in taking down one Tier 4 general in his path after another. His legion faced no slowdowns, and were able to comfortably take 2 to 3 blocks of the city before 4 Tier 5 commanders ganged up on him at once by killing the men surrounding him and coming at him from all 4 directions. "Second Commander Asmodeus, your time is up." One of them, who wielded a scythe, just like Hades, did pass the death judgment towards Asmodeus, who just grinned and said, "That's King Asmodeus for you. Devil's Bick ******. The 4 of them ganged up on Asmodeus, and a bloody battle ensued, where the 2nd commander fought with all his heart and might. His legion members tried to interfere in the battle to create an opening for Asmodeus to run off. However, were unsuccessful, as any attempt at meddling would be met with a powerful AoE spell that would send the entire army staggering back for at least 1,000 meters. For 15 minutes, Asmodeus held his own against his opponents, going shoulder to shoulder with them. However, soon the cuts and bruises on his body began to slow him down, until he eventually lost his left leg by a swing of the scythe by his opponent. "Argh," Asmodeus complained as blood gushed out of his lost leg with vigor. However, still refused to go down, as he retaliated by leaving a gaping wound on his enemy's chest. Brave until the very end, Asmodeus tried his best to hold out until reinforcements arrived, but they never came for him, as without his left limb, he slowly succumbed to his enemies, his head rolling down from his shoulders in the end. With his death, the 2nd Legion had lost their commander, and the shield that was keeping them safe from the onslaught of the vastly superior Tier 4 enemy general numbers. Chapter 859 The Last War 2, A Crisis. Rudra was vastly superior to the other 2 Tier 5 commanders, and shockingly for him, he did not need to use even a single of his big moves to helpfully chip off their HP, as with just his sword attacks and his agility, he was able to find an opening in their defenses time and time again. Up till this moment Ridra was unaware of the developments inside the other legions, which was why he did not mind in taking his time in finishing these two men off if it meant that all his special moves remained intact. If Ridra truly decided to go all out, he could have potentially taken the duo out in under 5 minutes. However, with him slowly whittling away at their HP, it took him about an hour and 5 minutes to finish the two off with an eventual overhead slash to each head. Ridra's dominant performance was awe-striking to Karna and the other elders, who just kept watching in shock as the enemy commanders threw one trump attack after another at Ridra, even using tier 5 spells at one point. However, the leader of the elites casually blocked or evaded them all as if it was nothing. Karna especially noticed the shift in Ridra's fighting style, which seemed much more mature and stable compared to before, as while Ridra was a formidable fighter who gave a constant threat of reading through your moveset before, there were always small gaps in his offense that could be potentially exploited for a counterattack. However, this time around his fighting style was much more stable as Karna observed him carefully, but could not notice a single gap in his offense. It was like he had evolved from being an untrained fighter to one that had his form perfected right till the basics. However, just as Karna was admiring Ridra's form, a disturbing piece of information entered his ears. The commanders of the 2nd and 3rd Division had apparently been ganged up on and killed by the enemy commanders, while they were now embroiled in a serious battle against the 4th one. The 2nd and 3rd Legion were facing a serious onslaught of attacks by the weaker Tier 4 generals, who outnumbered the Army of Death's generals by a 1-to-4 ratio, and were controlling the battle with Tier 4 spells. This was very disturbing, and something that needed to be brought to the attention of Ridra as soon as possible. As Karna dashed and relayed the information to the guildmaster as fast as he could without omitting any relevant details, Ridra winced when he heard the news, but instantly unfolded his wings and started flying towards the 4th Legion at breakneck speeds, his mind thrown in a disarray of curses. It was not that Ridra had not anticipated such a tactic to be used by the enemy forces. However, he hoped that the Tier 5 commanders of his forces would prove to be a little more competent. Ridra could not spoon-feed every single legion of the army as much as he wanted to, and somewhere or the other people needed to start pulling their own weight. If outnumbered, the Tier 5 commanders should know how to retreat and run for their lives, as living was more important than holding off their enemies under such circumstances. And even if they could not, they should at least go down in an even trade, taking one of the enemy down with them. Failing to do both was a show of their clear incompetence, which now left Ridra with a crisis to deal with. Ridra reached the 4th Legion within 1 minute, and to his relief the Luxuria was still alive, and fighting, albeit at the red HP bar, which meant that he could still save her. Putting Grim Reaper into his scabbard, Ridra clutched onto Excalibur with both his hands, and willed the blade to extend to match his giant form. Activating his Knight of the Empire skill, Ridra transformed into a 300 feet golden body with stunning golden wings on his back. As he slammed towards the ground, and used a move he had not used for over 5 years now, Ridra used Earthquake. Excalibur penetrated the earth, and caused a massive earthquake that made the initial earthquake caused by Lucifer and Hades' attacks clashing seem like child's play. Houses across the capital city trembled violently as shops, houses, and even architectural buildings crumpled from the violent tremors of the earth. The 4 demon commanders were blown away by the shockwave created by Ridra's attack as Ridra stood towering over Luxuria as her protector guardian. Heal, Ridra ordered in a robust voice as he started his decimating assault on the 4 ants below him. Meanwhile, the gods, Lucifer had a sinister plan in place. He was not a fool to fight both Hades and Omar at once, but he had an ace up his sleeve. An unbreakable prison of darkness that he had perfected over the past 2 millennium to capture Michael inside someday. And the prison that he was counting on to seal the gods inside and end this war. The Prison of Darkness was a divine Tier 6 move that was Lucifer's ultimate creation. It was unbreakable by even Tier 7 beings captured inside, which gave him confidence to imprison both Hades and Omar inside. The only trick was how to get them imprisoned, while the drawback of the move was that he needed to physically mint the prison with one of his hands. This meant that after he captured Hades and Omar inside, he needed to fight with only one hand against the rest of the army of death. However, he was confident that even with a single arm, he could decimate the weaklings of Hades' army without much struggle. A sinister smile spread on the face of the devil as he allowed his enemies to progressively push him back by coming at him harder, as he laid in wait for the perfect opportunity to activate his move. / bonus chapter for hitting the GT target. Good job, everyone. Hoping we can end the week between top 15 rankings so that we have a bonus on Monday. / Chapter 860, The Final War 3. Ridra took on the Knight of the Emperor form and began his counterattack against 4 Tier 5 enemies at once. Rudra knew that the only way to ensure that the enemies actively engaged with him in battle, and not tried to run away, was if he started to deal incredible amounts of damage to the city, and to the Devil's army. Which was why Rudra chose to go for the giant form for this battle. The Knight of the Empire took massive amounts of MP to Minton, however it had unparalleled PV abilities. Especially now that he had Excalibur. Excalibur was extended until it became a sword worthy of being wielded by a giant, and Rudra used it to unleash powerful slashes that could wipe entire sectors of the city, causing massive enemy casualties, and forcing the Tier 5 commanders to personally jump into action. The compromise that Rudra gave for maintaining his massive form was his agility. As while his attack and defense were very high, when a high-speed moving target attacked him from range, he was but a sitting duck. It was exactly what the Tier 5 commanders did, as the 4 of them circled Rudra as fast as possible, and unleashed a flurry of Tier 4 and 5 attacks onto his massive body, which was rocked by continuous explosions. Rudra tried to pinpoint the location of one of the enemies, and swung his sword to crush him. However, he was too slow, and the enemy crackled behind him, and used a wind blast so powerful that it knocked Rudra off his feet, making him crash into the ground, crushing 40 houses. Rudra shook off the dust, and got back on his feet once more, as he reduced the size of his avatar to a more reasonable 20 feet tall, as he gained the necessary speed to fight now. For 2 days Rudra clashes and hunted against the enemy commanders, their battle turning the city into rubble. However, right when he was close to defeating an enemy general and finishing him off, another would interfere and cause a distraction big enough for one to escape. In the end, he was able to kill only 2, while the other 2 were gravely injured, their weapons broken and their shields battered when a tragedy befell upon the army of death. At the same time, Karna had taken over the 2nd Legion as its commander, and while Rudra was busy destroying the city in his epic battle, Karna was busy leading the 2nd Legion into fighting a meaningful fight as enemy Tier 4 generals obliterated their advance. Karna fought like a true madman as he defended his troops against an onslaught of 11 Tier 4 generals at once without conceding an inch of land. The 2nd Division humans and demons alike started to call him the Lion because of how he battled against a pack of wolves alone, just to give his division some breathing room against an overwhelmingly strong opposition. His bravery inspired many, and as Rudra kept slaughtering the enemy commanders one after another, Karna began to see hope in all this, as he was sure that once Rudra finished off the Tier 5 commanders, wiping off the small fries would take a few hours at max for him. Karna was more or less confident in the battle that the gods were fighting at the forefront, as Lucifer seemed to progressively lose HP, and was clearly outmatched. However, when he saw the impossible occur before his eyes, Karna felt like the blood in his veins had ran cold. Lucifer purposefully slowed down his speed of defending about 1 nanosecond after each strike. It was so slow it changed that Hades and Omar thought Lucifer must be slowing down because of accumulating damage. But that was not the case at all. The epic battle raged on for 2 days, non-stop, and hundreds of thousands of blows were exchanged between the gods and the devil, until finally, he was no longer able to keep up with the defense at all, and was being brutally hammered by the combined attack of the 2 gods at once. The terrain below the gods had been completely destroyed, as even the last traces of rock were impossible to find under them, as only boiling hot magma could be seen. The battle they had over the last 2 days was so intense that the shockwaves created by them exchanging blows destroyed the layer of land under their feet, and eroded it until not even ash was left of the land that was once solid. The devil teetered at a dangerously low orange HP, and looked to be visibly exasperated. The gods saw their opening and charged in to deal a major blow to the devil, as Omar swung his sword aiming for Lucifer's torso from the left, while Hades swung his scythe aiming for his head from the right. However, both of them did this while being within a 2-meter radius of Lucifer, and it was exactly the chance that the devil had been looking for since the past 2 days, as his eyes shined, and he switched the pace of his defense to display his agility to the maximum, as he narrowly dodged Omar's sword and grabbed his sword arm by the wrist, and threw him into Hades, whose scythe missed Lucifer's head by a hair's breadth due to Omar colliding into him. Before either of the gods could react to the change in the devil's speed, Lucifer unleashed his trump card. Grand move, Prison of Darkness. The Prison of Darkness started to envelop the gods, and Omar instantly tried to retaliate by unleashing his strongest flames. But the darkness surrounding his body was too powerful, and the flames of even Tier 6 were snuffed out when it touched the devil's darkness. Hades too tried to forcefully hold open the edges of darkness, before they closed in, and complete the prison around him. However, although he used enough force to practically rip his muscles off, he could not hold the darkness from closing in around him, as eventually it did, and completely snuffed out the light around him. Once the prison was complete, and the gods were sealed inside, the only sense that they had connected to the outside world was sound. Neither could they see or smell anything inside the prison, as even Omar burning a flame in his palm was unable to see the fire burning, although he could clearly feel the familiar here in his palms. It was only when he placed it extremely close to his own eyes that he could see the fire burning, as it seemed that the light it emitted was being frantically devoured by the darkness of the prison. "Let me out, Lucifer, you dog!" Hades cursed, his tone sounding rough and barbaric. Hades could not believe they fell for such a trick. He had genuinely believed that Lucifer was slowing down from all the damage, which was why he was not more cautious while going in for an attack. "Ha ha 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 ha! Caught you like the rats you are!" Lucifer taunted Hades and Omar, as he could not believe that he actually pulled it off. The devil was beyond elated, as he could see himself finally emerging out of this war the victor. Hades within the prison could not understand what was stopping them from breaking through and going all out in trying to break free, but when even his strongest tier 6 move was unable to break the prison of darkness, the god of death realized that the prison was impossible to be broken from the inside. "What sorcery is this? Why can't we break this encirclement?" Hades asked Omar, clearly bewildered. Hades kept hitting the same spot on the wall with his scythe again and again. However, the surface of the prison of darkness did not seem to be scratched, much less show visible signs of damage, as it seemed as if the two gods had been sealed inside by the devil without any means to break out. Omar calmly placed his hands over Hades' shoulder as he said, "Don't waste your energy, my friend. Now all we can do is trust in our commanders." Hades, who was clearly panting after unleashing his big move and constantly hacking with his scythe, exhaled sharply as he heard this. Hades was angry. Really angry. Not because he was trapped inside the prison, but because this was the second time that Lucifer had tricked him in battle. Even 2 millennia ago, this was exactly how he had been put to sleep, as the devil tricked him in battle to defeat him. It was like the old saying, "Fool me once and shame on you. Fool me twice, then shame on me." Hades had been fooled twice. Rudra had warned him that the devil was crafty and must have something up his sleeve. But Hades was too conceited. The battle was going so well for him that he failed to notice the trick behind Lucifer's moves and eventually fell into this miserable state. Hades swore internally that if he got out of this prison, he would not give the devil any chances of using any tricks again, and would only rest on his scattered ashes. However, for now all his hopes were on his Pope Shikuni. As if reading his mind, right at this moment Lucifer shouted, "Shikuni, you filthy human scum! Come show yourself! The devil is here to collect your soul!" Lucifer's voice reverberated for thousands of kilometers across hell, and even reached the capital city and Rudra, as when Rudra looked towards the source of the voice in the distance, he could see the devil floating above magma with a huge ball of darkness attached to his extended right arm as he stared straight towards Rudra's direction. A cold chill ran down Rudra's spine. The one outcome he dreaded the most was upon him. It seemed that Omar and Hades had been somehow counted out of the war picture by the devil. Chapter 861, The Endgame. Lucifer unfurled his aura in all its majesty as he approached the city, and one after another weaker troops began to downright die or be paralyzed as Lucifer approached closer. In a matter of 5 minutes, there were over 30 million casualties on both sides combined, as while the Tier 2 and under troops were wiped out completely. The Tier 3 troops were immobilized completely from action, and the Tier 4 troops faced a heavy 50% strength debuff. Rudra himself lost 10% of his strength, but it did not matter much as he too unleashed his aura and flew to the sky to face Lucifer head-on. Completely ignoring the Tier 5 commanders he was hunting a moment ago, who seemed to be extremely delighted by this turn of events. In an almost maniacal tone the devil said, "Do you know that I have lived for over 40,000 years now? 40,000. Does your mortal human brain even comprehend how long of a time it is? Do you understand that it took me 174 years to conquer hell? 174 long years until I clawed and scratched and whispered in the ears of demons to turn on their master and slowly gather momentum to take over this realm. Yet now when I am the ruler and it's my turn to defend." You take over the same realm in 9 short months? 9 if you see ***** months? Let me tell you something. Shikuni of the elites. In my 40,000 years of existence, this is the only occasion where I felt like maybe I am not as cunning as I thought myself to be, as there is clearly a more vile and sinister man out there. Rudra heard the frustration in Lucifer's voice as he graciously bowed and said, "Thank you for the compliment." Lucifer scowled and waved his left arm, unleashing a wave of terrifying darkness mana to defend against which Rudra had to fly backwards fast, but was still knocked a fair distance back. "Shut up and listen, mortal. Unless you want your last moments to come even sooner." Lucifer's bloodshot eyes told Rudra to close his mouth, as the devil looked very much over the edge at the moment. "Time and time again, you have foiled my plans to defeat that peace-loving Bendiger and snub her weak followers for once, and for all, and although I know you might think coming from the light faction that I Lucifer am an evil bot asterisk 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 asterisk. But let me give you the shock of the century. I am not. Lucifer said in a fast monologue as he took a few breaths afterwards before continuing again. A chocolate world where nobody harms nobody. That is the sure-shot way to send any race to their damnation. What I offer to humanity is the natural order of the world. Survival of the fittest. If you were honest with yourself, mortal, you would understand that it's way better than what Benyager or Hades offers for that matter, and which is exactly why I almost nearly regret not obtaining a subordinate like you, because together you and me would have been unstoppable. The three realms united under my crown, and you would have been my commander. Lucifer looked at Rudra as if looking at a weapon that he could not utilize, and there was pain in his eyes when he said this. But I do not regret it. Because I hate your stupid guts. I hate your face. I hate the fake wings on your back, and I hate the stupid guild you created that has foiled my plans again and again and again. But no more. Today I sealed your gods. Today I shall slay you. Today I shall end your guild for once, and for all, because I Lucifer have had enough. Lucifer summoned his sword in his left arm as he dashed towards Rudra once more. This time with the intent to kill. Lucifer was past the tipping point. The past 2 days of fighting had been incredibly frustrating for the devil, and now everything he had been feeling for the past 9 months. The pain, the suffering, the humiliation was all exploding out as his monologue. Rudra had hoped that it never came to the two of them squaring off. Him against Lucifer alone. Hence preparing the Holy Lance move as he watched Lucifer like a hawk approaching towards him. Rudra said, well, just like you. I also have had my fair share of problems in my rise to stand against you here today. And I will be damned if everything I have done so far is to only fall to your sword here. I don't care if you are a god or the devil or the unnamed god's daughter herself. Today I fight you with everything I have got. Dot. The two Tier 5 commanders seemingly misunderstood Lucifer's intentions and tried to jump on Rudra before the devil. But Lucifer quickly let out a pulse of darkness, knocking them both aside as he angrily said, out of my way, punks. Dot. The hate he had against Rudra could only be satisfied with the blood of Rudra on his sword and nothing else. Which was why he would not let anyone interfere in this battle here today. As the two exchanged their first sword blow, everyone on the battlefield Tier 4 and above, and nearly 70 billion humans on Earth stopped fighting or doing their work to solely focus on this clash where a man took on a god. 1 versus 1. / Guys, we missed the target of ending the week inside top 15 GT rankings as we were dethroned and placed on spot 16 before the day ended. After a lot of ethical dilemma as to what to do, I have decided to still give the bonus today, but it will also be the last time I do so. We need to hit the goals to get the bonuses. So please do vote if possible. / Chapter 862 Rudra vs. Lucifer. Rudra's heart was surprisingly calm as he faced Lucifer. The first time when he fought against the devil, he was a bit jittery. He could feel his palms sweating as he gripped his sword, and he was too stiff in his movements, afraid to make a mistake. However, this time around that was no longer the case. Although the stakes were the highest they had ever been, Rudra was not really feeling any panic internally, as he smoothly defended each and every strike from the devil with precision. Rudra had the biggest boon while facing Lucifer in the form that the devil's right arm was holding the prison of darkness and could not be used in battle, which not only reduced his overall fighting ability, but also significantly reduced his fluidity of movements as his right arm was hinged to a sort of fixed lever, and movement was only permissible across that lever. Although Lucifer could drag the prison of darkness in any direction he wanted, his right shoulder remained stiffly extended, while his movements, which meant that the devil's range of motion was limited. This gave Rudra a lot of breathing room while facing the devil, as the pressure his opponent gave off was not like his training with Michael and Serial anymore, and it felt like playing with a cheat code. Although Rudra was not able to put in a single move of offense in over 15 minutes of fighting, the world was stunned to see that he had not received a single point in damage either. Serial's teachings were ingrained deeply into his fighting style, as he tried to dodge all the attacks that he could, hovering towards Lucifer's right side, trying to become out of reach while constantly creating pressure on the right side as well, for the devil to make a mistake and him eventually freeing the gods. However, it was only wishful thinking on Rudra's part to think that Lucifer would give him such an opening, as the devil was fully aware of the only liability he had in this fight, and was extremely careful as to not fall into any traps. As the sparks flew in the air and the breathtaking sword dance broke the cityscape underneath, demons and humans alike could not help but feel mesmerized by its seamless beauty. This was fighting at its very peak. And although for many viewers watching from home, the moves exchanged between Lucifer and Rudra was nothing more than a blur of fast movements, For the Tier 4 generals watching live, it was the epitome of swordsmanship. When after 15 minutes, neither side was successful in delivering a single point of damage. One of the demon generals gulped as he said, "The Lord is just messing around, right? He can overpower that human in an instant, right? They can't really be even, can they?" Johnny, who was standing nearby, stroked his beard and smiled as he said, "My child, although the human is weaker, he is not missing out by much." The demon general nodded his head before he realized that it was a human talking to him, as he glared at Johnny and said, "You are not my father, you stupid old man." Johnny only laughed as he said, "I'm not. Or am I?" The demon looked at Johnny up and down again, and again, trying to contemplate the mystery of his existence. Although he was sure that he knew his father, the demon. The confidence with which Johnny spoke those words, coupled with his cool and calm visage, casted a shadow of a doubt in the demon's mind. However, just as he was contemplating, the stalemate between the duo in the fight was finally broken as Lucifer unexpectedly unleashed a beam of powerful darkness blast from his mouth, which caught Rudra off guard and sent him blasting towards the city. 180,000. Rudra crashed through an already broken house over a wooden table as his wings got crushed between his back and the ground. Not being born with wings, Rudra was not really in tune with his new form, which is why he did not brace for impact, taking his wings into his mind, as muscle memory told him otherwise. Biting his lip, Rudra stood up once again. However, as he looked towards the sky, he saw a massive ball of fire that looked exactly like the sun, that was about the size of a football field, created over Lucifer's left palm. Pointing it towards Rudra, the devil smiled heinously as he said, "Divine move, Dark Sun Blast." Instantly the huge mass of sun shot out towards Rudra faster than the speed of the Holy Lance, as Rudra was left baffled as to what to do. There was nowhere to run from a move of this size, also nowhere to fly back and defend towards. He was in a situation where defending was impossible, while he was not sure if he could sustain the hit if it struck. Just what was he to do now? Meanwhile, Max was at his girlfriend's home, when although he was with her, his mind was constantly going back to what happened to the war, which led to him being completely absent-minded in all conversations. Eventually Sophie got irritated of his behavior and said, "What? Where are you lost today, Maxie?" Max closed his eyes as he placed his head in his palms and said, "It's the war. I need to know if my brother's okay." Sophie pouted, not happy that even when he was with her, he cared about his brother's well-being more. But since this was a once-in-a-lifetime major event, she conceded as she grabbed the remote and acted as if she was furiously tuning onto the channel. The two were quickly engrossed when they saw how fluidly Rudra was fighting against Lucifer, and Sophie could not help but be impressed. She said, "So when you surpass your brother, you will be as strong as a god, huh? Nice job, Maxa." Max flinched as he heard this, as he thought about revealing his problem about feeling mana to Sophie. But instantly his heart hesitated, as he knew that her reaction was not going to be any good, and that he might lose her if he told her. It was at this moment that Max finally saw the light, and realized that Sophie did not actually love him for who he was. She loved him for what he could one day become, and their relationship hung on the frail balance of him constantly improving. Max realized that he was living in a house of glass. / bonus chapter. Enjoy. / Chapter 863, A Clutch. There was often a debate as to what really made a great warrior. Was it the relentless hours of training? The natural talent and confidence? Was it courage and bravery? If one chose any of the above answers, they would have been wrong as per Karna. As the moments that made a great warrior in his point of view were moments of clutch, where the chances of success seemed so abysmal that only a miracle could see the warrior come through. As Karna watched the black sun descend, it was exactly the thought running through his mind, as the heat and power of the attack was so destructive that even though he was standing 2 blocks away, and the attack had not even fully hit the ground yet, there was a meteor-sized sizzling crater in the vicinity of the attack, while the total radius of destruction spanned for over 5 kilometers. In his mind there was no comprehensible way of getting away from such an attack, and if it was anyone other than his guild master who was at the receiving end of this monstrosity, Karna would have not even batted an eye before declaring him / her as good as dead. However, because it was the guild master, he knew that it would take something much more from the devil to bring him down. "Come in, guild master, you can deal with this!" Karna shouted at the top of his lungs as Mediv created a wind barrier around the duo to protect them from the aftermath of the impending explosion. However, both of their eyes remained glued to the building Rudra was in, as with bated breaths, they awaited the conclusion of this move. Rudra's POV. While most warriors would blank out under such circumstances, facing an absolute death, for Rudra, the scenario was completely opposite. When an impending danger seemed to threaten his life, his brain went into an unprecedented hyperdrive, as it gave Rudra the best move to counter the situation. Rudra thought of his entire moveset in an instant, And immediately, he knew the only two moves capable of getting him out of this situation unharmed were his spatial manipulation and full counter. The problem with both, however, was that neither could Ridra summon a spatial portal big enough to swallow the dark sun coming down towards him, and neither could full counter. However, since he only had a breath's time to decide, and he was optionless, Ridra decided to bet on the full counter, as he instantly activated the Knight of the Empire form, and expanded Excalibur to a 100 feet long sword, as his corporal golden wing form shouted, "Knight class special move enhance full counter." Ridra's Excalibur collided against the black sun, and despite its appearance of a liquid-like ball, the sun was as dense of a structure as one could be as Ridra's sword collided against an almost indestructible object. Immediately Ridra felt a searing pressure on his back muscles, as the move weighed in heavily on him. Just half a breath worth of impact and Ridra realized just how powerful the Tier 6 move unleashed upon him really was, and how Herculean of a task he had ahead of him. Ridra strained every muscle in his body to its extreme limit, and Excalibur changed color from a simple shiny gray to a multicolor of red, orange, yellow and blue, like a strip of iron being heated over a flame as it continued to grind against the surface of the sun. The onlooking demons and elites could not believe their eyes as they saw the massive figurine of the guild master trying to hold out the sun, as one of the demons, who became anxious, said, "He can't possibly stop it, can he? He will surely fall." Even Lucifer, who was catching his breath after unleashing this big move, could not believe his eyes, as the devil shouted, "Just die, peasant! Crumple!" "H-H-H-H-H," Ridra shouted his lungs out. His body was in so much pain that he did not even realize that he was already knee-deep into a pit of boiling magma, as the heat from the sun had already destroyed the ground he was standing on completely. His Knight of the Empire form slowly started to corrode under the heat as the golden protection layer around Ridra's body began to whittle down. However, even though the pressure of the attack had not changed even the slightest after 15 breaths' time, Ridra kept pushing against the sun with all he had got without thinking about when it would stop. "I refuse to yield. I cannot fall here. Don't you dare give in on me, muscles. Push. 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 I am not going to die here. Not to the devil, no. 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 I am unstoppable. I am undefeatable, and I am indomitable. I am Shikuni of the elites." Ridra shouted motivation in his own mind, as although he had clutched his eyes closed tightly, and did not see the sun tripling in size over him. When the sun finally became triple in size 20 breaths later, the pressure on Ridra's body instantly lessened, as the attack went back towards the devil with thrice the speed and thrice the power. Ridra's night form shattered, and he started to fall towards the magma. However, his eyes remained focused on the attack moving at terminal speed towards Lucifer, as he anticipated a grand explosion. Allowing him a rare moment of relief in this fight, Ridra smiled, as he murmured the words, "Take that, you be asterisk 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 asterisk." Although Ridra expected the move to collide against Lucifer, or the Dark Prison, or something along those lines. However, to his horror, Lucifer in that marginal instant created another dark sun. This time triple the size to match Ridra's attack, and sent it towards Ridra's countered move to meet midway in the air. "SH asterisk asterisk." Ridra spoke as a colossal explosion took place over the city. // special shout out to Savanthi for the 15,000 coin Gashapon. I can't thank you enough for the consistent support you have shown my book. Congratulations to us for also hitting the GT target and reclaiming the 15th spot with a fair margin. I feel happy and motivated as a result. I will give out the due bonuses soon // Chapter 864. What City? The Dark Sun returned by Ridra, and the Dark Sun unleashed by Lucifer collided mid-air over the city, and created a terrifying hypernova explosion. The explosion was so strong and so powerful that it unleashed a shockwave so powerful that it shifted the path of River Thames hundreds of kilometers away, while completely wiping out the capital city of the dead, as except the rubble of the palace, which was protected through runic formations, and the royal treasury which remained intact. Not even a single hint of a single building remained in the now barren lands. Hundreds of millions of Tier 3 soldiers, who were sprawled on the ground from Lucifer's aura, dead because of the explosion, as the two massive armies that were once fighting the war on the grand scale was reduced to a handful of near-death Tier 4 generals, who barely protected themselves from the explosion through one special mean or another, and a few lightly injured Tier 5 commanders, who looked absolutely bewildered and frightened. This was not a war where mortals like them could even be spectators without significant risks involved, and although not a single order was relayed, not even a single Tier 4 demon general chose to remain in the city after the explosion. Not caring about defecting and the punishments to be faced later on, as after this explosion, they did not have the heart to stay in the vicinity of this madness. Burnt wings, burnt bodies, and red HP bars could be seen in the air, as the demons struggled to run out of the city. Even their commanders not reprimanding them, as they tried to control their trembling nerves. The devastation left behind by the attack was so terrifying that on the elites and only 14 Tier 4 elders, including Karna, Neatwit, Mediv, Johnny and a few others, managed to stay alive, with Beelzebub being the only Tier 5 commander to stay alive, as even Luxuria, the 4th Legion commander, succumbed to the blast due to not having healed completely from her previous wounds, and not having adequate defensive moves in her arsenal. The massive war that was meant to affect realms was reduced to a fight between a handful of individuals. But it was not because the war was not on the scale of dominating entire realms. It was because the surviving individuals, though handful, were the only ones really driving the odds. When the dust finally settled, the elites gritted their teeth to see Lucifer still floating in the air with a green HP bar, as he has only lost about 6% of his total HP. However, when a drop of blood dripped from his lips, and he wiped it off with his left hand, did Lucifer realize that today a mortal had made him bleed blood, and that a mortal had forced his hand in destroying his own capital city, wiping off 99% of his forces. Rudra, on the other hand, was seen coughing violently on the ground, as he choked out mouthful of dust with each cough, as he teetered extremely close to a pool of lava on a small piece of rock with a dangerously low 10% HP bar. Rudra looked at the burn marks on his right hand, as he realized that the Death Knight's black shield he had been holding to shield himself from the explosion had been completely vaporized. He was lucky to have survived the explosion, as his massive pool of HP, which has exponentially increased in size after his vitality was increased from becoming a half-angel, was reduced to just 10%. If he was still a human, this would have been the end for him. No question about that. However, his strong half-angel constitution has somehow survived this wicked blast, and he was still able to move his body. Rudra tried to move his muscles, and immediately winced as he mentally scratched the was able to move part. Rudra pulled out a bottle of max HP potion from his inventory, and steeled his resolve to drink it when a dark lance came flying in towards his body, causing him to react in an instant to narrowly avoid being impaled by a javelin. In his hurry, Rudra was not able to completely drink the health potion down, meaning he only recovered 30% of his total health. However, even the 30% was more than he could have asked for, as his muscles started to feel as if they were on fire, but started to listen to his commands once more, putting him in a better fighting position. Again and again and again. You keep rising like a bug? Lucifer had no mirth in his words anymore, as he had been tested to the extreme now. He was not fighting a god but just a mortal. However, even when he was going all out, he could not crush him despite the power difference. This annoyed Lucifer to death. Just die, Lucifer said, as he unleashed a flurry of dark lances towards Rudra, all coming at him at incredibly high speeds. And on reflex, Rudra started to instantly fly backwards. This fight was far from over yet. Meanwhile, the forums. For a long time, there was only a blinding white light on the screens across the world, after which the screens went blank and showed scenes of people respawning at the Church of Darkness in their respective cities. Almost 99.99% of the streamcasters worldwide had been wiped out, with the only exception to the rule being Country J's national television, where the Tank Rhino was streaming. Being the only survivor of the explosion, he was the last caster left, which caused an uproar on the forums. F********. What happened? Who won? Why did all the screens go blank? Not a single channel is working? Shikuni is unreal. Are you guys seeing this? Are we even playing the same game? Shikuni is like a superpowered god while we are all trash. What happened, guys? Why is everyone dead? Where do we see what happened? Country J's national television. That's the only stream left. Quick join. The messages exploded on the forums, and within seconds dozens of billions of people switched to the Country J national television, causing the broadcasting company to have unprecedented viewership numbers in the history of the channel and the history of mankind. The next few hours of the stream was bound to earn the company at least $3 trillion in revenue. // bonus chapter for the super gift by Savanthy. Please thank her in the comments for this one // Chapter 865. Karna has had enough. Lucifer kept spamming dark lances at Rudra, and while Rudra was able to dodge a few and deflect a few, an endless barrage of tier 5 spells was too much for him to handle. The concentration needed to continuously move at such high speeds with absolute precision was very hard. And it was only because of his relentless training with Raphael that had expanded and strengthened his mind that Rudra could actually keep up with such a barrage without losing focus. Is his mana endless? It just won't end, Rudra thought, as even after Lucifer had spammed nearly 1,000 dark lances, he showed no signs of slowing down. This was a big shock to Rudra, as even with his current massive mana pool, the maximum amount of tier 5 attacks he could dish out would be 20 at most. which was nothing compared to what Lucifer was doing. Eventually Lucifer unleashed a sequence of dark lances that was too fast for Rudra to dodge or block as one of the javelins pierced one of Rudra's thighs as a splitting pain spread down Rudra's body. 340. 000. Ugh! Rudra grunted with pain, but thankfully he was currently flying and not using his feet to move around, which was why his loss of mobility due to his feet being injured did not really slow him down, otherwise the next barrage would have seen him become mincemeat. Rudra's recovered HP fell back into a dangerous red color once more, and it seemed as if Rudra was slowly being backed into a tight corner. One critical hit or two normal hits, and it would mean game over for Rudra, despite the brilliant fight that he had fought against Lucifer till this point. In the end it seemed as if it was still not enough to slay the devil. Meanwhile Karna. For a long time, Karna felt uneasy in watching Rudra fight against Lucifer, as he was just spectating in a distance. It was not like Karna or the other elites did not want to fight alongside Rudra against Lucifer. However, when just their eyes had trouble following the attacks of the devil, they seriously doubted if they had the necessary speed to react to dodging a single move before they died a pointless death. However, when Rudra's leg got impaled, something inside Karna snapped as he looked at the red HP bar of his guild master. Enough! Elites for how ing long are we going to be these spineless worthless scum who depend on the guild master to do all the heavy lifting? He has carried this guild and all of us on his back for the past 10 years. At least in his last fight, as the guild master, I want him to fight amongst his brethren as a part of a guild instead of a solo fight. Worst come worst, the devil will kill us all before we even have a chance to blink. But I would rather die by the guild master's side fighting like a man, rather than stand and gawk at his magnificence from a distance. I am going to go and kill that tier 5 demon general there, and then going to tear down the other one before going to help the guild master fight Lucifer. Those of you who have the balls to fight with me, follow me. Those who don't, well, keep gawking all your lives. Saying so, Karna unleashed his sword, and immediately he heard about a dozen swords being unleashed as Neatwood beamed towards him with a wide smile. The two tier 5 demon commanders standing were immediately alerted as they glared at the impudent tier 4 humans who dared to challenge them. Want to die? Humans? The tier 5 demon commander looked down on the trash humans who were dating to break the mutual ceasefire. However, Karna did not care as he said, "No, we want to kill you." The elites charged, and the two demon commanders returned the fire. Beelzebub was lost for a while, but soon the hazy expression on his face was replaced by a determined one as he too joined the battle as 7 elite generals, and Beelzebub took on one of the enemy demon commanders. The other demon commander wanted to charge towards Karna, who was rushing towards him with his great sword extended. However, he felt a firm grip on his shoulders that did not allow him to move a single inch as the demon commander turned back to face the person holding him with an angry expression. However, when he finally turned, his angry eyes turned into teary ones in an instant as a ear-piercing scream came out of his mouth as waves of unimaginable pain rolled through his body. "Quite juicy big balls you've got there, my boy," Johnny said with a calm expression on his face as he squeezed the demon commander's nuts firmly until they cracked and bled. The demon commander wanted to curse, but there was no wind left in his chest anymore as he struggled to gasp for air, much less to utter words. A split second later, a sword passed through the demon commander's neck as a thin line of blood splurted over Johnny's face, who frowned slightly. The head of the demon commander rolled over to the ground dead, as his dead eyes still reflected the deep pain his body was in a moment before his death. Karna had swung his sword with all his might and decapitated the demon commander with the assist of Sir Johnny, and he looked very proud about it. However, Johnny just said, "Keep it tidy next time, boy. I don't like the metallic scent of blood in my old age." Sighing and opening and closing his palms, Johnny looked at the demon's decapitated body and looked at the mangled man parts with a satisfactory smile as he said, "I wonder what Lucifer's balls would feel like." He had spoken it very softly, and only Karna was able to hear this. However, the very thought sent a chilly shiver down Karna's spine as his body trembled just to think about that scenario. / bonus chapter for hitting the GT target. Good job, everyone. / Chapter 866 Trouble. After killing one demon commander, the elites quickly moved on to the second. The second demon commander was actually skillful. However, when 14 of the best tier 4 elites, who were enraged and motivated to the limits, and a tier 5 demon commander fought relentlessly against it together. Over time, the HP was whittled down to 0, with Karna securing a second tier 5 kill. With the 2 demon commanders dead, and all the tier 4 demon generals having already fled the battlefield after the big explosion, the elites were the only people left on the entire battlefield besides Rudra and Lucifer. Karna looked at the gang behind him as he said, Onward march, boys. The devil is going down next. Meanwhile, Rudra was playing at a critically low HP, and he knew he needed to somehow distract Lucifer enough to create an opening for him to drink a max HP potion. The fight against Lucifer taking all of his focus. Rudra was not aware of what Karna and the others were doing a few kilometers away, as he did not have even a second's time to be distracted lest he be dead. Under such circumstances, Rudra could only turn to his trusted pet to help him create a distraction, as Rudra summoned Furball to fight alongside him in this battle. Rudra was blocking Lucifer's sword attacks continuously, as although he did not look at Furball, he just said, Fire Blast. The eight-tailed Furball locked target on the devil, and prepared to unleash a fire blast, when Lucifer nonchalantly looked towards the small beast, and let out a gust of cold air from his mouth. Furball unleashed Fire Blast, and the move was extremely powerful. After studying with Omar for a while, Furball had improved by leaps and bounds, and currently its Fire Blast had tier 5 attack strength. However, still when faced against Lucifer's casual blown breath, the Fire Blast was frozen over alongside Furball into an ice statue. Puny beast. Lucifer spat on Furball's frozen sculpture, and was seemingly preparing to unleash a crippling attack to break the snow and kill Furball, when Rudra snapped, and to save his pet overextended a sword strike, giving Lucifer the opportunity to hit him with the brunt of his sword and sending him flying down towards the ground. Crash. 120,000. Rudra's red HP turned from a dull red to a bright red, as he has only 6% of his net HP left now, as he stood on the ravaged ground awaiting the destructive move to be launched by Lucifer. Wanting to take no chances and end it for once and for all this time, Lucifer unleashed the strongest attack in his arsenal. Be glad, mortal. After Michael, you are the first individual to face my strongest move. Divine move, the Devil's Wrath. Rudra looked at the sky behind Lucifer tear apart, as a lot of darkness energy poured from the sky towards Lucifer's body. Just like how Hades had gathered the same before summoning the giant to destroy the wall. After Lucifer was done collecting the energy, he transferred it all to his sword, which began to tremble with immense power and an overwhelming aura of darkness, which were enhanced and expressed in one beautiful sword slash that seemed to transcend space and time itself to come towards Rudra to reap his life. Meanwhile, Max started to feel suffocated beside Sophie, and although he did not utter a single word, he started to unconsciously sit further and further away from her, as his eyes remained glued on the television screen. The battle between his brother and Lucifer was something else entirely, and today again, after a long time, Max felt like his brother was the hero he aspired to be, and that he was the coolest guy in the universe. When the massive explosion occurred, Max absolutely lost his mind, as he scrambled over the forums to understand the reason for the lost feed, and fumbled to quickly change the channel to the national TV when he realized that it was still streaming. During the entire process, Sophie kept repeatedly calling Max with loving gestures. However, Max ignored them all as his gaze remained fixed on the TV. Had Sophie been a young 17-year-old like Max, who had not seen much of the world, she would not understand the reason behind Max's tough behavior right now, or perhaps attribute it to the tense ongoing fight. However, Sophie was a clever 22-year-old who had seen her fair share of heartbreaks in high school to know that this was signs of a man who wanted to detach from his woman. Knowing how to handle such situations perfectly, Sophie went into the kitchen to bring out a kitchen knife as she calmly came back to the sofa and called for Max once again. Maxie, Sophie said with a lovely voice as Max briefly glanced at her. Sophie said, since you don't love me anymore, I guess I will just die. Saying so, Sophie slid her wrists as the baffled Max shouted and rushed to stop the blood flow as he screamed insults and called for the ambulance. Max shouted at her, are you crazy? What made you think I don't love you? Sophie innocently replied, you were not talking to me, and I thought you don't want me, and I don't want me if you don't want me. I love you, Maxie. I will never leave you. Max choked when he heard this as his emotions tore him from the inside, making him doubt if the doubts he had initially about Sophie's character were all in his brain, or was he just a terrible person. A cold smile spread on Sophie's face as she saw the care Max was giving her. Externally, she appeared to be heartbroken and weak. However, internally she knew she had hooked her man back and successfully once again. / Next GT target is 1800. Let us get it as soon as possible. / Chapter 867 One for all for one. Divine move, the Devil's Wrath. Rudra looked at the sky behind Lucifer tear apart as a lot of darkness energy poured from the sky towards Lucifer's body. Just like how Hades had gathered the same before summoning the giant to destroy the wall. After Lucifer was done collecting the energy, he transferred it all to his sword, which began to tremble with immense power and an overwhelming aura of darkness, which were enhanced and expressed in one beautiful sword slash that seemed to transcend space and time itself to come towards Rudra to reap his life. From the second that Rudra looked at that attack, he knew that there was no escaping the move. Even at his peak speed, he could not outrun the sheer massive distance that this attack covered, and it would be stupidity to face its power with his back turned towards it. Rudra's mind started to work at full speed, however, no matter how desperately his mind wished to find a solution to this fatal problem. It could not find one. Rudra was at his wit's end, and with only 6% of his HP bar left. All he could do was await his doom. Closing his eyes, Rudra smiled brightly as he accepted his fate. He had no regrets in how this war had turned out to be. He had tried his very best, but it seemed as if fate favored the devil, and it would be his loss here today. Forgive me, Earthlings. In the end I failed, Rudra thought as he hugged the ice sculpture of Furball tightly and awaited his impending doom. One breath's time passed, and it felt like an eternity to Rudra. According to his initial calculations, the attack would hit him now. 2 breaths' time passed, and Rudra raised his eyebrows, albeit keeping his eyes shut close, as he wondered why it was taking so long. 3 breaths' time passed, and Rudra could hear war cries. One of the distinct war cries that he heard was of Neetwit. He could never mistake his low-pitched war cry, as it sounded like a woman trying to do a karate chop for the first time. 4 breaths' time passed, and Rudra finally felt an exploding warmth come out from the ice sculpture he was hugging, as he opened his eyes finally to look at what was going on. When he finally opened his eyes, his pupils constricted to a small dot as to what he was seeing, as he was deeply surprised by the scene in front of him. The Elite's POV. By the time Lucifer unleashed his grand move, Karna and the others had already reached Rudra's vicinity, and were ready to engage in combat alongside him. When the incredible power of the attack made Karna's skin crawl, he was deterred for a split second before his thumping heart gave him the courage to go through with his mad plan as he unleashed his sword and threw himself in the path of the attack before Rudra. He was not alone, because Neetwit, Beelzebub, Tank, Rhino, Skyla, Bo and Sir Johnny himself all threw themselves in the attack's crossfire alongside him. Neat would lead the charge, as instead of taking the attack head-on, he decided to counter it with the only Tier 5 attack in his arsenal called the Void Slash. The attack was too strong to be handled by his weak Tier 4 body, which is why upon trying to unleash it, a shrill war cry left Neetwit's mouth as he tried his hardest to counter the attack. The 2 attacks met mid-air, and it was clear from the get-go that Neetwit's attack was significantly weaker than Lucifer's, and it was unable to weaken the incoming attack or change its trajectory by the slightest. But what it did achieve was to hold the descent of Lucifer's sword slash for 3 breaths' time before the Void Slash's energy depleted, completely snapping Neetwit's legendary grade sword in half as he powerlessly plopped to the ground in an extremely weakened state. Beelzebub picked up right where Neetwit left off, however, as he too unleashed his strongest attack called the Gluttony King's Hunger against the sword slash, which was in essence a mana absorption move that depleted the enemy's attack power in exchange for a rapidly depleting HP for Beelzebub. This time the attack visibly shrunk in size by 30% as Beelzebub happily sacrificed his life for the cause of saving Rudra and have a chance to save his master Hades. With his death, all the demon commanders and the demon portion of Hades' death army was wiped out clean as the war told away at the lives of each and every demon. Beelzebub knew that he was the weakest and the most incompetent of the 5 commanders. However, he played his part in this war very diligently, and in the end died a hero's death. His last words before being completely obliterated being, "Long live King Hades!" Right as he died, Medivh took up the burden of stopping Lucifer's attack, as instead of throwing himself in front of Rudra, him and a Tier 4 archer from the guild started to prepare their best long-range attacks, as Medivh waited for his power to accumulate before resisting Lucifer. Medivh unleashed the peak Tier 4 attack called Zeus's Thunderbolt, which when coupled with a Tier 4 archer's thunder attack called Triple Thunder Shot, created a strong bolt of lightning that rivaled Tier 5 strength. The 2 attacks met against Lucifer's weakened sword attack once more, and successfully managed to hold it off for 2 breaths' time, and weaken it by 5% more. Meanwhile Furball had divinity in its veins. Unlike Rudra, who was born immortal, and would need to someday build divinity to become an immortal, Furball only needed to refine its own blood to one day become an immortal beast queen. Born as a divine 9-tailed beast, Furball was unlike any pets in Omega, and certainly not one meant to be kept as a house cat. Rudra seldom used Furball in dangerous situations in battle, and was always careful to recall her into his soul space when she was even slightest bit injured. He was the most caring protector Furball had ever seen, and it was exactly the reason why even after she grew to the strength of 8 tails, she was still an obedient baby when it came to following his orders. Except for Rudra's pet, which was the divine 9 tails. There was not a single battle pet in the entirety of Omega that could solo a Tier 4 player with ease. However, for Furball that was not enough. Her pride was too large, and growing up with a monster master like Ridra, who could actually outpace her natural growth, she was never really called upon by his master for his protection in a dangerous situation. Against Lucifer today, Furball was able to feel her master's desperation as he called on her to create an opening for him to get enough time to heal and fight this battle with renewed energy. However, Furball's flames were snubbed off by Lucifer with ease, as she was turned into an ice sculpture. As she felt her master embrace her in his last moments, Furball's pride crumpled, as she refused to believe that the one time that her master actually relied on her for something important. She failed. Anger, disbelief, shock, and refusal to admit defeat created a spark of emotions inside her, which ignited her divinity, and triggered her sprouting the ninth tail as Furball finally achieved her true form, as the divine nine-tailed beast. Her golden fur coat ignited into golden flames, as the ice around her started to melt rapidly. Within one breath's time, she broke free of the icy prison as her divine golden luster brightened the entirety of surroundings around her, becoming a beacon of light in Lucifer's dark world, as she glared at the devil with rage and disgust. A primal howl shook the kingdom of hell, as Furball roared in fury. Stepping away from her master, who looked bewildered to see her transformation, Furball expanded to her true size, which was that of a 100-meter tall and 40 meters wide fox with 70-meter long tails that looked like the wings of a flaming phoenix, but golden and much more divine. Opening her mouth, Furball started to collect divine fire near her nostril, as a breath's time later, she unleashed a terrifying golden flamethrower straight towards Lucifer's sword slash. The golden flame stopped the descent of the sword slash, however were being progressively pushed back. This was unacceptable for Furball, who planted her feet firmly into the ground and pushed back with all her might. Lucifer, who was panting and recovering from unleashing his strongest attack, was bewildered to witness this scene beneath him, as he muttered under his breath, "Impossible." His attack was laced with divine power, and only divine power could truly chip it off, and it seemed Furball's flamethrower contained a trace of the divine power. Lucifer did not want to believe what he was seeing. However, his denial was not going to change a thing. The fact of the matter was that today a new beast queen had been born. // Hope you all enjoyed this chapter. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. / Chapter 868, Johnny doing Johnny things. Furball diminished the power of Lucifer's attack significantly until it only contained a sliver of its original strength, being a peak tier 5 attack at best. However, the threat was still very much real, and the last person to completely stop the attack was none other than Vice Guildmaster Karna. Just a fraction above Ridra's head, Karna extended his arms above his head and blocked the brunt of the attack with his sword, as every last muscle in his body visibly tensed. Karna pushed himself to the limits, not ready to accept that the attack would get past him, and no matter how much his body threatened to give out under the pressure, through sheer willpower he continued, and did not let the attack fall down at all. He was soon joined by Johnny English, who had his burden, and together the duo finally completely obliterated Lucifer's attack. Panting and weakened, Karna smiled as he looked towards Ridra and said, "Don't have to hold the sky alone no more. Old friend. Unspeakable emotion surged inside Ridra's heart. Looking around, he could see his entire guild encircling him, fighting for him against the devil, and working as a team to negate the devil's strongest move. Ridra was almost on the verge of shedding an emotional tear when Sir Johnny tossed him a bottle of full HP potion in a hurry, as he said, "Drink up fast, kid." Ridra knew there was no time to be wasted, as he quickly drank the full HP potion at once, only daring to breathe after he saw his HP rise steadily once again. This was an incredibly proud and warm moment for Ridra, as for once, he had truly given up the hope of fighting against Lucifer, and surrendered to his fate of losing. But it was his guild members who supported him in this difficult times, and gave him one last shot at taking down Lucifer. Ridra distinctly remembered the day each and every one of them joined the guild, most being core members, who were present because Ridra personally invited them at the start of the guild, believing in their potential as top players, and today, after more than a decade, his investment had finally paid off. Ridra had gotten used to fighting solo when things got really difficult, and this was the first time he was feeling the warmth of a family that protected him, instead of him needing to protect them. Especially Furball, who now shined with her nine-tailed beast form, and went head-to-head with Lucifer's attack, whittling it down to a fraction of its true power. He had never thought in his wildest dreams that the tiny Furball that he loved with all his heart, and fed only the most expensive pet food because she was a fussy eater, would one day become the next beast queen. However, Ridra's moment of warmth was rudely interrupted by the devil. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you insolent ants interfere with my attack? This is getting annoying. I'm a god! A god! I should not be facing trouble when fighting mortals. There is definitely some third party influencing this battle. Otherwise it's impossible. Whoever it is, reveal yourself. Reveal yourself, or the mortals will die a painful and pathetic death. I am not joking. Lucifer became hysteric and delusional after seeing his strongest attack being whittled down by mortals. The positive in the situation for Lucifer was that while Rudra was healing himself, Lucifer too recovered from the 6% damage that he had received from the previous blast. However, the negative for him was that Rudra had recovered to 100% as well, and apparently also had new helpers and a new beast queen by his side. Rudra looked at the hysteric state that the devil was in and realized that it was now or never for him. Looking towards Karna, he said, "Buy me 1 minute in time. Then leave it all to me." Karna smiled to see the confident guildmaster once again as he took his orders to heart and rallied it to everyone present. "The boss needs a minute. Nobody can die before 1 minute." Instantly every elite was energized as they looked unapologetically towards Lucifer, their glares making it clear that they were no longer afraid of the devil. However, none of the glares was more hostile than the one given to the devil by Sir Johnny English, as pointing his index finger towards Lucifer he said, "You? Boy, tell me something." Lucifer, who was supremely irritated by the mortal pointing towards him, unleashed a lightning-quick dark glance towards Johnny. However, since Johnny was in his void form, the attack slipped right through. Johnny continued, "I hear you sleep with 20 different women every day and never sleep with the same woman twice. Is this true?" Lucifer had completely flipped by this point as he said, "I sleep with 100 women. What's it got to do with you, old man? Also, I was born before your ancestors were still monkeys. So don't you dare call me boy. I'm not a boy, I'm th. Arghaya. Lucifer screamed as he felt an unbelievably painful sensation arise from his crotch area. Looking below, he saw a hand crushing his balls and breaking his walnuts, and it was by far the most humiliating and painful experience he had ever felt in all of his existence. The scream unleashed by Lucifer was so powerful that the distant northern mountains that were thousands of kilometers away experienced a landslide because of his scream, whereas small tremors and earthquakes were felt all across the once capital city. A voice whispered in the ears of Lucifer, and it was a whisper that he would not forget for 1,000,000 years more, as Johnny said in his ears, "What's it got to do with me, you ask? Well, I, Johnny English, am a world-renowned protector of women's rights and the moral police of playboys like you. So this old man has decided to turn you into a eunuch." Saying so, Johnny twisted Lucifer's balls as another wave of crippling pain passed through the devil's body as he rotated his left arm and cut off Johnny English's head, killing him and sending him packing to the Church of Light. "How did he even get here?" Lucifer said as he slowly descended from the sky and took footing on the ground, his knees buckling from all the pain that Johnny had caused him. As he wondered how such an attack slipped by him, Lucifer could have sworn that he was at least 400 meters away from the old man and mid-air, which meant that for a mortal not knowing how to fly it was impossible to reach him. Yet as his eyes were focused on the old man standing below, out of nowhere his balls were gripped by the same old man from behind as he gripped his shoulders for support as to not fall down. Lucifer understood that he had been teleported behind him by someone, and the man standing below was only an illusion. It was his anger that made him blind to the switch, as while he was ranting he must have missed the subtle fluctuations in space-time. However, the question remained as to who could manipulate space and time so subtly while creating such perfect illusion. It did not take him long to figure it out, as Lucifer stared towards the divine nine-tailed beast with disgust. It was only the nine-tailed beasts, who perfected illusions, who could pull something this sinister off. "I will kill you, you fox bitch." Lucifer gritted his teeth and cursed at Furball, who bared her fangs in response. However, the fact of the matter remained that today, a mortal had crushed the devil's balls and caused him to kneel on the ground due to suffering unbearable pain. It was a moment he wanted to airbrush from history, but could be never reversed. Meanwhile, on the forums, the netizens went absolutely nuts when seemingly out of nowhere Johnny English teleported behind the devil and crushed his balls. Over 30 billion males watching the live stream subconsciously covered their balls, as if safeguarding them from such a horrendous fate. However, it did not matter, as their elation at seeing the devil scream and howl like a mortal surpassed their pity for the crushed man parts. "Johnny English is my goat. He is the goat. I will forever be his biggest fan." Sir Johnny is a class act. He is one of those mystical players who you can never get a read on and a wild card in any battlefield. Today he made a god kneel. What an absolute legend. What is that attack he used that made even the devil squirm like a little girl? Can I learn it? OMG. What a lewd man. Someone ban this old purr. Ouch. I can feel the pain through the screen. The forums were ablaze from Johnny's tremendous feat. And even Max, who was watching from the hospital on a small screen, thought that his master was something else. Inwardly he resolved to learn this ball-crushing move that his master was teaching him to perfection, to be used against much stronger opponents he would face in the future. // Congratulations, all we have hit the GT target. Bonus chapter will be given tomorrow. // Chapter 869, The Elites' Last Stand. Lucifer's glare towards Furball was full of hate and contempt, and the devil did not shy away from pushing towards her an endless barrage of darkness lances. However, the aiming was a mess due to all the pain that Lucifer was suffering, and completely all over the place. Medivh saw this opportunity, and decided that he needed to exploit it somehow, and hence unleashed the attack Wheel of Fire on Lucifer. The Wheel of Fire was a tier 4 attack, and one of the best that Medivh could summon, as it was not meant for AoE type damage, but rather used in 1 versus 1 combat, making it packed with energy. However, Medivh was given a taste of reality fairly quickly, when Lucifer swatted his Wheel of Fire like swatting off a pesky fly, as his rhythm of attacking Furball did not even slow down. It was at this moment that the elites finally understood the true chasm between their weak selves and the devil, as although they had collectively tried their best to stop a single attack from Lucifer, they were still far away from having the power to actually attack the devil. Cola, Rhino, and Tank flanked Lucifer, while Bo and Skyla decided to attack from a distance as they threw daggers. The 5 of them coordinated a well-timed attack targeting Lucifer's right arm. However, although the attack was technically well-targeted and well-timed, in practicality it was just too slow. While Cola and Rhino were decoys at Lucifer's vision side, Tank was coming in from his blind side to try a stabbing attack, while 2 daggers were thrown aimed at his right arm by Bo and Skyla. Lucifer calmly dodged 2 daggers targeting his extended right arm that was holding the prison of darkness, as he turned and shot Tank at point-blank range with a darkness lance, creating a hole the size of a tank missile in his chest. From the start to finish, the entire process only took 0.5 seconds, and the movements of the devil were so fast to the naked eye it seemed as if he had not moved at all, and the 2 daggers has passed through his arm as if it was air, while Tank was suddenly dead. Lucifer grabbed Cola by the neck and raised him above ground, his cold red eyes staring a hole in Cola's soul, before he calmly crushed it like crushing a ripe mango, blood and brains spluttering all over. With Cola dying, the rest of the world lost their last streamer streaming the war live, and the screens worldwide turned into darkness momentarily before displaying the familiar wake-up sequence at the Church of Light. The next one to die a gruesome death was Rhino, who was melted to his death by a black flame attack. His painful screams filled the barren city, as his bone and flesh alike was melted away by the tier 5 attack that Lucifer flicked onto him. After Rhino, it was Bo who died a horrible death, and after him was Skyla. One after another, Lucifer picked the small fries supporting Ridra until only Karna, Furball, and a half-dead Nitwit were left alive. Lucifer turned to Karna next as he said, "Of all the small fries, you are the most annoying." Karna did not react to Lucifer's words at all, and did not even try to dodge the attack coming his way, as he knew it was fruitless. A death for the others on this battlefield here meant that they would just wake up in the city in the Middle Realm. A death for Karna here, however, meant game over. Having already died once in the battle to cross River Thames, he and Ridra were walking a tightrope in this war, and risking everything to fight. Although Karna did not mind being granted such a spectacular death by the hands of the devil himself, a small part of him really did not want his adventure in Omega to come to an end until the end. 58, 59.60. Karna counted under his breath and smiled. The 1 minute Ridra had asked for were up. Right on time. The attack coming towards him was deflected by his guild master, and he was saved. Ridra assessed the battlefield and said, "Leave the rest here to me. You help Nitwit. The lad looks half dead." He stirs once again. How wonderful! Lucifer showed his absolute distaste to see Ridra back in action. If looks could kill, Ridra would already be dead a million times under the gaze of the devil, as Lucifer questioned if he had hated someone so much since the start of time. Something was different about Ridra this time as he matched Lucifer's gaze, as there was an eerie calm in his demeanor that gave the devil the chills for some reason. There was a reason as to why Ridra did not use his best tactics against Lucifer straight from the get-go. Ridra knew he was going to have one shot to save the gods, and he needed to make it count. However, he was finally ready to go all out now. Meanwhile, on the forums, there was a terrifying public outrage regarding Cola's death and the loss of the last streaming individual for the war, as nobody knew what was going to happen in the war next. Thousands of people flocked to the Purple Haze City Church of Light, as the only indicator of what happened in the war was now the elites respawning at the church. If Ridra showed up at the church, then it would mean that it was all over. However, if he did not show up, meant that the fight was still ongoing. When 12 of the 14 elites who were supporting Ridra showed up at the church, Many thought that it was going to be only a few moments until Vice Guildmaster Karna and High Ranker Neatwit showed up as well. However, 5 minutes passed, and they did not show up, causing speculation as to what was going on, whether Rudra slayed the devil or not. It seemed as if only 3 individuals were going to be able to witness this event in all of mankind. / bonus chapter for hitting the GT target. Enjoy / Chapter 870, a decade in the making. Often Rudra had thought about creating his own style of fighting. A series of moves that would seem harmless at first but over time cause the enemy to make a mistake that could be exploited by Rudra to win every battle. It was much more difficult than one thought, as there were a lot of variables in controlling your enemy's actions to be exactly what you want them to be without the enemy being any wiser. However, Rudra's ambition seemed to get wings when he learnt the Ultimate Combat Series move created by Hades himself. The Dance of Death. It was everything Rudra aspired to create, as the flowing and ever-moving style of fighting was intricately designed for slowly pushing the enemy towards making a series of moves they did not wish to do, but were forced to do anyways. While Rudra had the confidence to dominate anyone at the same tier under the Dance of Death attack in a 1 versus 1 fight, the same did not work while fighting an enemy like Lucifer because of the strength gap. The Dance of Death was designed so intricately that if the 4th attacking slash was designed to get the opponent to take 1 step backwards, then if it failed to achieve the goal, then the subsequent moves 5, 6, 7 would be rendered useless, and the ultimate chain would crumple. It was a near impossible move to perfect. However, it was a near impossible move to be evaded when executed by someone who had perfected it. Usually, Rudra did not have the strength to go head-to-head with a god. His stats were too low, and Lucifer usually manhandled him in every attack that he made. His sword strike was not strong enough to force the devil to take a step back, or make the devil rotate his hips, as per what Rudra wanted him to do. To dodge Rudra's attack, because if he did not have the strength to counter it at an odd angle lest his sword be knocked out of his hands. Which was why Rudra refrained from using the Dance of Death on the devil. If this was the old him. Before his training with the gods, there was no way that he could match up to the devil even when he used the Dance of Death, as simply put. His fighting style was not refined enough to face a being of that level and force him to dance on his fingertips. However, after being strengthened incredibly from all the elixirs and level UPS courtesy of Osriel, and also from all the training with Raphael, Sariel and Michael, Rudra now had an inkling as to what he needed to do. His fight with Lucifer had started over 24 hours ago now, and in the 1 full day that the two were bashing heads, Rudra had strategically tested the devil's response to various attacks at various angles, and studied in length as to how his loss of mobility due to handling the prison of darkness affected him. Although it seemed as if Rudra was only defending for his life all along. That was actually not the case, as he was always scheming, always plotting, and always watching Lucifer's actions. He had a firm grasp of Lucifer's movements, his actions and his range of attack now, which was why Rudra had confidence that after activating his time dilation, increasing his strength and agility by x10, he would finally have a chance to gain the upper hand against the devil in battle, albeit only for 3 short minutes. Rudra had 1 shot to free the gods, and it was in these 3 minutes. As if he failed to achieve his goals now, it would mean that he would be left without the means to gain an upper hand against Lucifer for the full duration of the time dilation skill's cooldown, and he did not expect to come out of a battle for that long against Lucifer alive. In the 1 minute that his guildmates had bought him, Rudra contemplated as to if he wanted to take the gamble and fight against Lucifer now. Or did he need more information on the devil before taking his chances? However, the longer he thought about it, the more he grit his teeth, because as much as he hated to admit it, it wasn't just him who was evolving the longer their fight lasted. It was Lucifer who was evolving as well. The devil was not like an above-average player, but someone who was undoubtedly more talented and experienced in battle than Rudra himself, which made his adaptability and sheer indefeatability formidable. The longer this fight lasted, the lesser the chances that Rudra would have to force Lucifer on the back foot, as the devil would read his fighting style fully and learn how to counter it perfectly. For Rudra, this meant that it was now or never. Feeling his adrenaline pump, Rudra realized that after a long time, he was looking forward to actually fighting a battle where he did not know how the outcome was going to be. There was a fair chance of success for him, but there was an equal risk as well, and it was all very exciting. Rudra was a warrior at heart, and a true one at that. Although his defensive style of fighting was undoubtedly much more superior to his aggressive one, it was his reckless fighting that he truly enjoyed while on the battlefield, as there was something about putting it all on the line that oddly gave his warrior heart joy and satisfaction. If he expressed his feelings to anyone, they would unquestionably call him a madman for feeling excited to fight against Lucifer. But in a way, he was a madman. A madman looking to end the #1 villain character in Omega. A madman looking to complete the main storyline of the game and take his light faction all the way to a victory. A madman out for the blood of the gods. Clutching Grim Reaper and Excalibur. Ridra thought, this is it, my trusted aids. Today you bathe in the devil's blood. // This chapter is sponsored by the #1 fan of this book, Cervantes 91. Please thank him in the comments for this one // Chapter 871 Battle Plan. Ridra rushed towards Lucifer, who seemed to take a battle stance to counter Ridra's incoming attack when he used the move, Future Sight. Continuation. Point 1. Ridra activated time dilation in his future sight, and suddenly the flow of time slowed down around him, accelerating his pace against Lucifer, suddenly causing the devil to be caught in an awkward pose while defending the first strike. Ridra slammed Siege Breaker against the devil's sword, and it was pushed towards the ground as Ridra swung Excalibur towards his torso, which the devil blocked by raising his right leg vertically and blocking the sword strike using the shin guard on his feet. Lucifer leaped backwards, trying to create distance between himself and Ridra. However, this was exactly what Ridra wanted the devil to do, to push him onto the back foot as he finally started his dance of death. Death aura exploded around Ridra, and Siege Breaker became covered in a black death fog that usually laced Hades' scythe, as Ridra's movements suddenly became fluid and impossible to predict as his feet and muscles shuffled in all directions. It was like Ridra was performing an elaborate dance instead of a series of attacks, as his strikes would land in from erratic directions, and while usually it would not make any difficulties for the devil, with his newfound burst of power, Lucifer was having a hard time facing his dual sword fighting style with just one hand. In his mind, Lucifer knew that Ridra's ultimate goal was going to be to aim for his right arm, which was exactly why he fought southpaw with his left arm extended, and by reducing his surface area of exposure to only a small area of attacks. However, the devil did not know that it was all a part of the mastermind strategist's plan, who was leading him down the rabbit hole. Right strike, feint, leg kick, sword thrust, reverse slash, headbutt. Ridra kept performing moves, forcing the devil to not get even a single second's time to think or counter, as he was forced on the defensive. Ridra outpaced him for the first time in this battle, and Lucifer was under serious heat, having no time to realize that Ridra was progressively opening his stance up by forcing his hips to turn little by little, as more and more of his body became exposed to his attacks. The 3 minutes were about to go up, and Ridra was nearly there, appearing to target his right shoulder, only for it to be a feint, as the moment the devil folded his arms to block the strike with his left arm. Ridra quickly thrusted Grim Reaper towards his left arm, threatening to cut it off. It was the perfect attack combo, and Ridra expected it work. However, at the last possible second, Lucifer pulled a Hail Mary on Ridra as he let go of his left sword, allowing a slowed Ridra's right Excalibur attack to hit the top of his shoulder pads and cause a small gushing wound, however saving his left arm in the process, as he kicked Ridra off into the distance after casually picking his sword. The devil survived this barrage of attack, and Ridra's power finally ended. The effects of time dilation were over, leaving him weak and prone to Lucifer's counter. End of continuation. Point 1. Ridra's mind was in a disarray. However, the sequence of events he had started were already placed into motion, and there was nothing he could do to back away now. Activating time dilation, he charged at the devil, slamming Siege Breaker against the devil's sword and pushing it towards the ground. He followed it up by swinging Excalibur towards his torso, which the devil blocked by raising his right leg vertically, just like in Ridra's vision. Panicking, Lucifer leaped backwards, trying to create distance between himself and Ridra, also exactly like Ridra's future sight, as Ridra too activated his final attacking sequence, the Dance of Death, as Ridra gambled on only changing the final attack sequence to his advantage. Everything now depended on his luck and ability to come up with a last sequence of attacks to counter Lucifer's predicted moves. Meanwhile, Max's mobile phone was constantly buzzing, and it was his sister-in-law Naomi. 27 missed calls. Shit! Max panicked. He had not looked at his phone because of rushing Sophie to the hospital, which was why he missed his sister-in-law's phone calls. Hello? Sister-in-law, are you okay? Max panicked as he picked up the phone as a ragged voice answered on the other side. Max, I don't feel so good. I've been having a panic attack since the feed went off. I don't know if your brother is okay or not, and it's bothering me. Can you please come home and give me some company if it's not too much of a bother? Naomi said with a weak voice. Although it was a request, Max felt his heart pinch when he heard her voice. It was very frail and weak, and Max felt his feet move without his brain ordering them to, as he felt like rushing towards his pregnant sister-in-law. Usually Naomi was a fighter, and one of the best ones at that. However, her pregnancy and hormones made it so that some days she was slightly weaker and needed emotional support, and since Ridra was away most of the times, it was Max who used to comfort her in such times. It was never too much. just watching news or TV together or having dinner. However, his presence calmed Naomi down and took her mind off the issues bothering her, which eventually helped her. Never before had Naomi requested Max to be with her from her own volition, which is why Max felt like he needed to go at once. However, since he was at the hospital with Sophie, he decided to inform her that he needed to leave at once before going home. Peeking into her ER room, Max looked at Sophie and said, "Babe, sister-in-law is not feeling so well. I need to go home at once. I'll be back later." Max had expected this to be the end of discussion, and that he would be able to leave at once now. However, he was wrong. Making a face, as if someone had told her that her mother just died, Sophie looked exasperated as she said, "She is not feeling so well and I am fine?" Max was horrified when he heard this, as he stopped dead in his tracks. Looking at Sophie blankly, "Go! You don't love me anyways. Go! It's only your family that matters. Your brother and your sister-in-law and you. It's not me who matters. I'm just your whore, right? That you F when you feel the need. Otherwise I have no standing in your life." Sob, sob, sob. Sophie started to cry hysterically, and Max found himself dumbfounded by the situation. What the hell is this woman's problem? Max's brain screamed as he became incredibly frustrated. He wanted to leave immediately when he realized that he was dealing with a crazy chick here. Max feared that Sophie would kill herself if Max tried to leave. However, he really wanted to be there for Naomi. Caught in a dilemma, Max felt like he was living an extremely complicated life. His heart knew the right thing to do, however his circumstances prevented him from acting upon it. He was, however, at a very important crossroad of his life, and today was a make or break day for him depending on his choices. Just what was Max to do? Chapter 872 Trembling Gods. Lucifer's POV. What the? Why is the mortal suddenly exponentially stronger? What sorcery is this? Lucifer thought as Ridra started his barrage of attacks. I can't follow his movements at all. What the hell? He is actually pushing me back. A mortal is pushing me back. Lucifer was forced to retreat as he could barely face Ridra's dual sword barrage. Sweat dripping down his spine as a chilling realization hit the god. Me sweating? Against a mortal? Lucifer wanted to deny it. He wanted to think he was hallucinating. However, the moisture on his back was unmistakable. He was indeed sweating while facing a mortal opponent. If the other gods ever found out about this, they would undoubtedly think that Lucifer was a weakling and a good-for-nothing. All the hype he had created over centuries of torturing mortals and building his reputation as a great adversary to the angels would be gone in a split second if such news ever leaked out. This irritated Lucifer to no end. What is the source of his power? Is it the damned beast? How is he so much stronger than just a moment ago? This makes no sense. The gap in our strengths was too wide to be bridged so abruptly. This is impossible. Lucifer felt the increasing threat of Ridra going for his right arm that was holding the prison. Lucifer knew the importance to maintain the integrity of the prison, and could absolutely not allow the mortal to break that barrier, forcing the devil to fight Southpaw. The mortal thinks he can get through my defenses and take down the prison. He is naive, and a million years too young to take me on. Whatever his source of strength is, it seems temporary from all the hurry he is in. If I can just weather it out for a while, I can take him down later. Lucifer was confident that Ridra's increase in power was temporary, as he submitted to his role of playing the defensive, believing that he could weather through this storm. What he did not realize is that he, a god who was never supposed to put a mortal in his eyes, was today being forced on the defensive by one. And that he, the great ruler of the underworld, had to fight defensively. Not because of choice, but because it was his only option. However, he could not fight properly against Ridra because of the ridiculous fighting style that his opponent had adopted. Ridra's attacks were erratic and made no sense to the devil, who had fought countless battles throughout his lifetime. Yet never did he see anyone fight like Ridra was fighting today. Why is this mortal dancing like a monkey? What is the point of all these unnecessary movements he is making? Is he dancing? Is this to mock me? How dare he mock me? Fucking dancing monkey. His muscles are contracting, however his attacks are not landing with a strength, as if his strength is utilized in the dancing. What is he doing? Why is he making a fool of me? Lucifer was growing increasingly frustrated, so much so that if his tear glands had not dried up thousands of years ago, he would have shed a few out of frustration today. I have not felt this kind of pressure since Fighting Master. Lucifer thought as his mood became grim. In all his countless years of existence, the only being who gave him this kind of one-sided pressure was his master, the unnamed god. Nobody since had forced him back like this, because nobody else was ever capable enough. Although Michael was stronger than him, their fights were always more even, and he had never fought Michael with such a huge handicap of having one of his arms being tied up to maintaining a prison. If he fought Michael with such a big handicap, the fight would have undoubtedly ended within 10 minutes. But Michael was the first of the archangels. Divine blood ran through his veins, and his power was immeasurable. A mortal was a nobody. A rut born without mana flowing through their veins, and a scrawny species, whose only role was to worship the gods to help them gain divinity. However, today the devil's worldview was shattered. A mortal had forced him to realize that humans were not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Karna and Neatwit, as the two of them looked at the battle between Rudra and Lucifer, literal chills went down their whole bodies, as there was not a single strand of hair on their bodies that was not erect at this moment. Our guildmaster is actually pushing back a god. A god, Karna. A goddamn god. Neatwit said, his mouth agape. In my eyes, he is one too. If not a god, then a goddamn alien. Because no human should be this strong, Karna said with a satisfied smile on his face. When I first met him, I harbored the hopes to surpass him someday. The gap between our levels was not that large, and I always believed that with a bit more effort I can surpass him. I guess it's been 5 years since I subconsciously gave up on that dream, Neatwit confessed. You lasted much longer than me then. I gave it up a decade ago after our first year together. I knew nobody could beat this freak, Karna confessed back. A short and awkward moment of silence followed these words, as both prideful warriors swallowed their pride down, realizing that in their moment of all true inner feelings had been accidentally exposed. Never talk about it again, Neatwit asked. Yep, Karna instantly replied. The two continued to watch the battle in rapt attention after this small talk, as they could sense that the end was approaching near, and they did not want to miss it due to idle chatting. / This bonus chapter has been sponsored by Lazy Shadow 3. Please thank him in the comments for this one. / Chapter 873, Teenage Mistakes. Max felt like he was having a mental breakdown at the hospital as the nursing staff and the passing doctors gave him the looks of scrutiny. Many thought that Max had rushed in with a pregnant girlfriend or something similar, and was now freaking out about how to inform family members about this. However, these people did not understand the levels of psychological manipulation that Sophie had mastered. The problem with Max was not that he did not know how to differentiate between right and wrong. The problem was that he was still an innocent teenager who was naive in the ways of the world. Max understood that he needed to ditch his girlfriend and be there with his pregnant sister-in-law who needed him more. However, a small part of him worried that what if he left and Sophie actually killed herself? He did not wish to risk such an outcome, which was why he was having a psychological breakdown. If Sophie was an honest girl, Max would not be put in such a hard spot. An honest girl would not have acted crazy and ended in the hospital in the first place. However, even if because of some accident she did, she would have nudged Max to go and be with his sister-in-law and told him to not worry about her. But not Sophie. She knew this was exactly the opportunity that could be used to separate Max from his loving and caring family and nudge him towards her, which was why she went through all this lengths to create such drama. Sophie had lost both her parents. However, she had seen her father regularly keeping his family and his work above her mother and his child, which is why she understood the need to cut a man off from all these distractions if she truly wanted to own one. For her to actually control Max, she needed to create an environment where she would be Max's one and only emotional support, and only then could she successfully become the owner of a prestigious talent that was sure to dominate the world called Max Rajput. Men were strong mentally and physically, however weak emotionally. If one knew how and where to manipulate a man's feelings, they were basically as tame as a puppy. Initially, Sophie never believed she had a shot with Max. However, when she met the boy and saw him blushing and being polite with her at every small interaction, she understood that Max was green to women, much less to flirting, which is when she saw the open road to entering his heart. Initially, she wanted to be with Max to get a chance to get closer to Rudra. Her goal was to enter Rudra Rajput's harem. However, just one small breakfast interaction with the man later, she understood that Rudra Rajput was impossible to be manipulated emotionally and was a man's man, much more than she could handle. However, thankfully for her, this is when the rise of Max Rajput started. Max started gaining fame and net worth as his legendary deeds in Omega started licking wind, and this is when Sophie realized that Max could be her ticket to a limitless future. Complications started when Rudra rejected Sophie and told Max to break things off. And since that moment, Sophie had identified Rudra as her enemy and decided that if she wanted to cling to Max, she needed to end the relationship between the brothers. Today, this was her grand act and her chance to ruin things between the two brothers, and she was low-key excited. Oh, Rudra, you might be a mastermind in game, but you are nothing compared to me, Sophie thought smugly as she saw Max enter the room with a syringe. Her smile doubled as she realized in the end Max chose to stay. Hubby, I love you, Sophie said, making sure to use her weak voice when she addressed Max, reminding him of how weak she was as Max returned a smile and proceeded to inject the injection into her sodium drip. I love you too, Max said, his voice raspy as his breathing became erratic and his heartbeat broke past 180. For the next 5 minutes, Max sat beside Sophie in extreme anxiousness, waiting for her to fall asleep, and 5 minutes later, when no matter how many times he called her name or shook her awake, Sophie stopped responding. Max put his trembling finger beneath her nose to check if she was still breathing, and only sighed in relief when he realized that she was. After that, Max bolted out of the hospital without wasting a single second. What Max had done today was commit a crime of jailable offense, as in his desperation of finding no way out of this situation, he decided to break into the hospital's drug storage compartment and steal a small dosage of anesthesia. Roughly putting her age and weight and body type on the internet, Max found the dosage that would knock her out cold, and after performing simple dilation calculations based on how much liquid was left in her sodium drip, Max injected the injection into her drip, knocking Sophie out cold. This gave Max some peace of mind when he left the building, as he understood that Sophie was not going to kill herself in his absence. However, the idiot forgot about one important thing: to remove her drip from her for now that she was knocked out cold. Anesthesia-laced drip continued to enter Sophie's bloodstream, and there was a very real risk of her dying now. If she did, Max would be charged with manslaughter, ruining his image and his life since a very early age. / strong, important notice, / strong guys, I have a very important announcement to make today, and it will be an unusually long one. So please make sure to read the author comments pinned below. It is absolutely mandatory for everyone to read this announcement. Do not miss it. / Chapter 874 Victory. Right strike. Feint. Leg kick. Sword thrust. Reverse slash. Headbutt. Rudra kept performing moves after moves after moves, not giving the devil even a single second of time to think or counter, as he was forced on the defensive. Rudra was so fast and thorough with his attacking that Lucifer had no time to realize that Rudra was progressively opening his stance up by forcing his hips to turn little by little as more and more of his body became exposed to his attacks. The 3 minutes were about to go up and Rudra was nearly there, appearing to target Lucifer's right shoulder only for it to be a feint as the moment the devil folded his arms to block the strike with his left arm. Rudra quickly tried to take his left arm off by slicing Grim Reaper down extremely hard. This was it. This was the moment everything went downhill for him in the future sight, and the moment where Lucifer pulled the fight away from Rudra. For the 3 minutes where he was fighting against the devil, the only attack sequence actually going through Rudra's mind was this one. A lot of simulations ran through his mind, and after a lot of contemplation, Rudra realized one thing, which was that no matter how he wanted to target Lucifer's left arm, unless there was something binding it to a place, making it unable for Lucifer to operate, the devil was always going to drop his sword and move out of the way of that strike in order to save his arm. Although it was the best possible course of action for Rudra, as it would mean that Lucifer would lose his only operational arm, which was used in combat, while being forced to break the prison of darkness with his other one in order to continue fighting. This would mean that when Hades and Omar would return to battle, they would find a main devil for them to kill who would be fighting with a severe disability. Although it was the best course of action, it seemed as if the devil was prepared to not lose his left arm under any circumstances whatsoever, which meant that Rudra needed to improvise and change his target. Since the left arm was unreachable, Rudra decided to play the double feint and go for the devil's right arm instead. Rudra acted as if he meant business when he was slashing his Grim Reaper on Lucifer's left arm, as even the devil could not doubt that Rudra did not mean business with this strike, as it was performed with extreme hate and power. Lucifer, an experienced veteran of war, had expected this course of action, and he immediately dropped his left sword to pull his hand away from the path of the incoming strike, as he seemed to follow up by performing a powerful kick to Rudra's chest. Lucifer had an evil smile on his face when he saw Rudra missing his left arm, and the momentum of his strike carrying him to bend over lower, bringing his center of mass down for his leg kick to land squarely. Like I said, a million years too young to fight me, boy, Lucifer thought smugly. However, right at this moment, Rudra used the downward momentum of the Grim Reaper to launch himself into a circular motion, as if performing a spirited dance move. As he dodged Lucifer's leg kick narrowly, and forced the devil to kick back to create distance between himself and Rudra to prevent the powerful downstroke of Rudra's rotating motion to land on his swordless body. Grim Reaper scratched the tips of Lucifer's left shoulder armor, creating sparks, as Lucifer barely dodged the attack from that sword, a sigh of relief escaping his mouth as he now expected Excalibur to miss completely, that it was coming down towards his body a split second later, giving him even more time to put distance between himself and Rudra. The devil in all his glorious years of battle had become acclimated to fighting swords that were stationary in size and shape. As although there were millions of swords across the world, only one had the property of changing its size and mass as per the requirement of its user, and that sword was the divine sword Excalibur. Ridra remained laser-focused on Lucifer's right arm and perfectly targeted the portion where his shoulder armor ended and his exposed arm started. As Ridra brought down and expanded Excalibur with all his damn might. Ridra grit his teeth hard as he expanded and set the weight of Excalibur to a whopping 10 meters long sword weighing over 1,000 tons. The sword threatened to tear every muscle in Ridra's body apart from its weight and momentum. However, Ridra did not care. This was it. This was his ultimate attack that was going to defeat the devil. Time seemed to slow down around Ridra, as he could vividly see his sword coming crashing down on Lucifer's extended right arm that was holding the prison of darkness as it made contact. It was all over in a split second. However, Ridra remembered the feeling in great detail. It was like cutting butter through a hot knife, as he could feel Excalibur tearing through Lucifer's blood. Bone and muscle like moving through air, severing the devil's arm from his body. Michael had told him that it was Excalibur's destiny to someday draw blood from Lucifer's body. And today Ridra had fulfilled that destiny by not only drawing blood from the devil, but severing a whole full arm. A primal scream filled the air as blood splurted everywhere and on everything. Ridra especially getting bathed from head to toe in the warm blood of a god. The prison of darkness started to fade fast once Lucifer's arm was decapitated, and it would be 2-3 breaths time at most before Hades and Omar would be freed. Unfortunately for Ridra, however, his muscles were really not strong enough to control such a length and weight of a sword, as when he tried to regain control of Excalibur by trying to hold its weight, and try to contract it back into normal shape, he tore both his arm muscles in the process. A wave of pain shot through Ridra's body as well. However, it was nothing compared to seeing the devil bleed and cry like a mortal, and hear his shrill war cry filled with hate. "You disgusting fucking inbred mortal. I will end your existence. Your family's existence. The existence of your whole darn species. On my name as the fallen angel, I swear that as long as I, Lucifer, am alive, I will hunt you down till the ends of the universe." Lucifer threatened Ridra as he bent over to clutch his sword fallen on the ground. However, unfortunately for the devil, the prison of darkness had faded away and the gods unleashed. // This chapter is sponsored by Magnum 932. Please thank him in the comments for this one // Chapter 875, Why Lucifer Hated Ridra. In his sickening hate for Ridra, Lucifer did not even turn to look at the gods that had been freed, as his attention was locked on the mortal who had defied all odds to destroy everything that he had worked hard to obtain. The prison of darkness was destroyed. Lucifer lost his arm, and now he was drained and battered, and completely incapable of facing two powerhouses like Omar and Hades together. All this had been brought about by Shakuni, one night a mere tier 5 half-human half-angel, who was never supposed to be more than a small fry that should be easy to kill by Lucifer. It was not because Ridra was weaker than him that Lucifer looked down on him. The true reason why he hated Ridra so vehemently was because long ago, he was the same. When he was tier 6, he tried to challenge the true gods and his master, who was a tier 7 powerhouse, and failed miserably. At that time, Lucifer licked his wounds and built his strength under the mindset that it was impossible to bridge the gap between tiers, and that the only reason he lost to the old man was not because the old man was more talented or a superior warrior than him, but only because he was stronger and more experienced. For 2,000 years Lucifer harbored this notion, until the day he met and fought against Ridra, who despite being significantly weaker and unimaginably less experienced than him gave the devil a run for his money. Every time he met Ridra, the mortal kept growing by leaps and bounds until today, where he could fight Lucifer to almost a stalemate when playing defensive. However, the shocker came when he truly overpowered the devil and caused him to lose an arm. Lucifer did not want to admit it, which was why the hate inside his heart was flared even stronger. Lucifer tried to deny it within his heart again and again. However, he knew the reason why he lost his arm, and it had nothing to do with power or tier. The reason why Lucifer lost to Ridra was because he was an inferior fighter compared to his opponent. Plain and simple. Despite his handicap, despite his loss of mobility, Lucifer was a vastly superior opponent compared to Ridra in terms of speed, strength, stamina, mana, and quality of big attacks. There were realistically no chances of Ridra coming out as the victor in their bout, which is why his feat today was nothing short of a miracle. A miracle that screamed you were trash. To Lucifer, while the devil could handle wounded body, he could not tolerate a wounded pride. Unleashing the same devastating tier 6 sword strike that he did a while ago, Lucifer put all his last-ditch effort in killing Ridra rather than focusing on the gods or fleeing for survival. Rudra too instantly sprung into action by jumping back and flying away from the attack like Serial taught him, his arms flailing uselessly at his sides, as he seemed to put some distance between himself and the attack at first. However, Rudra's time dilation ended at this moment as his speed and strength saw a sudden massive dip, slowing him down and leaving him defenseless and at the mercy of Lucifer's strike. Would the leader of the elite survive? Or was taking the arm off Lucifer the last feat he would achieve at Omega? Meanwhile, Max looked at his mobile phone and realized that it took him 57 minutes from Big Sister Naomi's call to reach home. It was not fast by any means. He should have unquestionably been home sooner. However, he was not too late either. Sister Naomi! Big Sister? Sister, where are you? Max called for Naomi, but nobody answered. Max had reached his house only moments ago, and to his horror the main door was wide open, and nobody was answering his shouts. Nanny Lena? Nani? Max shouted for the maid that was supposed to attend Sister Naomi 24A7. But even she did not seem to respond to Max's shouts. Max searched for Naomi throughout the house one room at a time until he was horrified to see drops of blood littered on the floor that seemed to lead towards the common bathroom on the ground floor. Max kicked apart the bathroom door when he felt that it was locked only to see Nanny Lena and Naomi horrified as to the sudden intrusion. Naomi was bleeding from her head, and Nanny Lena had seemed to put her head under running water to wash away all the blood she was leaking. Max? Naomi asked weakly as Max trembled and replied, Here, Big Sister. I'm here. Naomi's lips curled upward slightly, however she looked unnaturally pale for her usual demeanor. What happened? Max asked Nanny Lena as he assessed the cut on her head, as the nanny told her how mere 5 minutes ago, Naomi, who was pacing all around the house waiting for Max, tripped and hit her head on the wall. A pang of guilt erupted in Max's gut when he heard this, as his own nails dug deep into his palms as he tried to control his raging emotions. I'm sorry, Big Sister. I was held up. Max tried to apologize, but Naomi waved it off. If only Max was here 5 minutes ago, this would not have happened, would it? This time around, Naomi was lucky that nothing too serious happened, and she did not need to go to the hospital as the bleeding stopped pretty fast. However, if something did happen to her pregnant body, who would be to blame? Max personally bandaged her head, and only after he made sure that it was clean and covered in gauze that he stepped out and brought a change of clothes for his soaking Big Sister to change into, as he waited outside the bathroom while he called the doctor to visit his home to give Naomi a medical checkup. Naomi soon stepped out, and the doctor arrived minutes later. However, from the dirty looks that the doctor threw at Max, he knew that something terribly wrong had happened. Chapter 876, a fitting end. As Lucifer's attack inched closer towards a near defenseless Rudra, Hades swiftly intercepted the attack, even though it costed him a significant divine energy. Rudra had proven himself to be a worthy servant time and time again, proving to be extremely invaluable in his service. It was by no means a stretch to say that without him, there was no possibility of the god of death winning this war. Hades was by no means a god who did not treat kindness with kindness, as although it costed him a lot of divine energy to be teleported in front of a fleeting attack and stop it completely, he paid the price because not doing so would mean losing his most capable commander, blocking the same attack that took the entirety of the elite's guild to huff and puff and stretch to the limits of their life with ease. Hades made Karna and Nitwig gawk in awe as to how strong the deity was. Hades glanced towards Rudra and said, You have done enough, my commander. Leave the rest to this old god. There was respect and humbleness in Hades' tone, as if he was not talking to a subordinate, but to a great benefactor, and Rudra did not know why, but it made him feel extremely warm internally, as a smile broke out on his face. However, Hades' gaze turned extremely cold when he turned towards Lucifer, as a chilling voice escaped his lips as he said, Lucifer, you cannot run away now. Neither can you fight. Your fate is sealed, and let the history books show that you were undeserving of even an ounce of mercy. Yet me, being the merciful God that I am, give you a chance to remedy your past mistakes and offer yourself to me in absolute servitude for 4,000 years in return for a pardon for your crimes against me and the demonkind. Lucifer laughed hysterically as he replied, So in the end, the master of the human swoops in using divine power and saves his servant from my wrath. Perfect. The little ant is just too favored by fate. So much so that it reminds me of my brother Michael. Say, mortal, are you by any chance favored by the unnamed god? Lucifer completely ignored Hades' words, as he seemed to be only interested in talking with Rudra. A small frown appeared on Rudra's face when he was asked this question. Whenever a greater mystery was involved, the unnamed god seemed to be always involved. Till now, Rudra knew these things about the unnamed god. 1. He was possibly the god who had granted him the opportunity to reincarnate and probably controlled the laws of time and space and other things beyond his knowledge. 2. He was the master of angels, apparently being the one who taught them combat and the manipulation of holy and darkness power when they were just younglings. 3. He is the husband of Binyager, fathering many children with her, amongst whom is the sun god whose bracelet Rudra wears to use solar beam. 4. He seems to be someone even Binyager looks up to as untouchable and undefeatable, with his power level confirmed to be at least at tier 7, but maybe higher/much higher. 5. He is the patron of the Phoenix race and grants them the power to use the Nirvana flame, the signature purgatory flame of the species. Apparently it's one of his many rebirth-related skills. There were a lot of mysteries surrounding the unnamed god, and Rudra had no idea as to who that being was, or was he really his patron. However, time and time again, it seemed that he was the master of this universe. Judging by Rudra's frown, Lucifer understood that it was highly likely that the unnamed god was manipulating the strings of fate behind the scenes, as the devil hollered and howled towards the heavens as he screamed, "Master, it's been 5,000 years since I last saw you. Yet you still interfere and manipulate my life? Good. 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 It seems my hate for you is not without reason, and today my resolve is strengthened once again. One day I will become stronger than you and return all the indignation you have made me suffer 1,000-fold. You are not immortal, no matter how much you seem to believe you are, and one day I will destroy you. I promise. However, I refuse to toss my life at the hands of ants." Saying this, Lucifer began to collect power in his mana veins, and instantly Omar and Hades became alert. Hades grabbed Rudra, while Omar transformed into his phoenix form and quickly scooped for Ball, Neatwit, and Karna in his beak as he started to fly off in hypersonic speed. Rudra was confused as to what was going on, as the god of death seemed to be sweating profusely, carrying him away from Lucifer as if his life depended on it. However, just 10 short breaths later, Rudra understood the reason as to why. Lucifer knew that fighting against Omar and Hades was going to be pointless, and he did not want to bleed to a slow death. Instead, Lucifer decided to choose the more devilish option of self-destruction. The devil accumulated power in his mana veins until they began to bulge uncontrollably and threatened to explode. But he just kept building his strength up and up. 100 breaths later, a huge explosion tore through hell, terraforming the domain for once and for all. Rudra saw the giant mushroom cloud and immediately knew this was a nuclear-type explosion that would obliterate anything and everything in its path, and although with the gods running as fast as they could, they had already crossed the banks of River Thames. The explosion's aftermath still caught up with them, as Hades was forced to shield them all from the powerful radioactive winds. 15 minutes. That's how long the devastation of the explosion lasted, and it seemed like entire hell was undoing itself, transforming from just a hell-like place in name to an actual hell-like domain with active volcanoes, barren rifts, and rivers of lava flowing. To understand how powerful Lucifer's last attack was, he, being at the capital city, destroyed everything on the western side of River Thames, including city of Savanthi and the fort of Mirzapur, into literal and absolute rubble. When Hades finally stopped his protection spell and Omar let the kids out of his beak, what the three elites witnessed was a scene of utter and pure destruction that would be etched into their memory permanently. However, as much as Hades would have liked to feel hurt at the loss of so many beautiful landscapes and infrastructure, he could not help but smile widely as he said, "Stubborn till the end. He enters a state of deep sleep at least for 1,000 years from now. This means we have one." A flurry of system notifications flood the entire server, as Rudra's name once again reverberated amongst mankind. Worldwide system notification. The devil Lucifer, after being gravely injured by the player Shikuni, has chosen to self-destruct and has entered a state of deep sleep for 8,000 years as a result. Worldwide system notification. The army of death, under the god of death Hades, has successfully won the realm war against the devil and his forces. The realm of hell is now connected to the middle realm and open for trade and explorations. Special dungeons have been unlocked. Worldwide system notification. An fallen angel had been put into slumber by actions of a human, and as a result all humans gain a permanent 5% boost to all stats. Worldwide system notification. The Church of Darkness has lost their patron god. The Dark Faction has lost its identity against the light. All territories owned by the Dark Faction are now turned to neutral, and are up for grabs to be ruled by any Light Faction kingdoms. Worldwide system notification. All Dark Faction players now have a choice to either follow the religion of light under Binyager, or of death under Hades. Failure to acknowledge one of them as patron god will result in 80% debuff on all stats. Worldwide system notification. Good has triumphed over evil, and the main storyline of the tutorial game Omega is now complete. Major contributors to this historic event are: 1. Shikuni, True Elites, 99.4%. 2. Johnny English, True Elites, 0.02%. 3. Angel Lope, 4th Ride Z, 0.01%. For Karna, True Elites, 0.0019%. A total of 27 worldwide notifications flooded the servers, as it seemed like Ridra and his team had broke the system completely. However, things were getting even more ridiculous for those who had participated in this realm war, as a flood of personal notifications and achievements unlocked by them were unimaginable. However, no one got more rewards than Ridra Rajput, who got a staggering total of 432 system notifications and a shitton of experience and rewards. / Full list of major rewards and important stuff will be covered in the next chapter. This chapter officially concludes the war arc with Lucifer and the battle in hell. I hope you all enjoyed it, as it was the ultimate crowning moment of this series. I know there is a lot of aftermath left to cover, and also a lot of unanswered questions, and we will cover all of them soon before transitioning into the future. If you have any questions that are not spoilers or need addressing, feel free to drop a comment below on this chapter, and I will try my best to help you understand and clear any confusion that you may have. If not, just a small note on how you like this arc will suffice. / Chapter 877 Rewards 1. Rudra was overwhelmed with a flood of notifications. He got so many notifications that even he was a bit overwhelmed. However, before he could sit down and sort through all the notifications one by one, a single notification popped at the very top of them all, which Rudra decided to ignore for the moment. For a while, Rudra just wanted to live in the moment and actually enjoy this monumental landmark he had just achieved and just genuinely be happy about it. Although Lucifer's self-explosion pretty much destroyed everything for thousands of kilometers, the royal treasury of the capital city still remained intact and guarded by the runic formation surrounding it. It was a funny scene when Hades led the bruised and battered party amongst lava-filled plains towards the single glowing building left intact for hundreds of kilometers. However, it was a memory that Rudra was sure to cherish for many years to come, as the moment Hades unlocked the treasury, he brought out 2 bottles of 5,000 years old aged wine and a few golden chalices as the celebrations officially began. As one progressed in tears, it became harder and harder for them to become drunk, as their natural metabolism was able to refine alcohol much faster. However, for some reason the wine that Hades brought out got tier 4 Karna and Neatwood drunk after one sip, whereas Rudra after a single glass. The two gods Hades and Omar drunk only 3 glasses before the atmosphere in the group changed significantly, as everyone became everyone's brother and speech started to slur. The remainder of the night was a bit blurry for Rudra, as he remembered only a few moments in the form of pictures in his memory, where he remembered Hades explaining how much he loved and valued him for 1 hour. Hades hugging some lost treasures from the treasury and sharing sad stories with Omar. Karna accidentally spilling the secret that he considered Rudra as his BFF, and that Neatwood came second, giving Neatwood a bad trip. Omar remembering his dead brothers and dedicating today's victory to their souls to rest in peace. All 5 of them dancing like madmen, and so on. If someone saw 5 men shirtless, partying amongst molten lava pits and radioactive war terrain, they would have thought that the people had lost their damn minds. However, for the people involved, it was a celebration long coming, and probably one of the best celebrations of all time. Many hours later, when Rudra sobered up, he looked at the notification blinking at the top of his screen again. Gaia has invited you to talk. Do you wish to accept? Yes. No. Rudra clicked yes, as he was teleported into the blue room once again, and an ethereal beauty stood before him, smiling as she held a chalice with some unknown liquid inside it. Rudra looked at Gaia and said, "Howdy, Gaia." Gaia tried not to look irked. Clearly Rudra had not sobered up as much as he thought he did. However, maintaining decorum, she politely offered Rudra the glass and said, "Bottoms up." Rudra instantly chugged the liquid down, and it started to burn his throat and stomach, as it gave Rudra a lot of pain, and felt as if he just drank fire. For the next 1 minute, Gaia let Rudra suffer in solace before Rudra sobered up completely and looked at Gaia with sharpness and clarity returning to his eyes. "What the hell, woman? What was that liquid?" he asked. "Nothing much. It just burns all traces of alcohol from your bloodstream and stomach and is the fastest way to sober up. Although users have complained that it burns," Gaia replied. "Burns? Burns? Oh damn, yes it burns." Gaia giggled at Rudra's response before moving on to the main agenda as to why she invited him here today, as she said, "Congratulations, player Shikuni. You have achieved a monumental achievement by defeating the devil Lucifer, and as a result, I have deemed that you are the best suited candidate to lead humanity. The time remaining to the First Awakening is 37 days, and in the last 30 days, before the First Awakening, no merit will be added to players, meaning you have 7 days to consolidate and build on the insane once-in-a-lifetime opportunity you have in your hands." Question marks appeared on Rudra's head, but he replied, I don't know, Gaia. I'm tired if I'm being fair. There is always some threat and some life-changing opportunity looming around the corner. I'm honored to be the leader of mankind, and I promise to do my duties to the best of my abilities and all, but I'm out. My wife is pregnant, and I want to be there with her for the next 37 days. Living like a normal man and a loving husband. Rudra had decided that this was it. He was handling over day-to-day operations of the guild to Karna, and just going on a vacation for a while. After everything he had been through, nobody could blame him. However, Gaia was insistent as she said, Listen, this is not a debate. You have not opened your notifications, have you? Here, let me spell it out for you more clearly. Out of the over 400 notifications that Rudra had received, Gaia filtered them all to show Rudra the most important ones on his status screen. System notification. Your actions have directly resulted in the fallen angel Lucifer to enter a deep slumber. Calculating rewards. Plus 80 levels. Plus 20 essence of divinity. Plus title Slayer of Evil. Plus title Great Liberator. Plus title God Slayer. Plus title Devil Slayer. Plus title Unbroken by 1,000,000 attacks. Plus 1 bottle of Devil's Blood. Plus Devil Shoulder Pad. Calculating. Combining all the titles to award the unique divine title Shakuni the Undefeated. Shakuni the Undefeated, Divine, you are the only player in the history of Omega to never lose a single battle irrespective of the odds or the situation. You have created unprecedented history by slaying creatures such as dragons, demons, and even gods when your level was far below these legendary beings, proving your worth as a truly talented individual. Even in the wider universe, your accomplishment will be commended, and you will be given the permanent title, Shakuni the Undefeated. System notification. The character Shakuni the Undefeated has become a part of Omega's lore and legends, and his praises will be sung for all of eternity. Future races to be given the opportunity to play Omega will play the game with the option to spawn into the true elite's kingdom and play under their king, Shakuni the Undefeated. System notification. Your quest Rise of a Lost Religion is now completed. Ultimate level quest, Rise of a Lost Religion. Time limit, unknown. Difficulty, immeasurable. Rewards, plus 200 levels, plus 15,000 stat points, plus the status of being Hades' 5th commander. Description, you have successfully started a religion. But can you really grow it from the ground up to its past glory? Stage 4, obtain 1 billion followers. Progress, 1, 200, 010, 008/1, 000, 000, 000. Congratulations on completing the 4th and final stage. Distributing rewards. Plus 200 levels. Plus 15,000 stat points, free to distribute. Plus you are now assured to be given the honorable spot of becoming the 5th commander in God Hades' army in the Universal Game Sigma. System notification. Congratulations to become the first and only player in the over 100,000-year-old history of the tutorial game Omega to reach the level 1000 barrier. When the Universal Queen designed this game, never did she think that a mortal would be able to reach this level and attempt the Tier 6 promotion quest. You now have the opportunity to stun the Universal Queen herself by becoming a god. Rudra trembled on reading this notification, as his heart started to beat faster and faster. He had put the Rise of a Religion quest absolutely at the back of his mind, because he thought attaining the 1 billion mark was impossible. However, due to some miracle right now, the amount of followers of the Church of Death were 1.2 billion in number. Sensing his confusion, Gaia offered a solution as she said, after Lucifer died, the Dark Faction players had an option to either choose Beniger or Hades as their patron gods, or live with an 80% debuff for the next 3 months, which is essentially till the game ends. Over 700 million people flocked to join the Church of Death, which meant that your quest is complete. It all made mathematical sense now. 200 levels gained by reaching this threshold, whereas 80 came from killing Lucifer. Not even counting the XP he should have gotten from all the fighting in the war. Somehow, he had magically reached the maximum possible player level at 1000. // There are too many important things to be covered, and not everything can be covered in a single chapter. So yes, rest of the stuff is going covered in the next chapter. Congratulations on us all on hitting the GT target. Which means that a bonus chapter will be given today itself. // Chapter 878 The Mystery of the Universe. Chapter 878 The Mystery of the Universe. Rudra called for his stat panel. Note this is a simplified version of his panel, and not the entire panel. Player name Shakuni 1 Knight. Class, Death Knight Mythic. Subclass, Explosion Artist. Race half Angel. Sexual constitution half Angel's body. LVL 1000. Tier 5 Provisional. Stats. AGI 144. 000 plus 144. 000. Bit 272. 000. Int 102. 000. STA 141. 000. PHY 104. 000. Mana 210. 000 plus 105. 000. HP 143. 818. 000/143. 818. 000. Unassigned stat points 15. 000. Rudra was momentarily too stunned to even utter a single word. The current him was strong enough to even give some weaker gods he knew a run for their money. It was heights beyond what even he imagined himself to ever reach, and this was his stats even before reaching tier 6 properly. If he managed to actually reach tier 6, and the subsequent boost gave him all stats times 1.5 or x2 multiplier, he would become as strong as Hades, and if somehow Omega was generous enough to give him an x2.5 or x3 multiplier, he might just become as strong as Michael. Gaia said, "There is a great secret about the wider universe that I am not allowed to share with you at the moment. However, if you successfully reach tier 6, then those restrictions would be lifted from over me, and I will be able to converse candidly. With just a little bit of information, you can change the fate of humanity, and although I understand your commitments to your household, you must not throw this chance away." Rudra's mind was in a mess at the moment. He had powered through the war with only one motivation in mind, that this was going to be it. The last damn war, and after this, he was going to take time off. But once again, he found himself in a situation where he needed to work, and taking no for an answer was not an option. Glaring at Gaia with incredible hatred, Rudra spoke through gritted teeth. "I am not inclined to answer to your request if you give me no information in advance. Gaia, if you want me to stay and attempt the tier promotion, then you have one opportunity to make your case today. Convince me with whatever information you can give me, else I'm leaving this game here." Rudra did not want to even wait for Gaia's reasoning, however he still gave the AI one last opportunity to make her case as Rudra listened with an open mind. Gaia said, "Okay, I will talk with you indirectly. Try to answer the questions I ask without sarcasm, and with a genuinely thought-out attempt." Rudra nodded. He would give it a shot. Gaia asked, "You have been guaranteed a spot as the 5th commander of King Hades' army in the Universal Game Sigma. What do you understand from this reward?" This was a very good question. Rudra was already the 1st commander of Hades' army inside Omega, however the reward made him the 5th commander of Hades' army in Sigma. This meant that Hades had an army in the wider universe too, and the recruitment of that army valued Rudra's talents highly enough to give him a recommendation to reach tier 5. However, such allotments could not be done without the deity in question being informed, as no matter how Omega was functioned. To promise real-world rewards it needed consent with the god in question. Rudra answered, "To give real-world rewards, you or the Universal Queen must have talked with the actual god Hades, the one outside the tutorial, and he must have promised the reward if I completed his test." Gaia said nothing but instead narrated a lore. "Omega was created roughly 100,000 years ago, after a pact between all major races was signed that newer planets with primitive species would be given a fair education before integrating them with the universe. Over the years, all the characters you see as NPC within the game have been individuals who have left some or the other form of impact in the game Omega. Just like after your tutorial ends, the next time Omega is introduced to a species, they would have a true elite's kingdom integrated into their world's lore, with their king being the powerful Shikuni of the elites. Your guildmates may be your courtiers, or maybe some mayors of a city, with the lesser popular ones being normal citizens of your kingdom, or some common royal army player. The only gods in Omega up to this point are individuals, who were gods before Omega ever started. There is a god of death, Hades, in the wider universe. There are the archangels, the angels, the demons, and the devil Lucifer too. All these individuals, and the named characters such as Beast King Omar, Emperor Cervantes, or even tier 4 characters such as Prince Amon, Rahim, or Patricia One Night have the privilege to view the future iterations of the game. In reality, these individuals may have long surpassed the strength they showed in the tutorial, and may be enlisted by various factions that they were not a part of while playing Omega. Their in-game character mostly remains the same across all iterations depending on how they played the game as a player. For example, although in your journey within Omega, you became the commander/pope of Hades' army and slayed Lucifer, the only lore about you within the next iteration of Omega would be that you are a follower of the Church of Light, and a king friendly to the nation of Hazelgrove. Also, the one-night family that you are a part of is actually a real and influential family in the wide universe, with Patricia One Night being the current family head and BZZZZ. Dot. And electronic current buzzed Gaia hard and caused her a lot of pain. Ouch. Gaia looked towards the skies, as it was her first warning from the Universal Queen. Apparently, she had revealed too much in her last sentence, and it was her first strike. This gave Rudra a lot of perspective into how Omega was created, and how various iterations aka versions of the game came to be. Maybe in a past version of the game, there was no King Cervantes of Hazel Grove or no Lizardman King, and they would have been added only after their characters achieved significant milestones in the game. The version he was currently playing did not have a true elite kingdom or himself as the king. However, future versions would include both. He assumed that the game would be reset with Lucifer still being alive and kicking in the next iteration, and maybe even the Blood Merchants would be around. However, if the gods and some important characters could view his progress in Omega as he played it would mean that Patricia, Cervantes, Hades, Benedict, Lucifer, Serial would all know about their present and past interactions, putting a huge chip on his shoulder when the tutorial ended. With the amount of hate that Lucifer seemed to accumulate for him towards the end, Rudra had no doubt that the dark forces and characters such as Scarface, Lucifer, or even Prince Amon, if he was alive in the universe, would come to settle their grudges and debts. Without even entering the wide universe, Rudra already had tons of friends and enemies. Gaia continued, Omega is a great test of one's moral character. Although one could get away with tricking and winning in Omega over a named opponent with the individual in question thinking that their deeds were in the past, and that an NPC's death was permanent, it was not actually the case. Most humans don't know this, but the named characters can see the game's progress, and how their characters perform in the game, which gives them a perspective on their chosen one's character and moral strength. This means that your feats are already very popular, and a huge talking point in the wide universe. Wrong a named character, and they are known to hold a grudge for an eternity. Rudra sighed. This did it. Just when he thought he had gotten rid of the devil for good, it seemed like that was not the case. Gaia continued, the only reason why I am able to tell you this now is because you have become an important named character inside Omega, and will have the same privileges to monitor your character in the future. Similarly, there are a lot of secrets that I can only tell you if you reach tier 6, and you only have 7 days to do so before the merit days end. Reach tier 6. And I promise you it will be worth it in the end. Dot. Gaia made her case, and Rudra felt compelled to at least try to reach tier 6 now. There were too many secrets that could not be left to chance if he could help it. He needed to at least try his best to reach tier 6, because there was the fate of humanity that hung in balance. Shit. 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 Rudra cursed it out loud. He had promised Naomi to return home 30 days before the first awakening, and having ended the war earlier than expected, he did have 7 days to spare. Rudra said, I will give a quick kiss to my wife and inform her I will be back in 7 days' time. After 7 days, if I'm tier 6, all good. If I'm not, I quit either way. I will keep my promise to my wife no matter what, Gaia. So when I log back in and the information you have to share with me is as important as you say it is, you better give me a nice guidance to clear that promotion test. Dot. Rudra was rushing to log off, however Gaia's voice interrupted him. Wait. Before you leave, check your inbox. It contains a list of some other important rewards you have earned. Just scroll it on your mobile when you are in reality, so that you know what all you have got. Gaia said in a hurry, as Rudra nodded towards her before logging off. / bonus chapter to hit the GT target. Good job, everyone. I will take questions about this chapter in the comments. Feel free to clarify all doubts. / Chapter 879, Naomi's Problems. Naomi was being inspected by the doctor, who did not seem to be happy about something. The doctor said, Mrs. Rajput, although your injury is nothing too much, it seems that for some reason your pulse and blood pressure are below normal levels. Looking at your medical history, I see that you don't suffer from such medical problems, which is why I must insist on you coming to the hospital at once for a checkup. Max frowned hard on hearing this. But before he could say anything, the doctor, who was throwing dirty glances towards his end all this while, said, Mrs. Rajput, you get ready to leave. I will have a small chat with your family member about your health. Saying so, he pulled Max to one side and away from Naomi, where the doctor made his dissatisfaction with Max be made clear by the ultra-tight grip he used on his shoulder. Did you want to kill that girl at the hospital, Max? The doctor cut to the chase and did not mince around with his words at all. Max gulped as he said, What do you mean? What do I mean? Boy, don't mess with me. The news have not been made public yet, but if you don't appease me, it will be made public. The doctor glared at Max as he said this. Max knew he needed to come clean, so he narrated everything from the start to finish about what he did, and why he did it to the doctor, whose eyes softened considerably when he heard the reason. The doctor said, "Listen, kid. Your girlfriend could have died. You forgot to take out the anesthetic drip, and she was continually being fed anesthesia into her bloodstream because of your stupid mistake. It is only because she was on life monitoring that we were able to save her when we did. But let me tell you something, she was as cold as a block of ice when we did." Footages were reviewed, and the head doctor decided to not press charges when it was found out that the perpetrator was Rudra Rajput's brother. It is only for respect to your big brother that the medical community is letting your crime slide, because we doctors don't want to cause your brother any pain by jailing his younger one. However, pull anything like this again, and we will come for you. Max started to tremble as he heard this. Of course, he was not a medical practitioner, and he should not have done stuff that was outside his scope of expertise. He could have killed Sophie accidentally today. Max was immensely indebted to the doctors for not pressing charges, as it was sure that media around the world would cover it like it was the most breaking news across the continent. Max had escaped a close call today, and it was not on his own merit, but only because of the goodwill of his brother that he was let go scot-free. But there was undoubtedly a lot that he needed to learn from the incident today. His heart felt a lot of pity for Sophie, and Max somehow started to feel psychologically guilty about her health now that it was actually his fault. However, the doctor's next words completely shocked him. The doctor said, "Listen, kid. If what you are saying is true, then you need to dump your girlfriend, and you need to dump her fast. She is a manipulator, and you are better off without her." Saying this, the doctor patted Max on the shoulders, as his last comment was, "Good kid. Come, let's take your sister-in-law for a checkup." Max nodded, and it was at this moment that his phone started to buzz like there was no tomorrow, as the headlines read, "The devil is dead." A genuine flash of joy erupted from inside Max as he ran towards Naomi yelling, "He did it! Big sister, he did it! Lucifer's dead! Dead! He won!" Naomi gave the brightest smile to Max, and the two hugged in a tight embrace as they cried tears of joy. The maid activated the TV at once, and all news channels were flooded with the dozens of system notifications to appear inside Omega, and what all of them potentially meant. With a wide smile on her face, Naomi finally got the peace of mind to know that Rudra was coming home to her soon, and that the worst was over. She instantly felt much better than before, and the world seemed 2-3 shades brighter to her in that instant. Max mumbled, "He actually did it. Ha ha ha." Max could not believe this. That was a god they were talking about. A god! Naomi flicked her hair proudly as she said, "Of course he did it. My husband is not your average warrior. He is the very best of them all." The atmosphere in the Rajput household turned from sad to happy in just mere moments. However, when they stepped out of the house, it seemed like the entire upside was out celebrating like it was the New Year's, as firecrackers were bursting in the skies, and people were out dancing on the streets. Although Naomi had no way to know, not only the upside but the whole of Japan was celebrating the victory of Rudra over the evil forces, as it was no less than a huge festival for everyone who supported the light. Even if a single man could stand up to a god, it gave every single man the courage and hope that someday they could do it too. It was a powerful feeling of hope in these dark times, which is why Rudra's achievement was so monumental. After so many years of playing the game, it seemed as if Rudra had finally won the hearts and earned the respect of the netizens across the world, as people were able to unite and celebrate his success as if it were their own. Chapter 880, Logging Out. Rudra logged out of Omega at once. He needed to meet Naomi before he rushed back into the Tier 6 promotion mess. He needed to at least let her wife know that he would be out a few more days. When Rudra walked out of his unique VR pod, he sighed heavily. The technology of aliens, their presence in the universe, everything was a shock to Rudra. The universe was much wider than humans could ever anticipate, and traditions and culture were about to change very, very fast in the coming times. Rudra walked out of his office to see there was a massive party ongoing at the elite's headquarters with people drinking and fireworks going off. Initially, Rudra was curious. However, when he saw banners of Die Lucifer Die and My Guildmaster My God, he slammed his hand against his forehead, as he wanted to tell the idiots that the real Lucifer was very much alive and kicking, and could technically come kicking at the doorsteps of Earth any day now. Rudra knew he could not show his face amongst this crazy crowd. Hence, he took his personal lift down to the basement, where his vintage Aston Martin was waiting in the parking for him. Rudra drove his car and put his phone notifications on speaker mode, as the phone's relatively stupid and useless AI started reading them all aloud. It said in a rhythmic mechanical voice, "System notification. The angel god Michael congratulates you on your victory over Lucifer. He invites you for a feast in the heaven and sends his personal comment hell yeah. Excalibur / Lucifer right hand chopped clean. Mob boy. Rudra frowned. Was Michael doing drugs? System notification. The goddess Beniger grieves to see no common ground was met, and that Lucifer has entered a slumber. She sends the message, do your best to take care of the people Lucifer took care of. Don't let them feel the absence of a father and a god. Rudra frowned again. Why was she sending him this message? It was clearly better suited for Hades. System notification. God Angel Serial sends his regards and commends you over a fine fight. He gives you a permanent citizenship to heaven. You can now access the land of the angels at will. Rudra smiled. At least someone was normal. System notification. God Angel Raphael says your brain is better than even mine. Keep it up. He asks for 1 vial of Lucifer's blood in exchange for any 2 items of your choosing from his personal warehouse. System notification. Angel Azrael says. How did you do it? What sorcery did you use? You are clearly weaker than I am. Rudra scoffed. Azrael was one of a kind. There were many more notifications that Rudra heard in his 2 minutes drive until finally the stupid phone spat some important garbage. A message from contact. Fatty Kalash, hey man. So the ship is ready. It's a destroyer ship as per what I can make out of it. However, no matter how fast I try to go, I cannot figure out the power core. The power required to fuel this ship has to be a sun about the size of a human's head. And I'm sorry to say we are not advanced enough to attempt to make such a thing. If we go wrong, it may create a black hole or destroy half the Earth. I don't know. But this is as far as we go with this project. You need to figure out the power core on your end. The ship, all weapons, and the internal communications are all set. Just obtain the fuel core, and according to the blueprints, a single core will power it for however long 10 universal years or. Rudra frowned hard to listen to this news. This was bad. Rudra had a strong inkling that the moment the mana barrier around Earth would break, and the first awakening would start, alien forces would rush to conquer this planet or neutralize the cultivator population. If he understood anything about the wider universe, then it was even more cutthroat than planet Earth, and that the only way to not be trampled is to be strong and prepared against all possible threats. Rudra said, Alexa, type a message for me. Alexa, the phone who would you like to call? Rudra, cancel. Rudra, Alexa, type a message for me. Alexa, playing a message for you by Kendrick Lamar. Rudra tossed the phone out of his car after crushing it in his palm, as he cursed loudly, stupid backward AI. Rudra did not think much about it. He made a mental note to talk to Fatty in person, before logging back into the game, as he drove into his house's driveway. Rudra walked into the house, hoping to see her large-bellied wife waiting for him. However, there was nobody in the house. Rudra called for Naomi, but the caretaker came out instead, as she told him that Naomi had lightly bled after injuring her head, and the doctor had taken her to the hospital because her pulse was low for further checkups. Rudra's heart skipped a beat. Hopping into his car, he drove furiously towards the hospital, parking his car straight at the hospital's entrance as he rushed in to get a report on his wife's condition. Rudra barged into the room where she was being examined and was pleasantly surprised to see Max waiting in the corner. Max nodded in acknowledgement of his brother and whispered to him, "Don't worry, it's a female doctor checking her dot." Rudra's eyebrows raised instantly. What did his dumb younger brother mean by "don't worry, it's a female doctor"? What kind of a man did he take Rudra to be? Rudra was not jealous of anyone, least of doctors treating patients. Rudra moved the curtain a little to see that Naomi had spread her legs wide, and the doctor had stuck up a surgical device between her legs. Rudra's heart instantly clenched. Max was right. He was pained so much, although it was a female doctor. If it were a male, he might have knocked his teeth out by now. Naomi beamed, looking at her husband as she said, "My hero comes back victorious." Naomi's smile was the brightest, and it made all of Rudra's pains fade away as the two embraced tightly. The female doctor coughed in anger as it was hampering with her inspection. However, Rudra, without breaking the embrace with Naomi, snapped his fingers twice as Max understood the cue and told the doctor to not interrupt the moment. Rudra had practically become a mob boss now, and nobody could tell him what to do in the upside. The doctors were no exception. It was only after Rudra broke the embrace that he waited patiently in a corner as the doctor analyzed his wife. A full 25 minutes later, the doctor wound up and took out all her equipment from Naomi's privates as she carried a bag full of samples out. Glaring at Rudra, she said, "The test results should come back in 3 days. Tell her to eat healthy and not strain herself even a little in these 3 days. She is fine overall. Can be taken home." Rudra's smile widened. He needed to be told no more. Carrying Naomi princess style in his arms, Ridra walked out as Naomi blushed deeply. "I'm in hospital clothes." "Hospital clothes? Let me change," Naomi protested. However, Ridra was not going to budge even a little, as he carried her into his car and drove away, leaving Max to wonder how TF was he going to go home. In the car. "You're back early," Naomi said with a smile. Yeah. Lucifer committed suicide. He's a coward," Ridra replied. Moi. Naomi pecked his cheeks. Ridra blushed. Scratching his chin, Ridra said, "Bae, I need to tell you something." Naomi looked at Ridra and remained silent for a long time before she sighed deeply and said, "Go. Save the world. Be back before next Saturday." Ridra gulped a mouthful of saliva. He had nothing to say in his defense this time. Naomi understood from Ridra's expression that it was work once again, and urgent work at that, and although it hurt her heart that her husband was always busy, she also understood that Ridra had many important responsibilities to fulfill, and could not be bound to being a full-time husband at home. Dropping Naomi home, Ridra hence said, "Be back by Friday. Promise. And no work after that, I promise." Naomi puffed her cheeks and muttered under her breath, "You better." Looking at the cute wife, Ridra really did not wish to reach tier 6 anymore. Given the chance, he wanted to do stuff to her instead. However, having no choice, Ridra had to go. Duty came first. Ridra started his car and rode off for a short distance before putting it in reverse and coming back. Naomi raised her eyebrow as she said, "Yes," Ridra said. "I love you. And can I borrow your phone?" Naomi smashed her phone in Ridra's face as she went stomping into the house. Her husband was really hopeless. Chapter 881, Universal Queen, The First Encounter. Ridra logged back into the game and found himself in the isolated system space with Gaia once more. Gaia seemed like an ideal maid waiting for her master obediently, as she beamed upon seeing Ridra and said, "Welcome back, player Shikuni." Ridra maintained a straight face even though he wanted to laugh out loud as he said, "So, what information did you gather for me? Tell me about the Tier 6 promotion test." Gaia looked nervous when Ridra asked him this, as the AI looked towards the heavens then towards some distant point in the isolated system space before sighing as she said, "There are 2 phases of a Tier 6 promotion test. The one is the Tier 6 promotion itself. And then, there is a second part that you are already aware of, and I cannot specify. The first part will be conducted by the Universal Queen herself, and when you are ready to take the promotion test you have to call her out exactly line by line as per the notification I just sent you. Strong to the being governing the laws of the world. I, Shikuni, am planning to rise above them, and take my place as a force within your world. Please provide me with the right to passage. /strong. The details of the first test are confidential. The details of the second phase are also confidential. In my understanding, it will not be hard for you to clear the first phase. Good luck." Gaia looked all around her. Afraid to be struck by lightning, however, her phrasing of the words had been passable, and the queen did not punish her. She sighed in relief, doing a fist bump in the air in joy over not being electrocuted. Ridra knew that being a Tier 6 individual and being a god was different. It was probably what Gaia meant by Phase 1 and Phase 2. Anyone passing the level threshold could become a Tier 6 individual, but not many could become a symbol of some phenomenon and be called a god. All the archangels in Omega at least were Tier 6 individuals, however they were not gods. Hades was a god. The god of death. Beniger was a god. The goddess of light. But the archangels were not. Michael was very powerful. Even more so than Hades, but he had no identity. Without the identity, he could never promote to Tier 7. He had to become a god of something to reach there. However, that was none of Ridra's concern. He did not need to become a god. Just step into their domain and reach the Tier 6 threshold. Since Gaia was not going to offer any more help, Ridra decided that this was about as prepared as he was going to get before the test. So he chanted the phrase given by Gaia word for word. Strong. To the being governing the laws of the world. I, Shikuni, am planning to rise above them and take my place as a force within your world. Please provide me with the right to passage. /strong. The space around Ridra started to warp, as he felt being drawn into a space similar to his own spatial wormholes. He created to send an attack back towards its user. Ridra was sucked into a wormhole. Transported into the Universal Game Sigma under a guest user ID. Welcome to Sigma. Guest user Shikuni. Ridra saw the notification and frowned. However, the frown did not last for long, as moments later, he saw what could be only described as a true embodiment of power. The Universal Queen was as her gender proposed, a lady, and she had a humanoid body and a beautiful humanoid head. However, had 6 arms, each holding a divine weapon, whose might was beyond Ridra's comprehension. Her skin was like the radiant sun. It gave off a distinct warmth that was given by the sun when one felt it through their senses, while her entire visage gave off an aura of deep and unfathomable power, the kind that humans actually imagine an all-powerful god to possess. Although he did not need to. Rudra dropped down to both his knees as an intense desire to worship the being in front of him came from within his very soul. As he kowtowed and said, "This humble one greets you, mother of all beings." The Universal Queen smiled a radiant smile as she said in a powerful feminine voice, "Arise, my child." Rudra had no idea why he addressed the Universal Queen as the mother of all beings, or why she referred to him as her child. However, for some reason it just felt right. Rudra stood up, but his hands remained folded in a namaste pose as he remained head bowed in front of the Queen. The Queen said, "It is shocking to see a fledgling from Omega reach the heights that you have. When I created the world, although I made the Tier 6 stage attainable, the other constraints of the tutorial ending when enough users reached the cultivator threshold made it so that nobody in the history of the tutorial has ever been able to reach it before the rest of their species caught up. For an individual to surpass their species by such a large margin, they need to be 500 times as good as their second best, which is mathematically next to impossible. Or so I thought until you made it possible." "Good job." Rudra felt awkward. It was indeed the case. He saw at the number of EXP needed to level up from 1000 to 1001 and understood that it was only because his rewards were in levels, and not EXP, that he was able to reach this threshold. The second best player in Omega had just reached the threshold to promote to Tier 5 at level 480. He was a far cry away from Rudra, and the EXP required to reach from 480 to 960 was nearly 500 times the one required from 0 to 480, which made the math of the Queen make more sense. Rudra had outperformed humans as a species while playing Omega, creating his own religion and destroying realms and fighting gods. There was no one who had came to having a similar adventure, and he had made the impossible possible. The Queen continued, "I will give you one opportunity to promote to Tier 6 within Omega. However, if you take this chance, I will place a restriction on your soul, which will make you unable to share the knowledge about this promotion exam to anyone below to Tier 6. You will gain a lot of autonomy and break an important barrier in an individual's physiology, and will technically no longer be a half-angel either. Promote successfully, and you will be transformed into an angel, one of the highest order or beings in the wide universe, and a species fitting of your humongous talent far surpassing your humans. However, with the knowledge that you are a human already public in the universe, your transformation into a full-fledged angel will put a target on your back once Omega ends, as both the angel race and their competitors will seek you out for learning the secrets of your transformation. I have warned you about the consequences. Do you still want to accept?" Chapter 882 Everything Makes Sense. Rudra was very moved by the Universal Queen giving him a fair warning. Somehow the Universal Queen seemed very warm to him. Either it was an extremely high level of mental manipulation that Rudra could not grasp his finger around, or it was some deeper secret that he had not discovered yet. However, currently, he could not wonder about that secret, as he needed to wonder about the Tier 6 promotion first. Making himself a target for the wider universe was not good. However, not promoting himself, when he was the only individual in the history of the universe to have an opportunity to be promoted, was stupid as well. Rudra put his hand over his heart as he closed his eyes, and asked his subconscious mind if going for it was a good idea. And he got a faint yes as a reply. Rudra did not stop to think about it even for a second longer, as he knew the more he deliberated over it, the more his smart mind would make valid arguments about both yes and no. Rudra said, "Yes, I want to take this opportunity." The Queen smiled as she waved her hand and said, "All right then, all the best. The time dilation will be set to 100 human years to 1 day, so that you may go home to your wife in time. I hope to see many wonders from you in the future, Rudra Rajput. May the unnamed God be with you." Rudra had a billion questions buzzing in his mind, however he got to ask none of them to the Universal Queen before a flood of knowledge entered his brain. A/N. The next part is important. Please pay attention. I will write it in single simple statements. Every sentient being in the universe had a karmic value attached to them. The karmic value represented how much an individual's importance was on a universal scale. Karmic value directly manipulated hidden factors such as luck. Infamy and fame helped increase karmic value. Whenever a new life is born into the universe, the karmic value of all sentient beings under a threshold is diluted, and their overall significance in the universe reduces. Whenever a life is destroyed, the converse happens. The threshold in the universe is Tier 6. When a being reached Tier 6, their karmic value tips over a threshold that makes it so that with every life added in the universe, their overall importance in the universe increases, while everyone under Tier 6 sees their importance diluted. Currently the strongest individuals in the universe are the 4 Enigmas at tier 10 strength, who control about 2% of the universe's karmic value each, to total a whopping 8%. The karmic value of an average human is 0.000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 this means even if entire civilizations of humans is routed from the universe, the grand impact would be next to nothing. However, a single enigma could control the fate over 2% of the universe, which meant trillions and trillions of lives / thousands of galaxies / millions of stars, etc. There are many laws set in place for killing individuals over tier 6 in the universe, as from tier 6 and above individuals are able to access a force called Divine Essence. Divine Essence is a currency that can be converted into karmic value. Consider it to be a mana stone, which can be converted by a knowledgeable individual into pure mana. That can be in turn used to supplement spells. Divine Essence cannot be created and neither can be destroyed. It can only be farmed using those who are under tier 6, or be plundered from the dead bodies of other tier 6, or higher beings, with only those under tier 6 being able to give higher beings Divine Essence. It was a way to make sure that the higher powers could not wipe out weaker populations indiscriminately without suffering consequences, whereas it also ensured that the weaker individuals of the universe never became the masters of it. The best way to farm Divine Essence is through setting up a religion and be worshipped by individuals under tier 6 as a god, but there were a few other methods as well. For an individual to be given the right to passage to becoming a tier 6 individual, they needed to pay a total debt of 100 Divine Essences to the Universal Queen to have their promotion test considered complete. To facilitate this service, however, the Queen helped the individuals seeking rites of passage by teleporting them into nomadic worlds with their mana barriers intact to give the individual a chance to enter that world and set up their own religion and become a god. Rudra was shown how hundreds of thousands of years ago, Thor, Zeus, Horus, Lucifer and many more were transported to Earth amongst many other planets as a part of their tier 6 promotion test and their attempt to farm Divine Essences. Rudra laughed at their tactics, how they all manipulated the population into thinking they were their protectors and will always watch over them, and how there was a higher purpose to life and it can be only achieved by absolute dedication to them. How they all told humans that they were the only true gods and how all other religions were a lie, and how they enticed them with a promise of heaven and a life after death. In the end, they all said the same thing: I will be back to roam these lands one day. With that they trapped a species as their farming base for an eternity. Rudra felt a veil being lifted over his mind as he finally saw the bigger vision of things and how the universe actually worked. The Queen had dilated time at a pace of 1 day to 100 human years and had scheduled him to go to 7 planets. In other words, he had 700 years to farm 100 Divine Essences and pass his promotion test. 700 years to fool 7 civilizations that he was their god and savior. 700 years that will pass in a blink for those on Earth, but for him will be worth a long, long time. It was the price he needed to pay to be called a god. / This chapter is my masterpiece. With this, I have delivered the biggest secret of rebirth of the strongest guild master. I hope you all enjoyed it. / Chapter 883 Tier 6 Promotion. The first planet that Rudra was transported to was a human planet. It was called Mira by the locals, and they were humans who could be called a little better than food gatherers living as a wolf pack. Rudra had observed many small groups in the first few months of his stay at the planet, and almost all of them remained in groups of 5,150 in a primordial village setting. The language they spoke was crude, and they seemed to have a deep-seated fear of the element fire, as unlike Earth humans, who cook meat over fire and use fire to stay warm, Planet Mira humans actively ran away from fire. In his first decade at the planet, Rudra became the god of fire, and through many massacres and many encounters eventually rounded up all the humans in the continent into a single city, which he named Elite City. He taught them language. He taught them how to wield fire, and gave them many key technological instruments such as wheel, sanitation and housing. Over the next 3 decades Rudra imbued English into them, and oversaw the creation of his own religion, as he ruled over the entire population of 4.5 million people of the planet as their god king. Rudra missed home awfully bad. However, never did he mate with any humans on the planet, no matter how beautiful, as he remained faithful to Ruby and Naomi. It took him 30 years to farm a single divine essence. However, over the next 30 years the population went from 4.5 million to 45 million, and he now had a whole empire under him, entering the cusp of Renaissance. In the second 30-year period, he earned 9 divine essences, making his total to 10, as his fame and tales of divinity started to become ingrained into the culture. Rudra tried to be kind. He taught some scholars mathematics, science, and astronomy, as he himself spent a lot of time contemplating the use of mana and refining his own battle skills in seclusion. In his last 40 years, Rudra had to do pretty much nothing. He only made one appearance per decade, and his faith still grew stronger than ever. Population crossed the 200 million mark, and Rudra farmed a total of 30 divine essences from this 40-year period, bringing his total from the planet to 40. His second planet was a beastman race planet where he looked and walked different to most natural inhabitants. There he became Shikuni, the god of thunder and war, as he became the patron of one of the emperors of the planet, helping him in his goal of world domination. Rudra only worked for 15 years on this planet, until it was all subdued under the emperor he chose, and the emperor in return made many temples and rituals to honor Rudra. For the next 85 years Rudra meditated in seclusion, figuring out the meditation technique he learnt at the Night Promotion Hall, and devising his own. In the end, he farmed only 18 divine essence from this planet, bringing his total to 58. On Planet 3, it was elves, and this time around Rudra decided to become the god of nature, replacing the world tree in popular elf myths he knew. Rudra taught the elves advanced human sciences, and revolutionized farming by teaching them the importance of manure and crop rotation. He healed anyone that needed to be healed, and even saved many elves from the cusp of death. He became the symbol for healing in nature and warmth, and was welcomed dearly wherever he went. It took him 40 years of service before people began to worship him fervently, and it showed as by the end of his 100 years on the planet, he got a whopping 120 divine essences from the planet alone, bringing his total to 178, showing that worship stemming out of love was more powerful than one under fear. Rudra had already cleared the requirements to become a god, however the promotion test did not end here. It continued for 400 years more, as he visited many different planets. Mermaids, vampires, humans again, orcs. He became different types of gods, and in the end, he had a total essence pool of 351 divine essences, when his test period drew to a close. Many things changed about Rudra during these 700 years. His heart became much more stable, and the mastery he had over his skills in real life reached the level he had in Omega. This had been a great opportunity for him to practice his game skills in real worlds, like Earth, which were without mana, as he slowly perfected his sword mastery of each and every skill in his arsenal to a perfect grade. This meant he could move and fight in real world as well as he could in the virtual world, and he had the added benefit of tempering his mind through meditation. Unlike other gods, Rudra never promised to come back or spread lies about his existence. He never revealed his true reason for visiting, and tried to advance each planet he was on by giving them portions of knowledge that they lacked to help them improve. He killed many. He saved even more, and in the end, he tried to be a just and good role model for future kings and generations to follow. Whether those planets forgot about him or remembered him would be a thing to be seen in the future. However, Rudra had no regrets about his conduct. He had no bastard children and his ethics were unquestionable. He remained true to his instincts, and showed many worlds the power of the Grey-Winged God. System notification: the Tier 6 promotion test has been now completed. The user has gained a total of 351 divine essences. 100 essence for tier promotion. Tier promotion complete. Divine essence left 251. Starting evaluation. Initial performance grade B. 51 evaluation from B greater than A. 75 evaluation from A greater than S. 125 evaluation from SSS. Congratulations player Shikuni, you have cleared the Tier 6 promotion test with a SS rating. Distributing rewards. Chapter 884 More rewards. System notification: the Tier 6 promotion test has been now completed. The user has gained a total of 351 divine essences. 100 essence for tier promotion. Tier promotion complete. Divine essence left 251. Starting evaluation. Initial performance grade B. 51 evaluation from B greater than A. 75 evaluation from A greater than S. 125 evaluation from SSS. Congratulations player Shikuni, you have cleared the Tier 6 promotion test with a SS rating. Distributing rewards. Reward 1, all stats times 2. Reward 2, conversion of race from half angel to a complete angel, begins in 3 minutes. Reward 3, reward of Queen's choice. The Queen wants to congratulate you on this historic achievement, and will grant you one thing you need. Obtained 100,000 battery cells for destroyer class battleship plus a manual on how to manufacture them on Earth. Reward 4, obtained full set divine armor called Elite Armor, custom, divine bound, built specifically for player Shikuni. Note the existing equipment King's Helmet has been absorbed by the Divine Elite Armor set helmet to form the King's Elite Helmet. The existing equipment Serial's Boots has been absorbed by the Divine Elite Armor set to form Serial's Elite Boots. The existing equipment Angel's Armor is absorbed by Elite Armor to form the Angel's Elite Armor. Reward 5, To be the first and only individual in the history of Omega to have reached Tier 6 successfully, you have the opportunity to create your own church and religion in future iterations of the game. Benefit 1. You leave a legacy befitting your legendary run in the game. Benefit 2. You get 5 Divine Essence monthly from your religion. Note may increase or decrease depending on in-game circumstances. Benefit 3. You can choose to decline joining Hades' army as his 5th commander, and instead call for an alliance between equals. Plus title, Human God. Human God, the ultimate title to be gained in Omega. All humans inside Omega will forever worship you as their Lord and Savior for the rest of eternity. Title effects can resurrect and kill any human at will. Note effect only limited to Omega. Reduce to can heal/paralyze any human below Tier 6 without using mana in real world. Reward 6. You now have full autonomy over the Omega AI Gaia. Embedding process will start after evolution is completed. Final reward, the stat Divine Essence is unlocked. Current capacity 0/100. Class-specific rewards will be open to choose when player re-enters Omega. Rudra was stunned speechless by the rewards. This was way more than he ever expected. Apparently promoting to Tier 6 was actually a good choice, as Rudra would be dumb to give such power away. It would help him in unbelievable ways in the future. As he was gawking at the screen, the Universal Queen appeared before him once again, with a bright and radiant smile. She said, "Well done, Rudra. I can't wait to see your adventures in Sigma. See you again soon. Try to stay out of trouble and sort things out diplomatically in the future. I would not do it usually, but here is my last gift to you before you leave. Drink it when you wake up." Plus obtained an unknown potion. The Queen waved her hand after saying this, as the same spatial manipulation that brought Rudra into Sigma started to bring him back towards Omega. Rudra did not resist at all. It had been 7 days on Earth, but 700 years for him since he last saw his friends and family. Soon he fell into a deep slumber, as he felt his body tearing itself apart as he passed out cold. Although Rudra could not see it, he was in Gaia's system space, as a whirlpool of divine mana tore apart his body, restructuring his very DNA structure, as the last remaining human parts within him changed from human to angel. Rudra's wings, which were gray in color, changed to a picture-perfect white, and his hair color changed from black to blonde. Rudra's skin had already been cleansed and perfected long ago, but this time around it was as if even the most minute microscopic scarring and imperfections were removed from his face, as he looked less like a human and more like a radiant divine angel. Rudra's god's eyes, that were an ominous gray in color, changed to an even more ominous blue in color, and got upgraded to a higher version of the skill called Galactic God's Eyes. It meant that Rudra could monitor an entire galaxy at will with his eyes now. His body structure became even more sturdy, and he had unbelievable boosts to his physique and vitality stat. Rudra's very blood changed from a dark red color to a shiny bright red one, which seemed to glisten, as if it was radioactive even in the dark. Thankfully it was not radioactive, but a phenomenon that humans were not aware of yet. As his physical changes were taking palsy, the AI Gaia also started to be downloaded into Rudra's brain as she became his personal assistant, monitoring everything from his vitals, his skills, his inventory, and his memories. Rudra was out cold for 7 hours, and had changed the world when he finally woke up. Meanwhile, Naomi. On the 3rd day after their hospital visit, a horrifying news were broken by the doctor to Naomi and Max. Since Rudra was away for 4 more days, Max had taken Naomi to collect the reports and counseling with the doctor and be her moral support. Max had not talked to Sophie since her hospitalization, as he finally realized she was toxic and that they needed to break up. The only reason why he had not broken up officially already was because he did not wish to be insensitive until she recovered completely. Max was chirpy and happy, and feeling like his old self, until a shocking piece of news was dropped by the doctor. "Miss Naomi, I don't know how to say this, but if you want to save your own life, you need to deliver the babies prematurely. The babies are abnormally strong and your body is not strong enough to sustain the nourishment that they need. The reason why you are going pale is because the babies are draining the life out of you. We must do the procedure at once." For 20 whole minutes Max could not believe what he was hearing, as the world around him started to spin. Quite literally, as he felt as if he had a massive headache. However, Max braved through, because he was sitting beside Naomi, who was facing the most difficult choice of her life. Naomi rubbed her belly with love, as although she looked visibly distressed, she asked, "If I deliver them prematurely, will they still live a healthy and complete life?" It was the doctor's turn to remain silent this time, as after thinking for a while he said, 30% chance that they live." Naomi smiled as she said, "What are my odds of surviving if I deliver them a month later?" The doctor seemed visibly distressed this time, as after thinking for a long time he said, 10%. Naomi firmly replied, "That's decent odds. 2 lives to 1, I have no question in my mind. My babies will grow to have a healthy life even if I trade mine for them. Dot. The doctor was stunned, and he wanted to speak something, and so did Max. However, when the two looked into the fierce protective eyes of a mother, they knew that nothing they could say would ever change her mind. On the way back home, Max was crying and crying, whereas Naomi kept rubbing her belly with love and affection, as if nothing has happened. "Why?" Max eventually said amongst all his sobs. He did not understand why God had to be so cruel to his family. First it was the death of his parents, and now this. Naomi smiled as she patted Max on the shoulder and said, "It's alright, Max. Everyone dies someday. Death is inevitable. It's the life that matters. My whole life the only thing I wanted was a happy family and revenge for my mother's death. Rudra and the guild helped me exact my revenge, and they also gave me a happy family. I'm content with my end. I want nothing more. My only wish now is to have the kids to grow up healthy and see them prosper in life. I'll admit it will be sad if I can't hold their tiny hands or see them go to school and grow up. But I'm not worried. They have a great dad and Uncle Max. They will grow up just fine." Max's sobs became uncontrollable at this point. He was too angry with life itself at this moment in time. After a while, Naomi said, "Not a word about this to Rudra, Max. Not a word. Promise me this will stay between us." Max looked at Naomi wide-eyed. He did not want to hide this from his brother. If there was anyone who could remedy this situation, it was him. How can he hide it from him? However, Naomi pestered Max until he promised. However, it was a promise Max did not intend to keep, even if it meant antagonizing his sister-in-law. // special shout out to Pass Mimini for the 5,000 coin magic castle. Bonus tomorrow. Please let me know if you want to see Rudra's updated stat panel in the next chapter. Or should I not add it? It's grown to be quite big, so I need to ask now a days // Chapter 885 More Secrets. When Rudra finally opened his eyes, he was shocked to see himself laying on his own bed at the palace in Omega. Reflexively, Rudra drew his sword and stood on guard, only to startle the sleeping Ruby beside himself. Rudra gazed towards Ruby, and his eyes contained a trace of love and passion. However, while it had been 6 months since Ruby last saw him, it had been 700 years and 6 months since Rudra last saw his wife. Rudra had turned to stone in the past 700 years, as although he tried to be just and honest while ruling over a planet, he did not actually give two F's if the population lived or died, or if the champion he chose on the planet did well in his endeavors. Being a celibate for so long, Rudra had complicated feelings when he saw his wife again. "Drink the queen's potion," a feminine voice said inside Rudra's head, and Rudra instantly looked around the room to see where the voice came from. However, dismissed it as him hallucinating when he found nothing. Reaching into his inventory, Rudra pulled out a golden liquid in a vial that was labeled as Queen's Gift and drank it, trusting the words of the Universal Queen that it would help him. Immediately, Rudra's splitting headache reduced, and over the next 1 minute Rudra felt his memories of the last 700 years being compressed into being felt as a very long single day. It was like compressing a 1 gigabyte file into 1 megabyte, but not losing any of the important memories and experiences, but wiping out all the useless extensions. It was the Queen's gift to Rudra to help him regain his humanity that he lost over the last 700 years being away. As when he opened his eyes once again, he became the same loving human he once was before ascending to godhood. The moment Rudra saw Ruby's eyes again, all his anxiety melted as the sword dropped from his hand, and he hugged his first wife tightly. It had been a very, very long time since he last saw Ruby. Ever since he entered hell in his war against Lucifer, he had not been able to enter the true elite's kingdom, and hence was unable to meet Ruby. When he logged out of the game, he could still meet Naomi. However, it was nearly an eternity since he last saw his first wife. Ruby was taken aback by the passionate kiss that Rudra gave her. However, she did not push him off. Even she had waited very long for the loving embrace of her husband. "I really missed you a lot," Rudra said in a rough voice. For the next 4 or 5 hours, Rudra and Ruby displayed their longing for each other in many actions, but no words were exchanged as their bodies did all the talking. 5 hours later, Rudra got the shock of his life, when while contemplating about future plans, as Ruby slept cozily in his arms, he heard a foreign voice in his head once again. "That's wrong, Master. You don't understand how the transition from Omega to Sigma works." What the hell? Thought Rudra as a frown appeared on his face. Judging by his reaction, Gaia started from the start. "Good morning, Master. A brilliant performance in bed. Your wife must be quite satisfied," Gaia said as Rudra's frown deepened. "Who are you?" Rudra spoke groggily, his eyes darting all across the room, vehemently looking for some ghost. "I am Gaia, the AI for planet Earth and your personal assistant. I'm not a ghost, Master, and I'm speaking from within your brain. I have successfully integrated with you." Rudra's frown turned into curiosity now, as he said within his mind. Okay, so tell me about all the special things about Tier 6 that you could not tell me before. Gaia replied. Certainly, Master. 1. After reaching Tier 6, all individuals are given a personal AI by the Universal Queen. Had you not reached this level, a Tier 6 Guardian would have been appointed to look after this planet, and I would have merged into his personal AI. However, thankfully, that will not be the case. As your personal AI, I will perform many computational and analytical tasks for you, as well as provide you with an endless repository of knowledge. I will identify and explain about any element you come across that is not in your own memory database, and help you a lot in your universal travels by teaching you about unknown creatures and their customs. I will also help you in combat by helping you analyze the weaknesses of your opponents and how to exploit them. These are a few things I can do amongst many others. Rudra was very intrigued by this. This was certainly very helpful. Having an AI telling him about customs and unknown materials in his mind meant that he would never walk into a situation where he would have no knowledge of what he was dealing with. Gaia continued. 2. I will help you access the Inter-Gods Communication Service. For all the gods on your friend list, I will help deliver messages as a messenger between myself and the gods' AI all across the universe. 3. I will now release previously withheld information to you. You are now classified as a divine grade player, and the debuff that the Queen has assigned to your tier is 0. This means you won't be dropping tiers when you exit Omega and enter Sigma. Everyone else who is tier 5. Tier 4 will be graded by the Queen, and will face a debuff towards either Tier 3, Tier 2, or Tier 1 depending on their assessment. Whereas everyone at Tier 3 and under will start Sigma without a name or an identity at the rock bottom of society with a Tier 0 assessment. This means about 98.4% of the total player base will enter Sigma at the rock bottom. The news that Gaia shared today was both concerning and assuring. On his personal front, it was assuring to know that his Tier 6 identity was a permanent thing. In a general sense, it was bad news for humanity. If the universe had powers up to Tier 10, and even the strongest warriors of Earth were at Tier 2-3, it meant that Earth would start at the bottom of the Universal Society of Power. As if confirming his suspicions, Gaia confirmed. Indeed, sire. If you had not miraculously reached Tier 6, Earth was pretty much a goner. Our overall strength is pitifully low, and humans, the dominant species of our planet, ranks in the bottom 5% of the universe in terms of raw combat power. We're basically F-ed, thought Rudra. Yes, replied Gaia. / The sponsor of this chapter is Passmimony. Please thank him in the comments for this one / Chapter 886A Stat Panel Affair. Over the next 2 hours, Gaia explained in depth about how humans was basically one of the worst species to be born as in this universe, and why inherently planet Earth had no value. She explained universal geopolitics and the stuff Rudra would need to deal with as the protector of this planet, and as a powerhouse over the karmic line. However, amongst all the useful stuff she could do for Rudra, the most important thing that she did for Rudra was helping him perfect his moveset. Rudra was the first and only individual in the history of Omega to have reached Tier 6 before the game ended and obtain the AI before the game closed, placing him in a position where Gaia could help him in advance to prepare for Sigma. As common knowledge, mastering a move in game did not translate to one being able to perform the same move in real life. To be able to move and fight like they did in game, one needed to put immense amounts of hours into training their body to learn those attacks physically. However, still a few advanced moves could never be learnt. A mastery of the move was separated into 9 different categories in the real world. 1. Beginner. 2. Novice. 3. Student. 4. Journeyman. 5. Expert. 6. Master. 7. Grandmaster. 8. Perfectionist. 9. Creator. For Rudra, although he learnt everything from his move set that was related with physical fighting, such as overhead slash, twin blade cross slash, etc., etc. During the 700 years he had living in seclusion on different planets, he had not reached expert rank in most of his moves, and was below a journeyman in his most complex and most important skills, such as gravity manipulation and spatial manipulation in real life. The default power level of skills in Omega was at master level. This meant that one could perform the skill without any delay and loss of power at any given instance. For Rudra to only be an expert or lower in majority of his skills would mean a heavy loss of combat power in real world. To solve this issue, and to give Rudra his class-specific reward, Gaia suggested a single class-specific skill to Rudra. True Angel's Perfected Memory, a skill unique to the angel race only. The practitioner can learn 15 skills directly at the master rank. To go alongside this skill, she gave 2 Tier 6 spells that were best suited for Rudra's style of combat. Moon Slash, Tier 6, Divine, a sword slash so powerful. At the Master rank it can cleave the moon in half. Asteroid Rain, Cosmic, call upon a large number of asteroids to destroy any cosmic battleship fleet or entire planets standing in your way. This was the best possible skill reward that Ridra could have ever gotten, and Gaia helped him refine it to perfection. Ridra called for his stat panel. Player name, Shikuni / Augustus 1 Knight. Title, Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Honorable Death Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Archbishop of the Church of Life. World-renowned. Heir of Augustus 1 Knight. Achiever. Dragon Slayer. King of the True Elite's Kingdom. First Cultivator. Supreme Overlord. Legendary Demon Slayer. Superior Human. Pope of the Church of Death. History Maker. Powerhouse. Explorer of Realms. Shikuni the Undefeated. Human God. Class, Death Knight Mythic. Subclass, Explosion Artist. Race True Angel. Sexual Constitution Perfected Angel's Body. LVL, 1000. Tier 6. Stats. AGI 300. 000, plus 150. 000. Bit, 320. 000. Int, 250. 000. STA, 350. 000. PHY, 250. 000. Mana, 410. 000, plus 205. 000. Divine Essence, 3/100. HP, 543. 818. 000/543. 818. 000. Unassigned stat points 0. Hidden stats. Luck, 92 out of 100. Charm, 99/100. Infamy, 0/100. Status, no abnormalities. Equipment, Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask. Sun God's Bracelet, Legendary. Pope's Token. Elite Armor, Custom, Divine, Bound, Divine. Mana Stone, Ancient. Lucifer Shoulder Pads, Divine. Weapons, Grim Reaper, Ancient. Excalibur, Divine, Unique. Skills, Darkness Bind. Summon Knight Durahel. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of God. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Swift Retreat. Illusiony Multi-Sword. Suppression Art. 3-point Stab. Twin Blade Hurricane. Twin Blade Cross Slash. Claymore. Overheard Slash. Solar Restore. Solar Flare. Solar Blast. Solar Descent. Solar Beam. Shadow Doppelgangers. Knight's Courage. Holy Lance Divine. One Leg Leap Rare. Cloud Feet. Circumvent. Dance of Death Divine. Object Manipulation Godly. Gravity Manipulation Divine. Space Buster Tier 5. Future Sight Godly. Elite Blast Self-Created. Simple Counter Divine. Basic Mana Reinforcement Legendary. Moon Slash Divine. Asteroid Rain Cosmic. Class Specific Skills. Death Knight Summoning. Death Emperor's S Aura Suppression. Black Ratio. Enhanced Full Counter. Death Legion. Knight of the Empire Complete. Time Dilation. Undead Ruler. True Angel's Perfected Memory. Mount, Grey Wolf. Pet, Furball, Divine Nine Tails. Ridra was very proud of his skill panel, and when he finally looked at it, he could almost cry out of joy and satisfaction. He had really come a long way, and the current him was strong enough to take 2 in-game Lucifers alone, and not break a sweat. This was an unbelievable dream come true for a human, and it seemed like he had finally become someone worthy of having given a second chance. Ridra had way too many skills, equipments and titles, and since he could only learn 15 of them to the master rank, Gaia proposed to merge a lot of skills, whereas she wanted to burn a lot of unnecessary titles in exchange of divine essence. Ridra gave her permission to meddle with his skill panel, and the end result was this. Gaia burned away a lot of unneeded titles. She merged a lot of skills into a wider and higher rated skill, which gave Ridra even higher and newer rated skills. In the end, she created a stat panel for Ridra with only 15 skills that needed to be stored into his memory, whereas the remaining skills were either already at the master rank or passives that need not be learnt actively. Player name, Shikuni 1 Knight. Active titles, Shikuni the Undefeated. Human God. Class, Death Knight Mythic. Subclass, Explosion Artist. Race True Angel. Sexual Constitution Perfected Angel's Body. LVL, 1000. Tier 6. Stats. AGI 300. 000 plus 150. 000. Bit 320. 000. Int 250. 000. STA 350. 000. PHY 250. 000. Mana 410. 000 plus 205. 000. Divine Essence 76/100. HP 543. 818. 000/543. 818. 000. Unassigned stat points 0. Hidden stats. Luck 92 out of 100. Charm 99/100. Infamy 0/100. Status no abnormalities. Equipment Sun God's Bracelet. Elite Armor Divine. Mana Stone Ancient. Lucifer Shoulder Pads Divine. Weapons Grim Reaper Ancient. Excalibur Divine Unique. Skills Galactic Eyes Divine. Complete Martial Arts Mastery Divine. Death Style Sword Arts Divine. Holy Lance Divine. Dance of Death Divine. Complete Gravity Manipulation Divine. Spatial Manipulation Divine. Future Sight Godly. Elite Blast Self-Created. True Counter Divine. Moon Slash Divine. Asteroid Rain Cosmic. Class Specific Skills. Death Knight Summoning. Death Emperor's S Aura Suppression. Black Ratio. Enhanced Full Counter. Death Legion. Knight of the Empire Complete. Time Dilation. Undead Ruler. True Angel's Perfected Memory. Mount Grey Wolf. Pet Furball Divine Nine Tails. It felt odd to see such a small stat panel, but Rudra understood the advantages. Martial Arts Mastery and Death Style Sword Arts were skills that were far superior to anything in his combined arsenal of individual attacks. However, the main point was that Rudra would be walking into Sigma with a complete mastery over his skill panel, allowing him to perform at a benchmark similar to his in-game character. // Apologies for the double stat panel. But the situation called for it. // Chapter 887 The Impression on the World and Final Goodbyes. After Rudra understood about his upgraded powers and the universe, for the first time in a long time, he opened the forums to check out what was going on. Gaia said, Master, do you want me to update you on major global events? Rudra raised an eyebrow. This was so convenient. He immediately said, yes. Gaia said, here are the global news. 1. Your impression has improved tremendously amongst the masses after you slayed Lucifer, and you are worshipped as a god amongst men. On average, 14 out of 100 messages typed on the forums is about you. 2. You made even more waves when you reached tier 6 as your level and tier are still on display on the ranking sheet. Your impression then changed from almost a god to a god. 3. Opponents you have defeated in the past came out and started praising you as they start to claim that there was always something special about you, and they had no idea they were fighting with a god at the time. Most of them wish you well. 4. The fuel pack components needed by your friend Fatty Kalash have been delivered to his office, and according to my estimates are enough to create a commercial business that could be extremely profitable for Earth. 5. The NPC people of True Elite's kingdom are proposing to make a temple in your honor. Rudra heard the news and realized he had put his level and tier settings on display before the war in Hell started to gather more followers, and had forgotten to turn it off. It did not matter anymore. It was not like he was hiding his strength anyways. There was literally no one in Omega that could threaten him anymore. The AI governing the game was his personal assistant, and the all-powerful gods were weaker than he was. Unless there was a tier 7 entity he was not aware of within the game. Rudra was the king of the jungle. Rudra smiled at all his accomplishments and then sighed deeply. Today was most likely going to be the last day where he played the game seriously. May even be the last time that he played it ever, as unless circumstances forced him to log back into the game. He did not plan on leaving the side of his wife for the next month. Rudra was contemplating all this when Ruby finally woke up and Rudra's eyes fell on his first wife. A lot had changed for Rudra in the past 700 years, however one thing remained constant. Only 2 women could make his heart race faster, and although Rudra was not the best husband, he planned to improve. Looking into Ruby's eyes, Rudra said, I'm not sure if you are really out there in the wider universe, or if you are a figment of my imagination. Gaia interrupted by speaking in Rudra's mind. Oh, she's very real. Rudra instantly screamed in his head. Shut the hell up, Gaia. I don't need fact checks right now. I will find you. I will find you, and if you are still unspoken of and willing to marry me, I will make you mine. I promise. even when I did not know that you might be out there in the wider universe. I loved you the same, and now that I know you are out there, I will stop at nothing to come and get you. Ruby, my love, you will always be my first wife. Ruby did not understand why Ridra was saying these words. However, the feelings he meant to convey were conveyed, as the Elven Queen replied with a smile. Wherever I am, I will always love you. For the last time, Ridra kissed his NPC wife on her soft lips before heading out to the guild to resign as the guild master. As Ridra entered the familiar guild grounds, everyone stopped doing whatever it was that they were doing as hordes and hordes of people gathered and cheered and worshipped the very ground that Ridra walked on. Guild Master, I love you. Guild Master the Goat. Guild Master the God. Everyone hoarded around Ridra. However, Noon dared to obstruct his path as Ridra smiled and waved at his comrades before storming into the guild hall. No meeting needed to be called. As he took the stage, word spread, and within 15 minutes, hundreds of thousands of people gathered, and all the elders lined up on the stage behind Ridra. Ridra waited patiently, and when Karna finally took his place behind him, Ridra smiled and started his speech. Elites? Ridra said in a powerful godly voice, and then deliberately took a long pause, building anticipation in the crowd. We won. Mad deafening cheers erupted from the crowd, as people raised their swords and shouted at the top of their throats. Some distinct whistling mixed with the roars, some tearing the guild robes in ecstasy. Ridra let the pop build, and after a solid 20 seconds he said, Yeah, we showed Lucifer who rules the middle realm, and who can kick his butt anytime they march to hell. The devil himself cowers at our name. Be proud men. The elite name commands supreme respect. Elites felt their chests swollen with pride. It was true. Just saying that they belonged to the true elites guild brought a sense of reverence and respect amongst commoners, who treated guild members as if they were nobility. Ridra continued, As you all must know, I have reached the pinnacle of this game by reaching tier 6. Am stronger than Lucifer now. Another roar of deafening cheers followed as Shikuni our god! Chants erupted from the crowd. Ridra laughed when he heard those chants, as he knew they were true, and he said, Yeah, Shikuni the undefeated is now a god. However, even a god must admit that without the godmakers standing behind me, I would be nothing. Ridra pointed at the elders lined up behind him, as all of them smiled when his gaze landed on them. Ridra meant this too. All the elders were pillars of this guild, and without them, he would have never won the war. Or any war for that matter. They were critical in achieving the heights that he did. He was blessed. Today I retire as your guild master. However, our guild does not disband because Omega is coming to an end. We all live in the upside, and all of us will face the new world together, and I have found a capable man on whose shoulders we can all lean on under these uncertain times. It's a shoulder which I myself often lean upon. My best friend. My brother. The Vice Guild Master of the Elites? No. No longer the Vice Guild Master. From today. From this moment, Guild Master Karna. System notification. Are you sure you want to make player Karna the Guild Master of the True Elites Guild? This will mean you no longer own the guild. Yes. No. Smiling Ridra clicked yes. As all guild members got a system notification stating there was a change in leadership. Some were sad. Some were happy. The atmosphere was bittersweet. However, Ridra knew how to pump a crowd as he started the chant. Guild Master Karna. And soon the entire crowd joined. Ridra slowly stepped back as Karna stepped forward and took the stage. The two men locking eyes midway as a silent conversation took place between them. Today was the day. Now was the time. The Elites was Karna's guild now, and Ridra had to move to bigger things. He would always be an elite. Always a part of the guild and always there to help. But no longer monitor the day-to-day operations. It was Karna's time now. Karna gave a very emotional speech where he highlighted his happy journey within the guild. He emphasized on how the guild was overly dependent on Ridra in the past, and for the guild to become the best in the universe, that needed to change. Karna's charisma soon started to shine as he grasped the crowd's attention completely, as he talked about how things would start to change for the good under him, as there were many parts which Ridra let go, but would not be tolerated under his reign. Nitwe was appointed as the Vice Guild Master of the guild, whereas Ridra was labeled the Patriarch. Karna gave Ridra the same amount of power that he enjoyed but no responsibilities, as he had long prepared this position, and was going to create it when he was promoted. This meant that Ridra could still start wars, appoint elders, withdraw funds and items without approval, and basically even run the guild as he pleased. It came as a surprise to Ridra, and he was grateful for the gesture. But he did not intend to interfere in guild's day-to-day operations anymore. His last message in the game was for God Hades. He wrote a lengthy letter to the god of death stating how he could not perform the duties of the Pope anymore, and that he appoint a new candidate in the next month or so, and sent it via Gaia. Finally, saying goodbye to his guildmates and his elders, Ridra logged off from Omega with all of his major obligations fulfilled. After all these years of gaming day and night, and achieving everything that was achievable, Ridra finally wanted nothing more than some quality family time. The only question was, would he get it? / It's the end of an era. Ridra has left Omega for a grander stage. However, you guys stay tuned for bigger and better adventures for the future. / Chapter 888 Family Time. Ridra logged out of Omega and sighed deeply when he saw that his gaming pod had been upgraded once more. There were runic inscriptions all over the room where he was gaming, and although Earth was surrounded by a mana barrier, the flow of mana was heavily concentrated in Ridra's room. Ridra thought about checking the cams once more, but after deliberation, he decided he did not want to see more disturbing aliens. There was still a month of normalcy left, and the weird stuff could wait till after that. Ridra washed up and looked at his new appearance in the mirror. I look nothing like myself. Ridra sighed as he spoke. He looked like an angel from medieval paintings and comic books. Long blonde hair, ocean blue eyes, chiseled jawline, charming facial features, and a lean ripped body. Compared to the slightly fat, acne-covered black-eyed black-haired 6 out of 10 human he was a decade ago, he had changed completely. Change is good. Change is good. Ridra murmured when another voice startled him. Do you always talk to yourself like this, master? The foo ***. Ridra cursed. He had completely forgotten Gaia was implanted in his brain now, and that he was no longer alone in his own mind. Gaia, if you want to peacefully coexist with me, you need to ask me for permission to speak first. You understand? Don't startle me. My monologues are important for my mental stability. Ridra instructed Gaia with a slight frown. Ridra was a guy who contemplated stuff in his mind a lot. He was a deep thinker, and it became awkward for him to do so knowing someone else was actively reading his thoughts. Although having Gaia was cool, this was a major downside as well. Gaia continued. Master, the Cuber Corp officials want a meeting with you to formally give you the reins of Cuber Corp and start helping you with administrative tasks for Earth. Should I charter a jet for you to take you to their island? Ridra frowned. Why the hell was there always more work? Whenever he finished work, there was more work waiting for him, which always seemed to be important. No. Gaia, tell the Cuber Corp to politely F off. I will be by my wife's side for the next month, and even if entire humanity implodes on itself, I don't give a solitary F. I need my family time. Gaia wanted to interrupt and remind Ridra of his duties. However, once she sensed her boss's emotions, she decided to wisely shut up. Ridra had been through a lot, and if anyone deserved a vacation, it was this man. Ridra drove home with a big smile on his face. It was the first time he was going home thinking about all the fun things to do with Naomi over the next month instead of worrying about some war or fight. As he pressed the bell of his house, he shuffled nervously like a teenager. As he was wearing a formal tuxedo and holding a bunch of pink roses. As Naomi groggily came to open the door, she was surprised to see the well-dressed and angelic-looking Ridra holding flowers for her, as she felt like she was going to melt. For you, my lady, Ridra said, giving Naomi the fragrant flowers as he took his hand and gave it a light kiss. Naomi blushed, her pale face full of a red glow as she hugged her husband tightly. Ridra lifted her up as if she weighed nothing and started to heartily laugh as he declared, I'm home. Naomi and Ridra spent a good 2 hours silently cuddling and enjoying each other's warmth, after which Naomi started to sob uncontrollably. What happened? Ridra asked. He was perplexed by his wife's behavior. I missed you, Naomi replied, bursting into more tears. Pregnancy was a hard time for a mother, and it was a period where she needed constant emotional support. Although she had a Nani and Max, nobody could replace the void left by Ridra, and it had been a truly hard time for Naomi without him. The warmth and comfort that Ridra brought could not be matched by anyone else in the world for Naomi. Ridra stroked her hair and kissed her forehead as he said, I'm here now. I promise. Naomi looked at Ridra half in disbelief as she said, No more immediate work? Ridra smiled and said, No work at all. Naomi could not believe what she was hearing. She had become accustomed to Ridra always leaving on urgent work and made peace with living alone knowing that her husband was an important man. Her tears subsided and a smile spread on her face when she realized that the next month would probably be the last and the best of her life. Meanwhile, Max was chasing Sophie, who had ran away from the hospital, and outside the safe walls of the upside. When Johnny saw this, he sighed, as he started to follow the kid silently. Inwardly, Johnny knew that it was a dumb choice for a kid to run into the streets when it was full of crime and gangs. However, Johnny did not intervene because he wanted to let the boy experience the hardships once for himself so that he never repeated such mistakes again. What Johnny did not know was that Max did not voluntarily run into the unsafe streets, but did so because his crazy girlfriend apparently thought that some street hag, who was constantly flirting with Max on the forums, had stolen her boyfriend away from her, because Max personally replied with a wink emoji to her comments. Which is why she was running with a knife to her house to murder her. Max had no idea why Sophie was doing what she was doing, but he knew he needed to stop her. While Max could not see it, Johnny could clearly understand the situation, as he saw Max running after Sophie, shouting at her to stop as the old man sighed and said, "This girl will be the boy's undoing." / Congratulations on hitting the GT target. Bonus soon / Chapter 889 Max lashes out. Max caught up to Sophie before she could go too far into the streets. At this point, they were only 1 kilometer-ish away from the upside, and the area was still under military protection. Max held Sophie's arm tightly, and immobilized her weapon arm, as he gave a tight slap across her face. Slap. Sophie was stunned to see that Max hit her, and she waited for Max's eyes to turn apologetic, but it did not. The rage in his eyes never subsided, as he kept glaring at the woman. "Why did you hit me?" Sophie said, a tear rolling down her eye. However, Max was no longer affected by her crocodile tears. Max said, "You stop acting crazy. I'm not your property, and you are not mine. If you want to be in a healthy relationship with me, then you need to understand boundaries. You are not the most important individual to me in this entire universe, and you probably never will be. My brother is the most important for me in this world, followed by my sister-in-law and my to-be nephews. My family is first for me. And until you become my family, you're just a girlfriend. You have no standing in my life." Sophie was bewildered. All the brainwashing she had done for Max all seemed to be crumbling down at the moment. However, she had no idea why. "When have I ever obstructed you or your family? All I've ever done is be nice to them. I went shopping with your sister-in-law. I spent hours trying to find good twin baby names for your upcoming nephew and niece. All I have ever shown your brother is respect, but he treats me like a succubus bitch. Where am I wrong in this?" Sophie asked. Max felt frustrated at this second. He had a million things to point out to Sophie, but he was not the most eloquent speaker, and could not twist facts like Sophie did, which is why his retort did not seem as strong when he spoke it versus when he thought about it. "You made a ruckus when you were hospitalized and my sister-in-law was not feeling well. On multiple occasions you tried to tell me my brother is not actually my well-wisher. You are the sole reason I had a fight with him. You are wrong. There is no question about it," Max replied with disgust. Sophie looked to be taken aback as she said, "I caused a ruckus at the hospital? Yes. I was weak and feeling needy, and wanted you to stay with me when I was recovering. Sorry if I obstructed you going to your sister-in-law when I was feeling so low. Sorry I almost died for you when you ditched me with dripping anesthesia in my veins and almost killed me. Sorry I told you facts that your brother is holding you back. Because I for one think your potential is unlimited and you can become better than him in the future." Max gave a dangerous glare to Sophie, who glared back with equal fury. Smiling, Max said, "If I say you are wrong, then you admit you are wrong. End of discussion." Sophie wanted to retort, but then she looked into Max's black eyes and realized this was not a man to be messed with. It was the same look that came in Rudra's eyes when he was calmly waiting for his enemy to strike first and fall into his trap. The eyes of an apex predator stalking its prey. Sophie gulped as she refused to meet Max's eyes and looked away. "You will drop this knife now and come back with me to the upside and stop acting like a crazy bitch. Or else." "Or else what?" Sophie interrupted, still full of herself. "Or else nothing. I walk back without caring for you, and you can go be the criminal you want to be. But know that if you don't drop that knife and be back inside the upside before I reach there, you and me are over." Saying this, Max coldly started to walk back as Sophie stood on the street speechless. This was not the Max she knew. Something had changed in the time she was at the hospital. The Max she tamed did not have such a spine to him. Sophie could not afford to lose Max, so naturally the knife fell from her hands as she ran back to chase Max. From the very start, it was all a ploy to get his attention and nothing more. And since Max was not buying what she was selling, there was no point in remaining stubborn. Johnny, who had taken out 3 archers and 6 gangsters, who were lurking in the shadows, while the kids fought loudly in the open, sighed deeply. He was choking out a man between his arms and chest as he said, "Young love, eh? Makes one stupid. I gave my boy Max such a good ball-crushing technique, yet he still chases women and their big jugs. A dumb boy indeed." Not worthy of being my disciple. MMMPHH. The man that Johnny was choking mumbled in oxygen deprivation, and Johnny continued. Yes, I will also let you experience my legendary ball crush. Don't be so impatient. Keeping him under wraps with his right arm, Johnny reached down slowly towards the man's pants and slowly unbuttoned the pant. The muffling sound and struggling intensified as pure horror could be seen in the man's eyes as Johnny slowly unzipped him and slid down his pants. Shush. There. Johnny said, comforting him as he slid his hand into his underwear, and then suddenly crunch. 2 precious walnuts were destroyed as the man passed out from the pain, turning from a man to eunuch in a single incident. Johnny stood up and patted the dust off himself as he wondered. Noon has balls as big as the devil. Noon is satisfactory enough. Maybe I should crush Max's balls at least, then he would be free from the witch's spell. Chapter 890 Good Times Fly. Rudra spent a good 2 weeks at home. He settled his disputes with Max after the kid apologized profusely for being a dick to his brother, and overall there was harmony in the Rajput household. The Kuber officials, who were uneasy about Rudra not visiting them, frequented Rudra's household, and after a lot of deliberation Rudra decided to give them 40 minutes of dinner time each day. So basically every day Rudra would eat dinner with 15-20 Kuber officials while talking about the fate of humanity as he enjoyed a thick slice of pizza. The Kuber officials wanted Earth to remain a democracy even after the First Awakening and wanted Rudra to make a democratic government after being elected to power, but Rudra refused this proposal flatly. Rudra was not power-hungry or averse to having a team of qualified individuals leading the world. He was averse to the idea of democracy because in a democracy, the most qualified candidate did not make it to the top. The one with the best marketing team did. The last thing Rudra wanted was to leave the fate of humanity to a bunch of corporate officials and 60-70-year-old men who would have never put a single foot outside the comforts of Earth's atmosphere. The universe was a cruel place, and only a strong leader with an iron fist could provide stability to humans in these dark times, and without a better alternative, that leader had to be Rudra. Sitting with the Kuber officials, Rudra made the law book that will be applied in the new dog-eat-dog world as a set of baselines that humans were not allowed to violate. Within Earth, murder, rape, and betrayal of humanity remained capital crimes, whereas theft, second-degree assault, and other minor crimes would lead to imprisonment. There was still a right to freedom for everyone. Freedom of speech, freedom to reside wherever they wished to on Earth, and freedom to practice whatever religion they wanted to. If one did not have freedom to something, it was to information. Only the government was allowed to issue public information drives and cover galactic/universal news, and no other media or local channel could. Rudra understood the power of information and the need to keep certain parts of information censored lest it lead to civil unrest, which is why he decided to censor information. Rudra decided to set up the Earth's Greatest Warriors Federation, an organization that would provide monetary and equipment support to young and upcoming adventurers, as well as work as a guild that issues tasks that could be completed and exchanged for rewards. Rudra decided to retain the Kuber Corporation as the shadow leaders of the world government and decided that from every continent there will be one representative elected to the post of continental commanders and will serve as a high-ranking official and decision-maker for their respective continents. Rudra also gave the Kuber officials tips on how to make trade with the planet easy and how to set up the merchants' organization and trade unions, as well as establish universal cities that could house aliens. Rudra was very clear that he did not want aliens to be able to freely roam on Earth, which is why the only regions where the aliens were allowed to go would be restricted to 2-3 specially constructed cities for now. Apart from these sectors, Rudra left the control of every other sector to Gaia, and hence basically retained control of Earth in its entirety. The Kuber officials were justifiably distressed by this decision of Rudra, as this concentrated too much power in the hands of one man. However, there was nothing they could do about it. When Rudra took control over Gaia, he had become the god of Earth, and taken over the fate of the planet in its entirety. The Kuber officials were given this A.I. by the Universal Queen for smoothly running this planet, and being the master of Gaia was akin to being the master of the planet, as she was the only link to the Universal Queen. Even without Gaia, Rudra was the most popular man on the planet, and the strongest one as well, and if he decided to take over the planet through a bloodbath, there was absolutely no one capable enough to stop him. While working on the planet's law and order, Rudra also got some ideas about how he wanted his religion in Omega to be, so he wrote his Bible-like book called the Book of Elites, as well submitting it to Gaia to integrate it as the holy book of his religion in the future. However, Rudra made sure to not work for more than 2 hours a day, and only work when Naomi was sleeping, as he spent every hour of the daylight with his very pregnant wife. Rudra noticed there to be some tension between Max and Naomi, as the two did not seem to be on bad terms, but there was some indescribable tension between the two. Rudra also noticed that Naomi was looking paler than usual, and that she was getting thinner and thinner by the day, and to counterattack this effect he tried to heal her while she slept at night. Rudra's title of human god gave him the ability to heal about any human even from a near-dead state. However, the problem was that the mana currently on Earth was too thin for him to properly use his techniques. Gaia explained to Rudra that if he wanted to heal Naomi properly, he needed to either wait for the mana barrier to break during the first awakening, or take her to his gaming room back at his office, where due to runic inscriptions the flow of mana was many times more than Earth's natural atmosphere. Rudra asked Naomi if she was okay, and she repeatedly assured Rudra that this was all normal during pregnancy, and that the doctor said she was fine, and that he worried too much. It was a white lie, of course. However, Rudra was none the wiser. He believed his wife's words to be true like an idiot. When the week of the delivery finally arrived and Naomi was expected to give birth any day, she started to vomit blood and looked nothing like her true vibrant self, and this is when Rudra finally realized something was really wrong. Knowing that Max had accompanied Naomi to the doctor for her every visit, Rudra asked Max if what she was undergoing was really normal. And it was here that Max was caught in a real pickle. A few days ago, when Max came back home and saw Rudra, the first thing he did was give his brother a heartfelt apology, and Rudra too generously forgave him and gave him a warm hug. The atmosphere in the Rajput household was good, and Max watched in silence as Naomi seemed to be the happiest woman on the planet with Rudra at home. It prickled Max's conscience to not tell Rudra about Naomi's true medical state. However, seeing how happy the two were, Max decided to not ruin the day and tell Rudra about it tomorrow. The next day he felt the same, and then even the next day the atmosphere was the same, which made Max unable to open his mouth. Finally, after almost a week had passed, Naomi called Max in her room alone and made him swear on her life that he would not put this happiness she experienced in jeopardy by telling Rudra about her illness. Max was absolutely reluctant to do it. However, after Naomi told him that if he told Rudra about it and somehow destroyed this happy world of hers, she would curse him for eternity. In his heart, Max knew he should have told his brother. However, circumstances forced him to remain mute. When Rudra asked him if his wife was okay, Max wanted to reveal everything. He was a well-wisher of his big sister-in-law as much as Rudra was. However, the promise to Naomi haunted him, as Max reluctantly lied about it. It was a big mistake on Max's part, as this would be the reason that the two brothers would have their first and only fight that would be too big to be resolved by plain words and apologies, and it would be a mistake that would become one of Max's biggest regrets of his life. // From here on out, the timeline of this book overlaps with the timeline of the sequel. For those who have followed my request and not yet read the sequel, please let me finish the book here first, and only then go to the new one for best reader experience and a full context of what's going on. However, I know many of you have already started reading the sequel, even though I have asked you not to. For you guys, here is a very important disclaimer. Don't mix the two timelines. // Chapter 891, Birth of the Twins. 10th June. 2110. Only 5 days remained before the first awakening, and Naomi's pain reached unbearable levels, as 8.5 months into her pregnancy, she decided to have a C-section to give birth to the baby 10 days prematurely. Rudra rushed her to the hospital, and almost all the close guild members and Max were present, as there was a tense and joyous atmosphere mixed together. No one except for Max was aware about Naomi's condition, and hence nobody was that worried about her life. Modern science had progressed a lot, and losing life during birth, especially with a C-section, was highly unlikely. Max watched as Karna and Neatwig teased Rudra that he was going to become a dad now, and once you are a dad, the street word for you changes from big brother to uncle. Rudra looked extremely nervous and blushed deeply when someone mentioned that he would be called dad by the little ones down the line. For Rudra, life seemed extremely bright, as even though the two babies had not been born yet, he already had boundless love from them, and he knew in his heart that he would fight against the entire universe if need be, but make sure to give them a beautiful world to live in. There were jokes flying and nervous foot tapping as the women hugged and comforted each other, whereas the men awkwardly stared down the hallways and talked about how the water dispenser machines were back in the day at their colleges, while the others could not hear Naomi's screams of pain. Rudra, with his superior hearing, could, as he took deep breaths and clutched the steel chair he was sitting on tightly. Soon the screams subsided. The anesthesia seemed to be taking effect, as Naomi could no longer feel anything below her neck. The pain had finally subsided. It was at this moment that Karna clutched the shoulders of his ex-guild master and pointed out that he had torn apart 2 handfuls of iron parts from the steel chair. Rudra gave his buddy an awkward smile as he suddenly faced difficulty breathing as he awaited hearing those first screams. Once the anesthesia kicked in, he could remember the doctor starting to talk gibberish to Naomi to keep her awake, as she could not sleep before the surgery ended to avoid complications. And it was the hardest 12 minutes of waiting that Rudra had ever spent in his life. By the end, Rudra was drenched in sweat. losing his nerves and contemplating whether he should break down the door in front of him. Nitwit whispered to Karna. "Have you ever seen the guildmaster sweat so much?" Karna replied. "Never. Not even when he faced the devil. Not even when he faced a guaranteed death down the barrel. This is something different. I've never seen him display so much emotion that is not bloodlust." The two of them shivered thinking about this. Rudra was just too cold at times, and it was rare for him to show this much worry and emotion, as it was completely unlike him otherwise to do so. Karna whispered, "If he tries to barge in, you and me will have to restrain him." Karna understood his best friend the best. He knew that Rudra's patience was nearly running out, and it was any second now that the guy would try to barge his way into the operation theater and try to get a hold of the situation. "Easy, big guy." "Easy." Johnny patted Rudra on his head when Rudra subconsciously increased the pressure beneath his feet, and the hospital tiles started to crack from the pressure. Rudra's strength had reached ridiculous levels, and if he was not careful in day-to-day operations, he could easily destroy most stuff used by normal humans. Everyone was on the edge seeing Rudra's behavior, and everyone sighed in relief when Rudra dropped to his knees and started to sob uncontrollably. Rudra's ears had already picked the shrill cries of two distinct voices that he had never heard before, and heard the nurse comment, "The babies are born without any disability, and with all of their senses working." Everyone in the lobby started to celebrate, which confused the doctor, who came out to declare the success of the operation a full minute later, by which streams of man tears had already flooded the halls of the hospital. Max hugged Rudra tightly, and the two of them shared a warm embrace before the doctor sanitized and dressed them in medical clothes and gloves before permitting them to enter the room. Rudra's eyes glanced towards the babies. However, the first thing he did was to hold Naomi's hand, as he found her crying and smiling at the same time. However, she looked incredibly pale and weak for some reason. At the moment, Rudra just thought it must be the surgery and started healing her as best as he could, straining his body to the limits and helping to stabilize her condition as much as possible. Only when Naomi pointed towards the babies and weakly said, "Jake! Amy!" that Rudra left her side, and for the first time ever looked at his newborn infants with his loving gaze. Both his babies looked indiscernible from one another. If it was not for the fact that one was wrapped in a pink towel and one in blue, Rudra would never be able to distinguish between the two genders. The nurse carefully placed Amy into Rudra's hands and Jake in Max's, as the two men held them, as if they were holding the most fragile and most beautiful thing in the world. With Max even trying to hold his breath as much as possible, as to not let the baby be startled by soft winds. Rudra admired the beautiful black eyes that the baby had, which looked exactly like his mother's, and the sharp nose which looked like Naomi. Amy's face was as red as a tomato, and the nurse proudly told him that she weighed in at a very healthy 4.5 kilograms, and would not need to be placed in the infirmary, although she was born a bit prematurely. After a loving 5 minutes spent with his daughter Max, and Rudra replaced the children in their arms, as Rudra held Jake and Max took Amy. Although the twins looked identical, there was a mischief in Jake's eyes that was not present in Amy's. As while Amy looked at her father shyly, the little one looked at Rudra with curiosity, his eyes asking the question of who the F is this guy? Rudra had a hearty laugh. The boy reminded him of himself. There was a fire inside him. Rudra looked at Naomi and whispered, "Babe, I think I like our daughter more than our son. This one is already challenging my domination in the house right out of the crib." Rudra glanced at Naomi, only to find her sleeping soundly. Rudra found this odd. And after a good 5 minutes with his son, as the visiting time ended, Rudra placed the baby beside their mother in the crib and took his leave outside. There was a mad celebration going on in the lobby, and Sir Johnny was even dancing without a care in the world. It was as if he had decided that the children were his own grandkids, and he was their grandpa. When people saw Rudra, they wanted to tease him and pester him. However, there was something bothering Rudra's mind, as he avoided the crowd with an awkward smile and searched for the head doctor. Rudra asked the head doctor, "Is my wife okay?" The head doctor looked perplexed as he said, "Have your wife and brother not informed you? Her case is like this." The doctor narrated everything from Naomi's medical problems to how he had already warned them against holding the kids for too long and opting for a premature delivery a month ago to avoid complications. The doctor told Rudra how Naomi was incredibly weak at the moment and had abysmal levels of many vital minerals and vitamins in her body, as well as a serious lack of RBC, WBC and platelets. Her body was basically a recipe for disaster, as physical strain, smallest of infection, and blood loss through internal or external hemorrhage could all kill her. Rudra was too stunned to speak when all this was revealed to her, as his perfect day was perfectly ruined at this point. In anger, Rudra punched the wall beside him, and the entire building trembled as if hit by an earthquake, as Rudra knocked an entire section of the wall off with his attack. The doctor shat his pants and scrambled away from Rudra. as Rudra himself walked with a terrifying anger towards his brother Max. While Max and Naomi were both the culprits of hiding information from Rudra. Since Rudra could not punish his weak wife for risking her own life, there was only one entity he could put the blame on. As an angry father marched down the halls of the hospital, his family-like guild members trembled to see his visage, which was more terrifying than any god they had ever seen. However, nobody was more terrified than Max Rajput himself, with whom Rudra had locked eyes, and who knew the crime he had to pay for today. Since they were kids, Rudra had never let anyone scold Max. He would always take his side when Mama or Papa Rajput scolded him and pampered him to the extreme. Never did he see his brother so enraged and have that anger directed towards him. As at this moment the only doubt he had in his mind was, will brother ever forgive me? Chapter 892 A Brotherly Fight. Rudra walked towards Max in a terrifying rage, and Max just stood there, his eyes closed, as he awaited the tight slap to land on his face. Max shivered violently, tears already streaming down his face as he awaited his punishment. However, shockingly, the punishment never came. Somehow Rudra's boundless love for Max did not allow for the elder brother to hit his younger one, as Rudra's hand froze mid-air before he could land a slap on the young one's face. When Max opened his teary eyes, 2 tears rolled down. However, there was no pain in his body, as he wondered what was going on. When he found Rudra staring dead into his eyes. "When were you going to tell me, Max?" Rudra said in a hoarse voice that had an angry edge to it. One could easily figure out that Rudra was trying hard to hold the anger in as he spoke. Max bit his lip. He could make a solid case for himself at this moment. However, only a spineless idiot would put all the blame on the sickly sister-in-law in order to escape judgment. "I said, when were you going to tell me? You knew about this, no?" Rudra asked once more, his voice more aggressive this time as the glass on the vending machine and the far end of the hallway broke from Rudra's powerful voice. Max, who still shivered in fear, did not lose eye contact as he said, "Why, yes, I knew." However, as to when he was going to inform Rudra, Max held his silence. Rudra waited and waited for Max's explanation. He could see in his brother's eyes that it had a million words to say, but not a single whisper came out of his mouth. "Very well. Hold your tongue. Hold it well. Because as of today I'm not talking to you again, brother." Saying so, Rudra shoved Max aside as he went to the end of the hallway and jumped out of the window, going off into the distance to vent his frustrations out. A primal roar could be heard all over the upside moments later, as a massive explosion was visible in the sky. However, there was no fight or threat, as it was simply Rudra getting rid of the excess energy and emotions in his body to try and calm down. Max knew he had made the biggest mistake of his life, and now there was no going back. Today's fight was different from other fights with his brother because Max knew this was one fight where a simple apology would no longer resolve things between them. The elites present expressed their condolences to Max. However, Karna was harsh on him, as he pointed out that Max did the wrong thing by not informing Rudra about such an important thing. Neatwood insisted that Max should have trusted his brother to find a solution, because in the end Rudra always did. And the fact that he withheld such important information from his brother was just a blunder on his part. The women comforted Max. Yua and Skyla could understand why Max did what he did, and they protected him fiercely from against the guys, and soon the situation in the hotel lounge calmed down. There were no celebrations. The day was completely ruined, and so was the surprise where everyone was going to gift Rudra and Naomi's own baby clothes. Instead, only an uneasy calm before the storm remained as Rudra, high above the Earth's atmosphere, contemplated about how to save his wife. The AI Gaia said, "The way she is, the likelihood of her surviving the first awakening is very low." This was not the news that Rudra wanted to hear at all, as this bothered him to no limits. "Why?" Rudra asked Gaia a concise question, and the answer baffled him. Gaia explained how mana itself was a pure flowing river, and that under normal circumstances it would be a clear drinkable liquid if picked from the flowing river. However, just like an old tap in the house that had not been used for ages, when the mana barrier broke and the first awakening occurred, the mana rushing in would have a lot of impurities and be like a muddy water. It would be these impurities that would choke the mana veins of many humans, or cause a poisoning effect, as many humans who had not already attuned themselves to the force by reaching higher levels in Omega would die as a result. After Gaia ended her explanation, Rudra asked, "How many humans will die at the first awakening?" Gaia remained silent for a moment before she replied, 60% of humans. Nearly 90% of all less sentient animal life will most likely die. So dozens of billions. It was a hard pill for Rudra to swallow. The projected number was too much. However, this was not a problem that Rudra had any solution to. Even he could not keep the wheels of fate from turning. What was going to happen was going to happen. What Rudra could do was to ensure that his planet was not overrun by alien forces on the day of the First Awakening by being there to drive them off. Damn it. Rudra cursed as he slowly descended from the sky and made his way back to the hospital. He needed to be there with his wife and kids, no matter how little time there was. Every second that he wasted alone venting was a moment he would lose being with them. Unsurprisingly, the only people waiting in the lobby when Rudra returned were Yua and Skyla, both of whom gave Rudra a glare filled with anger and pity. Rudra nodded their way as he went into the E.R to spend some time with his family. / things will pick up pace from here on out. Make sure to follow it closely. Also, congratulations for hitting the GT target. Bonus right ahead / Chapter 893 Angels. The next 2 days were hard on Rudra. Naomi repeatedly told Rudra that it was not Max's fault and how she had made him swear that he would not tell Rudra a word about her illness. A lot of Rudra's anger towards Max dissipated as he realized his situation better, and a light respect also came in Rudra's heart for his little brother to not tell tale on Naomi even when facing Rudra's wrath. However, the fact remained that Naomi's health condition was getting worse and worse by the day, and without mana flowing freely on Earth, Rudra would not be able to perform life-saving spells on Naomi's body, when the very same mana that could be used to save her could also kill her. Rudra tenderly took care of his children and Naomi as despite all the rage in his heart, he was a loving father to the three on the surface. Rudra was desperately praying for a miracle at this point, and that miracle came when 2 days before the First Awakening a very interesting message was delivered by Gaia. Gaia said, Master, the angels are outside the solar system and await your permission to gain entry. It is a messenger ship, with Archangel Sariel, Archangel Raphael and Archangel Hazriel on board. Rudra was informed by the Queen that after his transformation to become a pure-blooded angel, he would be sought out after the angel race. And initially he thought it would be a negative attention. But the two names that had came to meet him, Sariel and Raphael, were people Rudra was sort of on friendly terms within Omega. And the fact that they came on a messenger ship could only be seen as a positive. Rudra's line of thinking, however, was interrupted by Gaia, who broke his illusions. Even 1,000 of you can't hope to match the unarmed strength of any of the archangels. Them coming unarmed is because they don't need arms to level 1,000,000 Earth-like planets. It was a good eye-opener for Rudra, who was reminded not to be too full of himself, and he immediately granted access to the messenger ship to enter the solar system, as he realized that it was only a formality for them to ask him for entry, as with their strength they need not ask for Jack's hit from him. Rudra took it to the skies, and quickly exited the stratosphere, only hovering high above the mesosphere of the Earth near the ionosphere. Technically, it should be possible for a human to be able to fly without mana. However, Rudra was not a human. His shiny pearl-white wings extended. He was meeting the angel race as an angel. Rudra could have met them at the surface, however he did not want the headlines of tomorrow's newspapers to be UFO spotted over the upside. What is Shikuni up to again? He was high enough that at least from a naked eye he was invisible. Within next 2 minutes a majestic ship, white and gold in color, appeared in front of Rudra, and by the way it was positioned with the door hanging open, Rudra understood the cue to hop on. The moment he entered the ship, mana flooded his veins as he felt strength returning to his body. Rudra had not even realized how weak he was without having an ambient mana environment, as a small moan escaped his lips in ecstasy. When Rudra looked around, he saw a beautiful woman staring at him, and it was an unknown being, as Rudra had never seen her before. She wore a radiant silver-white armor, and had glistening white wings at her back. She was 5 feet 8 inches, 5 feet 9 inches in height, and weighed no more than 150 pounds. Her figure was slim. However, she was not too frail. In fact, her defined muscles were a stark contrast to her otherwise smooth skin that was a perfect wheatish white in color. Greetings, Archangel Hazriel, Rudra said, knowing that she could not be Raphael or Sariel since both of them were men. Huh. Shocking. Most men I meet stare at my visage for at least a full minute before they can break free from their stupor. It seems like my charm is not charming enough for you to be unaffected. Hazriel made her assessment as she seemed impressed by Rudra. Am married, Rudra replied in response with a wide smile, as the reply stunned Hazriel, who instantly gained more respect for the man. In the universe, most marriages were circumstantial, and nobody remained true to their love. There was always a woman from some other species, with some other specialties, that the wife did not possess, leading to all men cheating sooner or later. A man like Rudra was hence a rare find. Hazriel too checked out Rudra and was stunned by his handsomeness. He looked exactly like the purest of pure-born angels, with the shiny blue eyes and blonde hair, and the perfect white wings that could be retracted into the spine and his back. It was too bad that Rudra gave her a cold vibe right off the bat. Otherwise she would be very interested in spending a passionate night with him if a chance presented itself. I guess this is better, Hazriel thought as she guided Ridra in towards the main chamber of the ship where Sariel and Raphael were apparently playing chess. The two of them looked exactly as how Ridra remembered them to be from Omega. However, instead of loose-fitting clothes, they were in a light chainmail type armor. Our man's here, Rafa. Sariel looked at Ridra and beamed. Raphael too gave him a wide smile as he greeted Ridra as his disciple. Ridra was offered a seat at the table and some nectar, a high grade of wine that was imbued with mana and brewed specially for gods, who would not get drunk from ordinary wines otherwise due to their fast metabolism. Ridra took a sip and instantly felt warmth rush all over his body as he felt a burst of mana in his veins, causing him to release another small moan of joy. Good stuff, Sariel said with a smile as he moved his chess piece. Good stuff indeed, Ridra confirmed with a polite tone. For a few moments afterwards, there was complete silence as Hazriel and Ridra watched the two complete their chess game. Raphael won and Sariel was forced to do a bottoms-up on his glass of nectar, as his face flushed a deep red as a result. We have kept our guests waiting long enough. Let's get down to business, Raphael said, as the temperature in the room suddenly dropped by a few degrees. Chapter 894 Hazriel. Sariel said. You see, my friend Ridra, we have a slight problem here. Ridra tightened up, one hand involuntarily reaching for the sword, which was not present on his waist, since he was not in Omega. Don't worry about it. You can't summon weapons out of your system space here. Only angel weapons are allowed, Raphael said casually. It was almost as if he found Ridra's involuntary action to be cute. Ridra maintained eye contact with the two men and said, What problem? Sariel walked up to him, and with a very kind expression flicked his white angelic wings as he said, This is the problem. Ridra did not understand what was the problem with his wings, as he remained perplexed as to what Sariel was leading towards. However, at this moment Hazriel interrupted as she said, Look, let me cut to the chase. A human turning into an angel is unheard of in the universe. When Sariel and Raphael got the news from the Omega feed, it created quite the waves from amongst the archangels. Azrael definitely wanted to kill you. However, Michael decided that you'd be given a fair opportunity. If your transformation was incomplete, if you were a mere winged human with gray wings or a halfling, it would not be an issue. However, you are a perfect angel. A pure blood. In fact, you are as pure as the archangels. When she declared that Ridra's body was as pure as the archangels, an awkward silence covered the room, as a slightly menacing grin appeared on Raphael's face. Hazriel continued, We can't let the universe know that pure-born angels cannot only be born out of pure breeding between archangels, but also synthesized from a weaker human species through special means. It threatens to destroy the domination of the current angel race in the universe, as we are one of the top races controlling a significant portion of the universe. One of the main reasons for our success is our unity. An angel always marries an angel, and the blood is kept pure. Up till now there have been many halflings and weaklings born, who have defected from our cause. However, none had the strength to change the course of history. However, if an army of angels who are at the basic constitutional level, as strong as archangels, is created, it would be a direct challenge to our empire, which by the decree of the brother Michael is forbidden. Ridra understood their reasoning. Currently the angels were a cohesive unit. They lived in their own colonies and fraternized amongst their own selves. This created a sort of bonding and unity, as all of them came from the same family line and in the end followed the same cause. Whenever any defectors were born, they were usually a result of crossbreeding, and on paper, it was a threat to the angel race. However, history was proof that halflings could never measure up to the power of a pureborn, which meant that the rebellion was never successful. Ridra got strong vibes that he was going to be forced into signing some soul contract or the like that would ensure his silence over this matter forever. Otherwise, the angels would rather have him eliminated than let such a threat roam the world. Raphael said, To be honest, I'm very impressed. Many thousands of years ago I played Omega 2. However, even me and my brothers could not reach the legendary tier 6 strength level. Although we left a legacy, you have surpassed us, which to be fair is quite an achievement. I would gladly recruit you into our forces if you cooperate with us on today's matter. Sariel snapped his fingers at this moment, and a system contract appeared in front of Ridra. It was a Sigma contract, enforced by the Universal Queen, and it read that Ridra could never refer to himself as an angel and could never use his wings in public. Additionally, he could never reveal the means with which he became a true angel and never sell that information in any form to any other species. Reading the contract, Ridra knew that the angels had only given him two choices here, which were comply or die. It was one of those situations where Ridra was backed into a tight corner. If a common man was stuck in such a situation, he would most likely have cowered and rushed to sign the contract by now to save her life. However, not Rudra. Rudra had fought the devil himself, and now he was not afraid of anyone. It was not overconfidence, but a strong personality that had developed over the last 10 years that did not take bullying well. If there was one thing that Rudra had learned in his reincarnation, it was to never let anyone bully him as a weak and powerless individual again. Although the angels were apparently much stronger than him, Rudra was not going to give in to their pressure without getting something out of this deal himself. Calm. He asked Gaia if she could save the data of how he became an angel and leak it to the cosmos right at this second. Yes, Master. That is possible if it is your wish. Gaia replied. Gaia wanted to add a warning as to how making an enemy out of the angels was not a good idea. However, Rudra told her to shut up, and the AI complied. After a long silence, Rudra finally spoke. I do not wish to make enemies of the angel race. I do not wish to sell the information about my transformation to any third parties for any kind of benefit. On those terms, I am ready to sign the contract. However, let me make some things from my side clear. Rudra smiled. It was a daring and unapologetic smile, as he looked the three archangels dead in their eyes, and spoke with confidence. I'm not doing to do it for free. I have talked with my AI, and even if you kill me here and now, she will release the information stored. You can't stop it. So let's reconfigure this deal a little, so that you don't exploit me. Rudra's response surprised the three angels, and while Raphael and Hazriel frowned, Sariel started to laugh a hearty laugh. I told you guys. He is a smart one. He has already figured out the uses of the AI. I told you intimidation won't work on him, Rafa. We should have taken the equals approach. Sariel said, crying tears of amusement. Raphael clicked his tongue and then started to laugh too as he gauged Rudra again. He said, although I've heard tales of your strategy and deceit, I did not believe someone can be this cunning until I met you in person here today. You, Shakuni, one knight of Earth, have gained this archangel's respect. Hazriel looked at the two men with contempt as she said, this is not a game, boys. A little more seriousness? This mission is important. Sariel and Raphael complained as the three bickered for a while, and after some internal discussion, Hazriel asked Rudra, what do you want? Don't be too excessive. Rudra smiled as he said, nothing much. I want permission to use my angel powers under duress. I want access to your land and library and information archives. A trade set up between my planet and yours, and most importantly, Rudra sucked in a deep breath and said, I want you to help my brother Max and my wife Naomi. My family is everything to me, and I'm a failure as its family head. Hazriel looked at Rudra in new light again. The demands he made were not excessive at all, and were not materialistic either. She was sure that 100 men she would meet would ask for some sort of precious treasure, or some sort of political benefit. However, Rudra stuck true to his role as the leader of a race, and only asked for a personal favor regarding his family. Hazriel was different from other angels. She had the power to see through fate lines and make divinations, as she could see the fate and future of the two individuals Rudra just mentioned, and also saw how she could save them both. After calculating the cost, Hazriel said, it's a deal. However, in exchange, I want you to never mention about this to a single soul, including your own wife, as to how you became a true angel, and I also want any children of yours, apart from the ones already born that will be conceived in the full angel form, to be educated with the angel rays. Rudra thought this over and said, deal. The three archangels smiled, and a merry atmosphere was created, as the four drank nectar, and celebrated the deal. Hazriel had noticed Rudra's future, and the only reason she agreed to making a deal with Rudra was because the lines of fate around the man were way too thick. He was not to be made an enemy out of, as there was an unnamed god behind him. Also, she respected his personality and nature, which was unlike any man she had ever met. Hazriel wanted to tell Rudra that tough times laid ahead for him. However, she did not. Fate could not be tempted so easily. However, even though things would be hard for him, if she got her way, then in the future it would be set right anyways. / Guys, after this chapter you are now free to start reading the sequel. For everyone who waited up till this moment, thank you. The timeline after this coincides with the new book, but the backlog is clear. / Chapter 895, The Last Day. After making the deal with the angels, Rudra returned to Earth with a heavy heart. On one hand, he had just gotten a taste of the thrills that awaited him in the wider universe, while on the other, he was told by an angel that tough times laid ahead for him. Rudra was not someone who would back off from difficulties and challenges. However, with the last 1 month being the best of his life, there was a little sadness in his heart to think that the vacation period was coming to an end, and from tomorrow onwards work would resume as usual. Ridra was still a little bitter about Naomi's health condition and Max's attitude over the past few days. However, when he closed his eyes and thought about all the potential enemies he had in the universe and the thousands more he was going to make over time, Ridra felt that he did not have the energy to keep fighting with his family too. A lot of important stuff needed his urgent attention, as in less than 24 hours, the First Awakening was going to begin and Ridra needed to go and take a final look at the battleship, as well as start gearing up for alien invasion tomorrow. There was a lot that he needed to do, and very little time for him to do so. However, the first job that he needed to do was to check in on his wife and kids. Everything else could come later, as this took the highest priority for Ridra. At the hospital, Ridra sat across Naomi, the two kids sleeping in a crib wrapped up in soft yet thick towels beside her as Ridra lovingly gazed at the three. Naomi looked paler than the last time Ridra saw her, and this pained his heart a lot, and although he spent an hour trying to heal her as much as he could, there was only so much he could do with the limited mana on Earth. Just as Ridra was sulking looking at his wife's condition, Gaia spoke a few words of wisdom in his ears. Master, if you carry Mistress over to your gaming room, which is artificially supplemented with mana, you can use nearly 30% of your skills in that room. Ridra's eyes shined when he heard this suggestion. It was a brilliant idea. Nice one, Gaia. Why did I not think of this? It was so obviously the right thing to do. A wide smile spread on Ridra's face as he contemplated on how to carry Naomi from here to his room without disturbing her sleep, and after thinking came up with a very demolishing idea. Ridra broke down the walls of the hospital, widening the doors big enough to carry her wife's bed out, as he carefully placed the two kids onto her bed from their crib, and then lifted the bed with his superhuman strength and walked with super light steps in order to not disturb their sleep. Ridra then hijacked the hospital ambulance, much to the horror of the staff, who at this point began contemplating if Ridra was really the hero they thought he was, or was he just a violent bully. Ridra did not care about their gazes or opinions, however. As the patriarch of the elites did the he wanted to do. And there was nothing he was not willing to do if it meant saving his family. The ambulance stopped right at the door of his private elevator as Ridra slowly took the bed and tried to fit it inside the elevator when he found out that the bed did not fit. Ridra wanted to destroy the elevator channel too, however thankfully there were stairs in the building as well, and hence keeping the bed stable at 0 degrees. Ridra climbed one stair at a time, taking a good 2 hours to reach his office on the 120th floor. Once inside, Ridra immediately felt mana rush into his mana circuit as he felt his fatigue lessen considerably, as he felt capable of expressing some of his powers. Wasting no time at all, Ridra immediately began healing Naomi, and he could see visible difference in her skin tone in just over a minute. Naomi woke up feeling warm, and when she saw that she was in Ridra's office, she did feel perplexed. However, feeling the two kids by her side, she smiled as she wrapped her arm lovingly around her babies and let Ridra do his work. Ridra worked extremely hard for the next 1 hour, and Naomi seemed to be brimming with life when he was done, looking better than the day he first saw her a month ago. Gaia, as she is, will she survive the First Awakening? Ridra asked the A.I with concern. There is an 80% chance that she will, Gaia replied. What can I do to make it a 100%? Ridra asked, not liking the odds of 80%. Nothing at all, Master. You have reached the limits of the potency of your current skill. A full heal requires more mana flow, which is currently unavailable. Only after the First Awakening can a more thorough heal be performed, Gaia replied. Ridra sighed a long and heavy sigh as he nodded and called Amelia to help arrange Naomi being taken back to the hospital, as he himself needed to depart urgently to get ready for the First Awakening. Hugging his wife tightly, Ridra laid on the bed behind her, his arm wrapping around her and the two kids as the full family enjoyed the warmth of each other for a few seconds. Don't die on me, please. I can't live without you. I would not know how to raise them right without you, Naomi. Please fight for me, Ridra whispered in his wife's ears, his voice breaking towards the end. However, he held his nerves and did not allow a single tear to escape his eyes. Standing up, Ridra stroked the small heads of his two kids with a single finger as he said, Dad will be back soon, before exiting the building quickly to depart for the island where the battleship and the response army was waiting for his arrival. Meanwhile, Max had visited the hospital to check on his sister-in-law. However, she was not present, as the hospital staff told Max how Ridra tore down walls and dragged her off into some unknown location after hijacking an ambulance. Max turned to leave, however it was at this moment that he saw a familiar face waiting in the lobby, just like him, holding flowers. Max, what a pleasant surprise, said Ethan, who looked like he had aged a decade since Max had last seen him. Mr. Gray, it's been a while, Max replied. It seems both of us missed your brother's destruction of the hospital. I'm sure it would have been amusing, Ethan said with sarcasm, and Max politely laughed as a response. Tell Rudra when you see him that I'm sorry for missing the last month and his child's birth. I had to stay with my wife in Russia. It's gonna be the end of the world apparently, and I wanted a solid family time before it ended. Ethan made his case, and Max made a mental note of it, before realizing he was not exactly on talking terms with his brother. I'm sure you will be able to tell him yourself, Max replied with sadness in his voice. Ha ha. If we all somehow survive then for sure, Ethan replied with a trace of sadness in his voice as well. Walking up to Max, Ethan gave him a card with a matte black finish, with a single number written on it, with what seemed to be gold engraving. It's my son's number. I'm sure you remember the brat the two of you used to play together at the elite parties. He has shockingly turned into a very influential and powerful man, having both the Grey International and the Russian Mafia to support him. Anyways, I hope you can form a brotherly and mutually beneficial bond with him, like the one I share with Rudra. So when you find yourself in a pickle in Sigma or think about starting your own guild, give him a call, will you? Ethan said, winking at Max. Max took the card and stared at it for a while, as Ethan tapped on his shoulders and left. Little did Max know that this card was going to be his bread and butter in the future. // // we have finally reached the 10 patrons goal on Patreon, and as a result 5 bonus chapters will be released somewhere in the coming week. The next target is to reach 25 patrons before the end of October. Can we get there? 2 new survey polls have been asked today. One on what character is to be illustrated, and a secret second one. Join if you all have not already because I have good stuff planned for my patrons. Link, https://www.patreon.com/rodshaw7152 Chapter 896 The Battleship and the Guild. Karna's POV. Karna was staring at the clock timer that showed how many hours were left till Omega ended. He was seated comfortably at the guild leader's office, within the True Elites' ultra-luxurious Platinum Guild Hall, thinking whether or not he would experience such luxury ever again. The atmosphere around the guild was nervous as people had started to squander every last cent of money that they had in Omega, knowing that there was never going to be a tomorrow to spend it. Karna made the executive decision to leave 70% of the wealth of the guild with the NPC population of the True Elites Kingdom, whereas he donated most of the treasures, properties, and non-liquid assets to the Queen. The rest 30% was given to all the NPC guards and staff inside the guild who had served the guild brilliantly for the last few years. The bonus was larger than most of their 5 years' worth of salary, and when Karna saw them crying tears of joy thanking the Lord Hades, he felt warmth rising in his heart as he finally understood the joy of philanthropy. Karna had already started to dilute the powers of the guild over the management of the kingdom, as he gave a portion of them away to the Queen and appointed capable NPCs to handle the rest. Under Rudra's reign, the True Elites Kingdom had become a force to be reckoned with throughout the continent. As from well-connected roads and teleportation centers to having the best logistic services, the True Elites Kingdom was a front-runner on all these fronts. The average income/capita was the highest in the continent, and it boasted the largest and strongest army of them all. The response time for forces on one end of the kingdom to reach the furthest point on the other end was only 1 day 17 hours, which was ridiculous considering the huge size of the kingdom. This meant that laying a siege on any of the cities was practically impossible, and not a town had a chance to be ambushed, as the nearest response forces were always only 40 minutes to 1 hour away. All this gave the civilians a sense of security and stability, which when coupled with the liberal tax policy ensured high standards of living for all. The name of Shikuni of the elites as well as the True Elites Guild resounded at the core of many popular local lores of the people. As seen by a content creator who went around the kingdom asking the NPCs what they felt about the king and the kingdom in general. The answers varied from, "He's a divine god," "A true man of the people," to, "He is the son of this kingdom," to whom we wish an immortal life. The happiness rating of the people was at a whopping 95%, with the kingdom boasting a zero slums area in its entirety. Crime rate was extremely low, and the jails were working at a low 10% capacity. The people trusted the law enforcement, and were proud to declare their nationality as an elite. Karna truly wondered if this miracle utopia land could be recreated by Shikuni, but on a larger scale, called the planet Earth. Meanwhile, Fatty. Unlike 99% of the guild projects, which were constructed and completed using only guild personnel, this time around there were only a handful of the most trusted and most talented guild individuals who had worked on the construction of the battleship in real life, as the rest of the workers came from the UN. Rudra only had Fatty Kalash and Sir Johnny English involved with him on the crew of this ship, as the rest were experienced Air Force soldiers from armies across the world who had been specially trained for combat against aliens. While Rudra remained the de facto leader of the group, he had not participated in any of the training sessions yet. which is why today he needed to catch up to a lot of stuff happening with the ship. Ridra needed to thoroughly understand its abilities and limits so that he could make the right calls at the right times as well as understand its strengths and weaknesses. Fatty had made a briefing for him telling about all those stuff already, but it was one thing for him to read it, and other to actually see it in action. Ridra wasted no time as his natural charisma landed him straight at the center of command as he took the battleship for a test run. The battleship was almost as big as an entire island nation. It was 25 kilometers long and 14 kilometers wide, and could house up to 4.5 million personnel. Currently, however, it only had 250,000 specially trained personnel, who were ready to go down with the ship if need be. It was a destroyer-class battleship with 25,000 high-powered combat lasers, anti-ship ballistic missiles, and lots of intergalactic missile capabilities. It had shields, stealth, and also hyperspeed options, and was basically a creation straight out of a Star Wars movie. When Ridra flew inside the thing for the first time ever, he realized that it had some sort of inertia cancellation function inside, as unlike a car which would give jerks whenever someone accelerated or braked. The insides of the ship did not move a single inch despite accelerating and deaccelerating at a high speed. The ship was impressive, and it was not a stretch to say that it could level up the Earth in under 5 hours if it fell into the hands of a psychopath, and these were just the capabilities it could display running purely out of the fuel pack, not touching the mana-related functions built inside. A smile crept onto Ridra's face when he realized that in a few hours the aliens were going to have the shock of a lifetime when they met this bad boy protecting the skies of planet Earth. The space pirates' POV. Sire, a new planet will decouple from the mana barrier shortly. Do we set course to plunder them? A greedy goblin asked, rubbing its hands despicably. Not so fast. What is the ethnicity of the planet? What is the expected strength? Who is the patron? The witch, the first in command on the ship, asked. It's a human planet. Should complete Omega with 200,000-ish cultivators, so maybe a few thousand tier 2-3 people, the goblin replied, saliva dripping from its despicable mouth. Doable. We will make it quick. In and out. Who is the patron? The witch asked. The goblin frowned when it read the report as it said. It shows the angels. Hades and Vinegar are all interested. Then we must act quick. The planet has too much attention. A kobold suggested. No. First we must understand why the planet has so much attention. Usually not a single god is interested, however this time there are 3 damn factions. The witch remained adamant. What else? The planet has rich reserves of uranium. We must plunder it. The goblin insisted, and this time all eyes turned to the chief. The werewolf chief, who was smoking out of his pipe, said, All right. We go in. We hit a major uranium depot. We loot. We run. Prepare for combat. I. Meanwhile, Max had just read a very disturbing article on the internet that suggested that those with less attunement to mana had a significant risk of dying during the First Awakening. Although the world expected big things out of Max, only he himself knew the medical condition that he was in, which is why while many looked forward to the First Awakening, Max wondered if he was going to make it out alive. His nerves were unsettling him, and under desperation, he called Sophie to come over so that at least he could have some distraction in the last few hours before the awakening. Sophie, who was very enthusiastic to get Max's call, came over quickly and pretended to cry and tell him how much she loved him, so that the awkward ice between the two broke quickly. While Max knew what he was doing was wrong. He legit felt this was going to be his last day on the planet, so he did not care for it anyway. Max tried to distract himself by having as asterisk. And while it was wild and new for Sophie making her climax 7 times in a row, for Max it just wasn't working, as his mind remained focused on the fact that he may die soon. When Sophie noticed this, she asked Max about the cause of his behavior, and why was he stressing out so much. And although Max knew that it was a bad idea, he decided to not care, and told Sophie his biggest secret. I'm stressed because I feel like I can't sense mana, and come First Awakening I think I'm gonna die. Sophie looked horrified at first, but soon waved it off, thinking Max was being paranoid, as she did her best to soothe Max, which only made Max feel worse. However, although she did not react like Max thought she would, Sophie too decided to keep an eye out for the secret that Max had just told her. Because if he could truly not sense mana, then in the new universe, he was destined to be a bottom feeder for life. A bottom feeder that Sophie had no intention to keep any association with. // Join the Discord if you haven't already. Link https://discord.gg/gq7mcazx// Chapter 897 The First Awakening. June 15th. The day of the First Awakening. The clock ticked down, and the dreaded day was finally here. When the internal clock inside Omega ticked down to 0. Players all across the world got the last system notification from Gaia. System notification, dearest players. This is your AI Gaia speaking. Thank you for participating in the tutorial game Omega. We hope you had a pleasant gaming experience and have cultivated fond memories. The tutorial is now coming to an end, and the ownership of your planet and me has been decided to be awarded to the number 1 player Shikuni One Night by the Universal Queen. All players will now be logged out of the tutorial forever. However, we hope to see you all again in Sigma. The tutorial was over. All players had been logged out of Omega forever, and the mayhem was about to start in mere moments. There was a secret that no one knew about Omega, which was while no other items could be carried outside the game to the real world. Divine items were an exception to this rule. After the Universal Queen judged the worth of the value, it gave it a real-world debuff, converting the divine item to a dark gold or epic-rated item before allowing it to be carried into the real world. Hence, the players who were in the possession of these items got one more message after the ending message, which was whether or not they wanted to take the items with them to the wider universe or not. Only a handful of players owned divine items, which is why the wider majority remained unaware about this fact, and after logging out of their VR pods looked nervously towards the skies. Rudra, who was in the real world, got a very interesting notification too. Master, during the next 2 minutes only can we transfer your divine items from Omega to real life. Do you wish to bring them? Gaia asked, urgency in her voice. Of course, Rudra replied. There was no hesitation in his voice when he said this. He was unarmed in the real world with nothing better than titanium katanas to use. It was nothing like his own weapons. Master, do you also wish to bring Furball? You will lose your one and only pet slot if you do, Gaia asked again. Rudra's eyes widened in shock. He was borderline depressed when he realized he was going to lose his baby Furball. However, somehow, he could not also bring her to reality. Rudra immediately said, yes, bring her. Dot. Master, bringing her will cost 50 divine essence. Will you pay the fee? Dot. Rudra immediately replied yes. Although 50 divine essence was a lot. Nearly 2 century worth of efforts for Rudra. But for Furball, it was worth. Gaia finally reported, Master, we have managed to bring all your divine items to reality. Here is the report. Elite Armor Set, Custom, Divine, Bound, Divine, Elite Armor Set, Custom, Bound, Semi-Divine. Mana Stone, Laws are Ancient, Mana Stone, Epic. Lucifer Shoulder Pads, Divine, Lucifer Shoulder Pads, Dark Gold. Grim Reaper, Ancient, Grim Reaper, Legendary. Excalibur, Divine, Unique, Shikuni's Excalibur, Divine, Unique. Note the Archangel Michael already wields the blade Excalibur in the universe, and there cannot exist a second unique blade. The Queen has hence converted Excalibur to Shikuni's Excalibur. A unique blade. Pet Furball, Divine Ninetales, Tier 6, Divine Ninetales, Tier 4. 50 Divine Essence. Rudra looked at the system notification with satisfaction. He had already given up on his items from Omega, which is why it felt extremely good to have them back in reality. Rudra immediately equipped his items, and the feeling of being clad in full armor, with the familiar weight of both his swords and his arms, made him feel like he was in the 9th heaven. Rudra called for Furball. And just like in game, the lovely pet jumped out of his soul space, and started to cuddle his feet as Rudra picked her up, and hugged her tight, giving her lots of hugs and kisses. Furball too licked Rudra's face violently, as she was a smart beast who already understood the steep price that her master had paid to keep her by his side. Her golden fur coat was as silky in real life as it was in game, and while she was reduced to her 7 tails form, her tails were still fluffy and wiggly and extremely cute. Rudra's heart melted to see her by his side. However, the happy reunion was cut short once Rudra heard a shriek from the soldier nearby, who seemed to be staring out towards the sky. Max's POV. Sophie had just left a few minutes ago, as Max wanted to be alone during the first awakening, not wanting to scare her if he somehow accidentally died. For the first 5 minutes, nothing much happened. However, then, there was a large explosion heard which sounded as if someone was tearing strips of cloth. However, the cloth was the size of the atmosphere. Walking towards the window, Max took a peek outside his house. Max could see the day's sky ripping to pieces as the fabric of the cosmos around Earth changed. The bright morning sky that had 0 stars visible apart from the sun was now covered in a myriad of breathtaking cosmic sights, as for the first time mankind was actually integrated into the Milky Way galaxy, with countless stars and nebulae finally lighting up the day's sky, with a barrier that kept mana away from the solar system ripping off. It took mana 17.5 minutes to start flooding into planet Earth, as the much-dreaded and anticipated calamities started to occur. The sudden exposure to cosmic radiation and the unfiltered flow of mana made planet Earth unstable, as every species on Earth not attuned to the flow of mana found their skins tingling and burning as they howled in pain. Max too felt like his body was on fire. The pain was excruciating, and he had doubts that he would die. There was a searing tattoo being burnt into his skin as mind-boggling pain rendered Max screaming on the ground as he violently clawed anything he could dig his nails in, breaking them bloody in the process. The purpose of the tutorial game Omega was to attune humans to this very flow of mana, as the players who had already become attuned to wielding mana through Omega could survive the First Awakening without any problems. Volcanoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, and lesser intelligent species like animals going wild were common sights worldwide, as every 1 minute a new tremor shook the building Max was in. The apocalypse was here, and while humans were preparing for it for the last 12 months. Unfortunately, today was the day 60 of the human population was going to be wiped out of existence, alongside countless plants and animals. Max was perspirating all over as he had difficulty breathing, and a lack of oxygen to his brain deprived him of many of his sensory feelings. However, even in this pathetic condition that he was in, he could hear a crystal-clear voice that resounded throughout Earth. Humans of planet Earth, congratulations for graduating from the status of a primitive planet to becoming one worthy of joining the wider cosmos. I am called the Universal AI, or the Universal Queen. I am a sentient being that controls the law and order of the universe and maintains universal peace. All of you will now be given a glowing arm tattoo on your right arm, which will become your new connection point to me, through which you will be able to directly access Sigma without needing a gaming pod. You are all humans from planet #age 2047. And until you get a class and an evaluation after reaching Tier 1, this will be your only identity in the cosmos. I have already painlessly integrated with every sentient life form on this planet, and after conferring with your local planet AI Gaia, I have decided that you can use the phrase show system screen to display your status bar, and the phrase log into Sigma to log into the universal game. Please remember these code words, as they will be unique to your planet only. From here on out, every human born on this planet would be integrated into me at the age of 16. Here is the status of your planet for your reference. Planet code #age 2047. Current affiliation none. Current chosen leader Shakuni One Knight, aka Rudra Rajput. Current population 16.1 billion, falling rapidly. Cultivators 76 million. Today, on the 71st day of the 104th universal year, I extend my heartiest welcome to you all into the universal stage Sigma. Age 2047. Meaning human planet number 2047 was the identity given to the Earth. The idea that the humans had that they were the only bipedal beings in the universe seemed laughable now. There were 2,047 planets that inhabited humans in the cosmos, and many more that had not even integrated with the Queen yet. Max looked at his right arm, where a glowing has appeared, and it seemed to have formed an intricate runic pattern that looked like a beautiful Samoan tattoo from a third person's point of view. It was the mark of the Universal Queen, and having it imprinted on one's body gave one the access to their personal inventory and Sigma. Although it took a while. 20 minutes later, Max finally started to feel the heat in his body to subside, as he regained more and more of his senses. 15 more minutes later, he could finally manage to groggily stand up, as he finally sighed in relief to having not died. Looking out of the window, he saw 20 alien ships entering Earth's atmosphere, as his stomach rolled in fear. Will Big Brother be okay? Chapter 898 Confrontation. Just in the first 30 minutes of the First Awakening, the face of planet Earth changed significantly. Many major cities were looking at thousands of their skyscrapers destroyed, as violent earthquakes and natural disasters left their mark on the man-made concrete jungles. Nearly 9 billion humans could not survive the dirty mana that had flooded in during the initial few minutes of the First Awakening, losing their lives as a result, whereas a billion more died due to the said natural disasters claiming their lives. The overall population went from over 16 billion to just over 6 billion. 60% wiped out, just like Gaia had already predicted. It was a dark day for humanity. However, an even darker one for the other life forms on Earth. As while 6 billion humans had somehow survived the First Awakening, plants and animals were not so lucky. With over 90% of animal life wiped out, and nearly 20% of all vegetation dead or mutating, the threat of extinction for various species just became a reality, while a few endangered ones already went extinct. Tears and blood flowed like water on the Earth, as everyone mourned the loss of a loved one. And those few who were lucky enough to survive hugged and cried in joy, looking forward to a coming future. When 20 huge vessels entered Earth's atmosphere, that future started to look bleak too, as all hope now rested on the shoulders of Rudra Rajput to save the planet from looting and slavery. 3 distinct flags could be seen raised on these 20 ships, as the incoming pirates came with a strength of 8, 6 and 6 battleship divisions. One of the flags. Yellow in color, red Beasthead pirates. The red flag read something in an indescribable language, which Gaia translated for Rudra as greedy pirates. The blue flag read lowborn pirates. The average strength of crew in each pirate ship was at an impressive tier 3, whereas the leaders were all tier 4. The battleships they rode were about a kilometer long and looked impressive. However, compared to the destroyer-class battleship that Rudra was riding, they looked like children swarming in 7-foot giant. As they entered the exosphere, the three almost simultaneously made the same sounding announcements, which could be heard across Earth. Puny humans of planet H2047. This is the captain of the Beasthead Pirates speaking. You have been raided by the glorious Beasthead Pirate Group, and you must give up your valuable uranium, titanium, vibranium, neodymium, cobalt, zinc, and other precious metals reserved voluntarily. Failure to comply will force our hand to raise this planet and its population to extinction. You have 25 minutes to comply. The same shitty intro line was then repeated by the red pirate group and then by the blue one. As although all three were here to raid Earth, the battleships had ammunition pointed starkly towards each other's ships, as there was a stalemate between the three groups in the higher atmosphere. The atmosphere around Rudra grew tense when the Earthlings heard this proclamation. However, Rudra was not too much worried, as he calmly asked Gaia, "Can we take them out?" Gaia replied, "Yes, Master. You alone are enough to wipe this fleet out without breaking a sweat. However, if you choose to sit on this one, the battleship is also strong enough to wipe out the enemy fleet." Rudra gained much more confidence when he heard this, as he smiled and told the soldiers around him to take the battleship to Thermosphere. Although Rudra could wipe them out personally, he wanted to build confidence amongst troops of Earth to use these battleships to protect the planet's boundaries, lest someday he be unavailable to deal with the threats. As the ship steadily gained altitude, Johnny found the microphone and started to fidget with it. "Space aliens! This is your daddy Johnny English speaking. If you have any balls, come and get the resources you are looking for. If I, Johnny, let you touch even a single grain of our planet's soil, then I will personally emasculate myself." Johnny's proclamation could also be heard across Earth, as it gave immense hope to cowering netizens who believed that everything was going to be over. The space pirates, on the other hand, who were busy staring at the other crews, who had came to claim the same loot they were after, looked absolutely flabbergasted when they heard the Earth's response, as they looked down on their monitors to be absolutely shocked seeing a destroyer-class battleship slowly rise to their level. "Holy S asterisk asterisk asterisk. Is that a destroyer-class ship? How does a primitive planet have such a ship? This is impossible. Which faction is backing them? A destroyer class? On this side of the universe? How?" The space pirates began to cower and freak out as their guns changed aim from amongst each other to the Titan that humanity possessed. Initially, everyone believed that the ship was definitely here from some big faction, as only the richest and most influential factions could afford having a destroyer-class ship amongst their ranks. However, when they only saw a gray wolf flag fluttering over the battleship, they were stumped, as they had never seen such a faction flag before. "How does a planet just out of Omega possess this kind of technological abilities? This is not a local weapon system. It's mana-based systems. The weapons are supercharged and can blow our ships to smithereens with a single hit. This is serious business, Captain." The Witch, first commander of the lowborn pirates, raised the issue. "They are definitely being backed by a big power. However, letting them off feels like a waste of time and energy to me. Get me the other two pirate leaders on the line. Let me talk to them about this quickly," the captain of the lowborn pirates commanded. A conference call B/W the three pirate leaders. "LBP, I call for a temporary alliance. The 20 ships we have can flank and create an opening in the destroyer. The ship is probably more valuable than 50 of these small planets, and if we can control and sell one, we can all have a decent profit." BHP, the Beasthead Pirates, agree to your proposal. However, the loot must be distributed 40-30-30 in our favor, since we have the largest fleet strength at 8 ships. GP, no. We must split the loot equally. We greedy pirates are not afraid of a fight, but we are disgusted by inequality. We are as strong of a force with our 6 ships as you are with your 8. LBPI, the loot split must be done 3 ways. BHP, curses of Mother Mary's long hooked leg. Alright, if that's how you want to roll, then fine. However, my men will create the opening and not participate in the bloody battle inside if this is how things are to be. LBPI, we won't roll with chickens like you anyways. GPI, let us spit and seal this deal. ARG, Thursday. LBP, these are kids with weapons of men. I can't sense a single individual stronger than tier 3 amongst them, and there is only 5 tier 3 individuals amongst them. Do not be afraid of the ship, although some big faction has lent them help. They have not lent them personnel who can actually handle this beautiful device. GP, it will then be as easy as stealing candy from kids. BHP, I always knew you were a candy thief. Disgusting fellow. GP, arg, ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. By the darkness of space, you're right. I love them candies. LBP, and I love me some destroyer ship. Attack, attack. Attack. Let's capture this beauty. BHP, piracy to the Alliance. Let's go! The 20 pirate ships broke their cluster and seemed to flank out into various directions as it encircled the battleship. Rudra immediately understood that an alliance had been created and that the 20 pirate ships were planning to work together to take them down. If it was an inexperienced captain at the helm, she would have waited to see what the opponent was up to. However, Rudra only needed a split second to decide what to do. With a casual flick of his hand, he gave the command. Gun them down! Hundreds of missiles and high-intensity lasers quickly locked targets onto the 20 battleships as the destroyer-class battleship started to show its true worth. Before they could even flank out properly and take positions to counter, missiles rained down on their ships, creating an absolute spectacle in the skies. 12 20th ships were obliterated within first 2 minutes as the pirates suffered a nightmare for underestimating the strength of Earthlings. However, their worst nightmare was far from over. Fuck asterisk 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 asterisk. Boss, this destroyer-class battleship is way more formidable than we thought. Impossible to defend against it. Out of decoy flares. Out of flares. Red alert. Red alert. Damn that stupid captain for putting us in such an unfair battle. Drop to the sea. Drop to the sea. Abandoned ship. The 8 remaining ships instantly knew that the only hope of survival was now to dive onto the surface and abandon ship to try and survive. Their choice of coming to bully Earth was going to be their worst decision of their life, and also the last one. Chapter 899, not on my watch. The 8 remaining ships instantly knew that the only hope of survival was now to dive onto the surface and abandon ship to try and survive. Streaks of comet like fiery tail could be observed near Country J as 8 ships took a dive near the Sea of Japan. The pirates had realized that the ship in front of them was too formidable to launch an attack on, and now the only hope of survival that they had was to somehow land on the water surface and abandon ship. The missiles, however, kept pouring out of the earthly destroyer ship, and 6/8 pirate ships were blasted to smithereens during their descent, while the other 2 had peripheral damage due to the missiles hitting their tail ends. Lots of alien debris fell into the Sea of Japan, and barely 100 aliens managed to get out alive out of the 2 battered ships as they took a dive into the salty sea waters of Earth. One of the 3 pirate captains, the werewolf, was unlucky to have his ship blown to ashes, becoming the sole survivor of his pirate group, having survived only because of a precious artifact that shielded him from the brunt of the explosion. The other 2 captains were both humans. As they, alongside some of their mixed-race crew members, began swimming desperately towards the nearest shore on the island of Japan. Rudra assessed the situation from the battleship above, as although he could easily kill all these aliens with a flick of his finger inside the battleship, he decided to capture them alive instead, because of the valuable information they could provide humans about the cosmos. At this stage, humanity knew basically next to nothing about the myriad of races, about Sigma, and about how the universe worked, and all that crucial information could be extracted from these weak aliens. Ordering the ship to be on alert against new invaders, Rudra himself opened the space door hatchet and took flight to welcome the aliens on the nearest shore, unaware that behind his back Sir Johnny also took a jump out of the hatchet. However, with no flight skills, like Rudra, the reason behind Sir Johnny's jump remained unclear. It was the last time that Rudra, or anybody for that matter, saw Sir Johnny, as reports suggested that although Sir Johnny could be seen colliding with the sea water quite violently, the body was never found or recovered, as the true status of Sir Johnny's life or death became a mystery. Sir Johnny was as mysterious of a man as any man in history ever was. A man who found the new era of gaming to be quite different from the one he grew up in, and the changing universe even more so. Nonetheless, a man who dominated any era that he existed in. And although the legend chose to make an unannounced and dramatic exit, for most elites, there was a belief in Sir Johnny's character that he would definitely not choose suicide as his chosen means of death, and that he was definitely up to an untold and unseen adventure. On the shore, Rudra stood calmly on the serene shores of Country J as he waited for the pirates to wash up in front of him one after another. Rudra had a stunning demeanor about him, clad in full plate armor with 2 swords inside their scabbards adorning his waist. He looked like a true knight straight out of a fantasy. When the pirates washed onto the shore, they immediately drew weapons and became wary of Rudra, although they could not get even a slightest read on his true strength, as although their information told them that there was no one stronger than Tier 3 on this planet. One look inside Rudra's eyes told them that this man was to be feared. Rudra stood there calmly as more and more pirates slowly came to shore. His face expressionless, as he silently gazed upon them, with his sea blue eyes waiting for the last ones amongst them to reach shore. You? Human! Take us to a nice inn, and give us food and shelter. I will reward you handsomely, the human pirate leader of greedy pirates offered. Rudra tilted his head slightly, and threw the man a slight glance before ignoring him completely, as he kept looking at the group as a whole. Are you deaf, boy? Or are ye just waiting for a *** whooping? A pirate taunted Rudra, however failed to elicit a reaction. Who are you? The wounded werewolf pirate leader asked. However, even he was ignored. Finally, the patience of the pirates broke as the third pirate captain, the leader of the lowborn pirates, finally yelled at Rudra and said, That's it. You're done. I am coming to kill you. You ain't done. The disrespect was too much for the pirate captain to handle, as he charged at Rudra with his curved sword in hand. Arg! He yelled as he charged, slowly closing the distance on the sandy beach. 15 feet. 10 feet. 5 feet. 1 feet. 2 inches. Stop! Rudra commanded, and instantly the pirate captain felt all the muscles in his body tense up as he froze in place. A cold smile broke out on Rudra's face, as he looked almost as evil as Lucifer did, as the immortal ruler of hell. Kneel! Rudra commanded, as he tilted his head, and right on cue, the pirate captain in front of him dropped down to both his knees. It was not only him, but every single human amongst the pirate crew who had dropped to their knees, including the second human pirate commander, in a scene that shocked all the pirates present on the shore. It was the effect of Rudra's human god title, as he could command the human race with absolute authority. With the mana restrictions lifted, he was finally at the peak of his power. Who are you? The pirate captain asked, absolutely bewildered. /////. No Johnny English will make a comeback in MMORPG. Rebirth of the strongest vampire god. Special request: what novel has given my book a season completion event? If you guys can spare just 2 minutes of your time to drop a comment below there in the events section, it would really mean the world to me, as that would be my book's immortal glory. Also, special shout out to my man Magnum 932 for the 10,000 coin spacecraft. Bonus soon / Chapter 900 Shikuni the Undefeated. Who are you? The pirate captain asked, absolutely bewildered, fear glistening in his eyes, as he powerlessly clutched the ankles of Rudra's legs. Rudra looked down on him, a satisfied smile on his face, as rather than replying to his question, he said, Those who have not knelt already, you have 5 seconds to get on your knees. Rudra knelt down on one knee, as he got on the eye level of the pirate captain kneeling at his heels before starting the count. 5. 4. The aliens looked at each other in exasperation. They had no clue as to whether or not they should kneel, waiting to follow whatever the crowd mentality was going to follow. 3. 2. Half of the aliens fell to their knees while a few drew their weapons. However, before they could even fully draw their swords out, Rudra counted 1 and then 0, as he pulled out Shikuni's Excalibur and Grim Reaper out of their scabbards. Everything happened so fast that to a normal tier 3 human standing at the sidelines, the only motion that they saw Rudra's hands creating was to casually undraw his swords and place both his hands over the shoulders of the kneeling pirate captain in front. The human tier 4 captain of the pirates cowered when he felt the weight of Rudra's arms placed on his shoulders, as although he could not scream out loud in fear of dying. The amount of pressure exerted by those resting arms was about 30 times the force of gravity of the planet he was currently on. Is this human straight out of the tutorial Omega? Is he a tier 5 individual? The pirate captain wondered, as only those at tier 5 could create this kind of unbelievable pressure. He wondered how a human could be tier 5 straight out of a tutorial game, and gulped, realizing the man in front of him was an absolute freak. His fear tripled when he heard continuous thudding sounds as dead bodies hit the sand. Nervous yet curious, the captain turned his head to see what had transpired when he was horrified to see nearly 23 mutilated bodies, including that of the tier 4 werewolf pirate captain, decapitated and dead over the now bloody sand. From start to finish, Rudra's attack had not even lasted a full second, and it only seemed like he had casually pulled out his swords and placed it over his own shoulders. And he was the man with the closest proximity to Rudra, yet he never saw the movements that killed 23 men in one breath's time. To say that the human pirate captain was now terrified out of his sane mind was an understatement, as piss rolled down both his legs, causing a complete embarrassment for the once dignified man. Rudra stood back up and pulled away from the kneeling captain as he pinched his nose to show his disgust for the stench. Rudra said, Do humans piss anywhere they like from the planet you come from? His question caused the captain's face to burn bright red, as at this moment a shrieking scream could be heard from one of the Tiger Beastman alien's mouth. The man had been so terrified that it took a full minute for air to re-enter his lungs before he could properly scream. As the moment those heads rolled all around him, he forgot how to breathe due to the pure shock. Ridra glanced at the beastman and waited till he made eye contact before slowly putting a finger to his lips, signaling his demand for silence. Immediately the beastman stopped screaming and became absolutely obedient, as he was able to understand from Ridra's behavior that Ridra was not a man who would repeat the same instructions twice. Having succeeded in scaring the group of aliens out of their minds, Ridra finally gave his introduction. My name is Shikuni One Night, but the universe knows me as Shikuni the Undefeated, Ridra said with a bright yet cruel smile, power booming from his voice. The planet that you cockroaches have decided to raid is under my protection, and I don't take threats very kindly. The destroyer in the sky belongs to me. And yes, it was me who killed all your pirate comrades. So tell me, who amongst you all here wants revenge for the fallen? Please protest by a show of hands. Ridra's sharp and omnipotent gaze landed on each and every pirate on the shore, as they felt their souls shudder under his gaze, as it felt like the gaze of an apex predator stalking its prey. Naturally, nobody had the guts to raise their hands even though they were discontent with how things were turning out for them. No one? Ridra asked once more just to be sure. Yes, that's right. Just as I thought. You all are smart people who understand that all crimes must be paid for. Since they did the crime of angering me, they died. Simple as that, Ridra said with an amicable smile on his face, as if he was the most innocent man on earth. The threatening vibes disappearing off his body, he looked more like an angel than a human at this particular moment. Clapping his hands, Ridra said chirpily, All right, Gaia. Time to contact local authorities and detain these men. Yes, master. Ridra said. I will have a lengthy chat with all of you tomorrow, and day after you will all be free to leave this planet. Behave for one day, and I won't kill you. Misbehave, or half a single hair on the earthen citizens, and I will torture you for 100 years before killing you. The local authorities will arrive in 47 minutes time. Stay put here on your knees until then. Ciao. Saying this, Ridra activated gravity manipulation and took off towards the skies, as he felt the advent of some more serious and powerful forces that needed his immediate attention. / This chapter has been sponsored by Magnum 932. Please thank him in the comments for this one. /